Chapter 1. Region 7. With eyes that refused to open, all he could do was listen to the sounds around him. The sounds of people whispering, sniffling, and crying. At that moment, Jim wondered if he really wanted his eyes to open, not only because of the sounds, but also because of the images that rushed back to him of what had happened before everything had faded away into darkness. The images of townspeople waving at him, and his best friend, Larry, to run away. Speeding away in the car. Larry being killed. Then having those people who killed Larry come after him while he did nothing. No. Jim preferred to stay in the darkness rather than face the world he was now part of, a world that seemed to become more dangerous each time he opened his eyes. Slowly, Jim forced his eyelids to open, knowing this time would be no different, but also knowing he could not stay in the darkness forever. Looking around, he could see men, women, and children huddled together as more were forced onto the bus. As more were shoved on, those in the aisle were packed tighter to the rear. Children had to be raised up from where they stood to ensure they were not smothered, as every inch of space was filled with another person being brought on board. Jim could feel hands wrapping around his upper arms and raising him from where he was seated midway down the bus. "I think he is awake," Jim heard a voice say, assuming it was from one of those helping him stand. "Yeah, looks to still be just a little unsteady," another said. "Good. We need you to move over into the seat to make room for the old and young," the same voice said to him. The voice sounded very familiar to him, yet he could not make out the man's face. "Larry?" Jim asked, realizing whose voice he was hearing. Then the man's voice began to change and become deeper. "No, sorry. My name is Kevin. What is yours?" Kevin asked as he continued to move Jim over for 3 children to get in. As Jim listened to the man's voice change, he knew it had to be from the blow to his head he received from the UN soldiers. With his motor skills quickly returning, Jim was able to remain standing with his back to the window of the bus, unassisted and bracing himself with his hands clasped atop of the seat backs to his left and right. Jim looked up to Kevin. "I think I am good now, man." "You sure? You took a pretty good blow to the skull," Kevin said, knowing it did not matter since he was being pushed farther to the back of the bus as more people were loaded. Jim looked down at the children who had been shoved between the 2 seats, where he now stood with his back curving with the contours of the bus. He tried to think back to when he was their age and what it would be like at 8 or 9 years of age to go through this. The thought didn't last long, since he knew that, no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't even come close to what they were feeling. He wanted to tell them everything was going to be okay, but with the blood of his best friend splattered upon his clothing not even dry yet, Jim could not get the words to pass through his lips. Reaching out with his left hand, Jim gave one of them what he hoped was a soothing pat on the back, an action that would normally relay that everything was going to be okay. But to the children, it seemingly went unnoticed. Jim could feel the bus begin to move forward. As it did, moans came from all over the bus, as people were forced even tighter together from the acceleration. After what Jim could only guess was close to an hour's ride, he felt the bus beginning to slow. Even without having a clear view out a window, he could see what appeared to be a tall fence through gaps as people moved slightly side to side. "Is this the place they are taking us to?" Jim asked to anyone who would answer. "No. They told us when they first came to town that it was a temporary resettlement camp," a young woman around Jim's age replied. "Sure doesn't look like a temporary one to me," Jim said as he braced himself, feeling the bus come to a complete stop. "Yeah, we came to believe they were lying once they began rounding up everyone who had firearms first. Wasn't long before people started fighting back. After that, they began rounding everyone up to put on buses. By the way, my name is Dawn. How about yours?" Deep down, Jim was screaming at himself not to give Dawn his name or talk with her any longer out of fear of becoming friends and once again losing another person in his life. Before he could suppress his natural need to connect with others, he had already said, "Jim." Now the voice in his subconscious grew louder, only this time it was not saying anything but screaming. "Well, Jim, on a normal day, I would say, Good to meet you. But as you have seen, things have not been normal for a while. Jim slightly shook his head and exhaled as he thought. A normal day now is somebody I know being killed. Though he didn't hear any orders given, Jim felt the bus rocking as people began getting off. After what seemed like minutes passing without movement in the aisle next to him, Jim could see people gaining a little breathing room as others exited. Jim watched as Kevin began moving closer on his way off the bus. Even though they had only said a few words to each other, Jim suddenly had a need to follow him. As he tried to keep track of Kevin's location in the group, Jim began getting a better look at the place they had arrived. Fencing stood at least 20 feet high with razor wire atop it, and towers where men with weapons watched out over the ground stood at every few hundred feet. And that was just the perimeter. From what Jim could see, everything was concrete, and the buildings were massive, reminding him of pictures he had seen in the history books of Soviet housing during the Cold War. Soon it was Jim's turn to exit as people made room for the children to go in front of them, ensuring that they were surrounded by adults at all times. "Ready to see our new home?" Kevin asked as he approached Jim's seat from the back of the bus, where he had been pushed by others boarding. "From what I have seen already, no," Jim replied very sarcastically. Now, with room to move, Jim looked out the bus window and saw that all were being put in 2 lines next to one another. Jim wondered if these people even knew what was happening on the West Coast, if they had any idea that the United States was being invaded, as he continued to make his way to the front of the bus. Coming to the door, passing the well-armed driver and making his way down the steps to where yet another blue-helmeted soldier stood, Jim thought against trying to inform these 2 of the invasions. As he looked at the 2 men, Jim's instincts were telling him to keep eyes forward and mouth closed, so he followed them and kept moving with Kevin directly in front of him. He must eat a lot of steak and potatoes, Jim could not help but think as he walked over to the line with the others, unable to see much around Kevin's broad back and towering height. "Okay, people. For your safety and everyone else's safety, we need the women in one line and men in the other. First part of the processing is delousing. You will enter and remove your clothing, walk through the sprayers, and put on new clothes. Then you will meet each other on the other side." One of the guards called out to get moving, though Jim still could not see much more than Kevin's back. People began moving from one line to the next, and Jim suddenly brimmed with the fear of being alone. Even though he did not know the large man who was about his age, he at least had already spoken to him, and so he tried staying close as the shuffling between the lines continued. Once all the moving between lines had stopped, Jim found himself one person away from Kevin as he thought, "Well, it sure isn't hard to keep an eye on him." As the line began moving, Jim looked around, taking in every bit of information that he could about where they had been taken. A little ways down the fence, he spotted a few turnstile doors with personnel wearing military-style uniforms but no blue helmets. As the 2 passed by, Jim could tell they were Americans, and he could barely make out the patch on their shoulder that read, "CERT." Before he could see much more, his line was led into a building just inside the gate. There were 2 doors almost side by side, and Jim watched as the girl he met on the bus entered the door, with the rest of her line just as he entered the same building. Jim prepared himself for a dark room since the building had no windows, and there was no electricity. After passing through the door, Jim was astounded by the brightness of the lights, almost as if seeing the wonder of electricity for the first time. It wasn't until then that Jim realized how much he took something as great as electricity for granted. Almost as soon as they entered the facility, personnel began shouting orders. "Remove your clothes and place them in the blue bags. 5 people per bag. With a marker. Write your name on them. Once they are cleaned, they will be returned." Jim looked around the room at all the complete strangers as he quickly began removing his clothing. "Feels like I am back in gym class," he thought to himself as he focused on the bag Kevin was putting his clothes in. The large man's hand released his clothes into the bag as one of the personnel walked by with it held open. Jim had counted 3 others place their clothes in the bag before Kevin. Understanding that the guy standing in line between them was the 5th, Jim quickly balled his clothes up and threw them much like shooting a free throw shot to win the big game. As his clothes hit the bag, almost jerking it free from the hands of the facility personnel holding it, Jim figured it would be a good time to start playing dumb. "Oh," he said, looking between the man holding the bag and the guy next to him, with a confused look on his face. "Shit! I am so sorry. I thought it was my turn. Just as he figured would happen, he was cut off. "Just switch spots. I haven't got time for this shit." As Jim switched spots with the guy next to him, he was handed a marker. "Print your name on the bag and follow your group through the sprayers," the man said in a monotone voice, as if he had said it thousands of times before. Once finished signing his name, Jim turned and walked with the others who had placed their clothing in the same bag, and through the sprayers they walked. It wasn't until they were on the other side that they wondered what the stuff was. They were now spitting from their mouths and attempting to wipe from their eyes. "Put this on and move through the yellow door," another facility worker said as he handed each of them a light yellow jumpsuit and flip-flops. After putting on the jumpsuit, Jim stood waiting on Kevin to finish before exiting through the door. "You ready to see what's next, Jim?" Kevin asked while sliding his feet into the flip-flops he had dropped to the floor in front of him. "Well, I don't see that we have any other choice," Jim replied, turning to follow Kevin to the door. Above the door, a sign read, "Welcome to FEMA Camp, 1187 Region 7. Chapter 2. Devastation. Lying face down in a hole, his head feeling as if it were being pressed in a vice from the shelling taking place around him, Blankenship prayed for someone to find him in the hole. The image of Kaylee vanishing as fire and dirt rose all around her was seared into his mind. He lay motionless in the hole as shells from the Chinese artillery fell all around, throwing dirt, wood, and rocks in all directions, with much of it striking him as it filled the hole. In a short amount of time, the pressure forced on his ears from the explosion softened as the dirt and debris began covering them, though it did nothing to stop the ringing. The weight of everything the artillery had thrown in on top of him grew, as did the anger inside. As time passed and no shells chose to lie with him in the hole, Blankenship's anger turned to the need for vengeance at any cost. Pushing himself up from where he was being buried alive took all his strength. One or two more close explosions would have made where he laid his final resting ground. Instead, he rose like the dead in a horror film, and the scene fit well with the nightmare of devastation all around. He tried his best to push the last image he had of Kaylee from his mind and replace it with an earlier one that did not make him want to catch an incoming artillery round. Running on mostly instincts, Blankenship looked around for weapons, a task made difficult due to the continued explosions all around. Off to his left, he could see a person's head and an arm that appeared to grow from the earth, only the arm was waving and the head was speaking. As he looked and focused, he could see the two growing from the earth until the ground had given birth to a full-grown man who now ran in his direction. Blankenship stood confused at what he saw as the gray-haired man grabbed him by the upper part of his arm and began dragging him back to where he had just been born. Though he wanted to fight against the gray-haired newborn man from the earth, he just kept looking around for a weapon to fight the Chinese with. Blankenship had a feeling something wasn't right as the man practically threw him into the hole where others were waiting to catch him. "What the hell are you doing up there?" Blankenship heard the gray-haired man ask, but he did not know how to reply. As he tried to clear his mind, things just began to spin around him. "Colonel, I think he has a concussion," another person shouted over the explosions around them. "Keep him awake. This might go on for a while, and we need to be ready to move when it is over," Commander Atkins ordered. "Yes, sir." A countless number of Chinese artillery shells rained down throughout the day and well into the night as the Ozark mountaineers remained somewhat secure in their dugouts. With the dawn of a new day on the horizon, each man, woman, and child who still drew breath understood the day was not going to bring anything other than death and sorrow. Since the end of the shelling, they had spent most of the night looking for those who might need help, with only the moonlight and burning forest to guide them. Through it all, Blankenship grew sick of being poked by the soldier next to him, even though, after a few hours, he understood why he was being poked and not allowed to sleep. The soldier only said a few words to him, and they were almost always, "Are you awake?" Over the last few hours, Blankenship's head pounded, but he felt clarity returning, and as the morning light landed upon the dark face of the man next to him, he felt he recognized him. "Don't I know you?" Blankenship asked after once again being poked by the black man who had gang tattoos on his forearm. Looking slightly puzzled, the man raised his chin and replied, "How's the head?" Hearing the man speak, he was more convinced he knew him. "Fine. Now stop poking me. I'm not going to sleep. What's your name?" Blankenship asked, not sure if it was due to the low light or the concussion, but he could not figure it out. "The name's Tyrese. I came out of Louis with ya," Tyrese said, a hint of disappointment in his voice that the former cop didn't remember him after the struggle they went through together getting out of St. Louis. Blankenship did remember him and how he went from being a common street thug to helping others survive on the way out of the city. Blankenship thought, as he stared at the man, just how things had changed. Before the invasion, he would not have turned his back to him, even if prison bars separated them, and now Blankenship felt he could trust him with his life. "Yes, Tyrese, I do remember," Blankenship said. He rubbed his head as little drummer boys played a rumpa-dum-dum on the inside of his skull. As his thoughts began to clear, so did the memory of Kaylee vanish in dirt and fire. As the image returned, so did the need for vengeance. Disregarding his battered body's cries for him to remain, Blankenship rose to his feet and tried to look around, but the hole was too deep. Turning to where the dugout opened to the hillside, he moved to slide by Tyrese, only to be stopped by the man's massive hands. "The commander wants us all to remain here while the search parties are out," Tyrese stated, as Blankenship met him face to face. "There hasn't been any shells dropped in a while. He can go if he wants," Commander Atkins responded to Tyrese's comment. Tyrese stared into Blankenship's eyes, and there he saw a look that he had seen many times before, the look of a man determined to get retribution, though most revenge he knew of was taken against other gang members. Tyrese thought of how pointless each one of those acts was compared to why Blankenship sought retribution. Instead of just going against another gang, Blankenship was willing to go against an entire army to have it, and for that he admired him more. Before releasing his grip on Blankenship, Tyrese raised his right hand, which held the AR-15 rifle he had been given when they reached the Ozark Mountaineers camp. "You're going to need this," Tyrese said, releasing Blankenship from his grip as he handed the rifle over. Without saying a word, Blankenship took the rifle with his right hand as his left accepted the full magazines Tyrese removed from his vest. Securing the extra ammunition in his pocket, Blankenship only paused for a second as he locked eyes with Tyrese, as if to say thanks, before turning and exiting the dugout. Blankenship headed down the hillside and ran whenever possible, but with the heavy Chinese artillery turning the forest into a giant game of pickup sticks, the distances were short. All around him the air was thick with smoke and dust that further impeded his progress, though he did not have any certain time to be there, and did not even necessarily know the location he was heading other than east. Thoughts of the time he spent with Kaylee came and went, starting with a happy memory of how she would look at him with her big, dark brown eyes and ending with adrenaline rushing through his body as the image of her death reappeared. Hours passed as he continued moving forward, seeking his vengeance, and with the progress, a strong thirst reminded him how foolish it was not to have taken the time to pack water. Blankenship's need for vengeance prevented him from doing much planning other than what to kill the enemy with and which direction they were located. In his mind, the enemy was just at the bottom of the hill, and he had to get there to kill them, and most likely die while doing so. Had things worked as he had imagined, water and other essentials would not have been needed. Yet here I am, he thought, as he emerged from what was left of the forest. Looking out over the destroyed community that lay ahead, He felt his body rebelling against him as he took another step in the direction of the enemy. After spending most of the morning climbing, running, crawling, and jumping, the muscles in his body didn't care if he wanted vengeance. Blankenship could feel the drummer boys in his head become louder with every step he took. Each step seemed to take more energy and focus than the last. Between the beats of the drums, he swore he would not stop, so he tightened his grip on his weapon. But then, through blurry eyes, he spotted his rifle lying on the ground. His confusion became even greater when it appeared to come rushing up to him as the world tilted. He reached out for the rifle where it had stopped inches from his face as his eyelids began to close. Chapter 3. Multitasking. Unable and unwilling to imagine what Angelique could be going through at this very moment, Karnak chose to focus on the road ahead. He sat behind the steering wheel of the large monster of a machine Marx had built for clearing the path of hazards. With the pointed steel contraptions added to the front of the deuce and a half, its appearance was more of an old railroad locomotive than a military truck. At the moment, it roared down the highway while Karnak focused on returning to the armory to gear up for a 2-man and 1-pissed-off woman mission. The 3 occupants of the highway locomotive each had their own reason for taking part in the mission ahead. Karnak, however, had several reasons, such as the man who killed his best friend and commander was going to be there, and just as important, so was the woman he had loved since childhood. Angelique had been on his mind since the day she re-entered his life by putting him down into the dirt, just as she had done when they were younger. The feeling only grew as they spent a great deal of their free time together, right up to the minute she exited his life once more. Though he had wanted to stop her, he knew that, with someone as strong as she had become, it was not worth the attempt. Besides, she was in search of her family, and he would have done the same if it were his parents who had been arrested. Many times, Karnak thought he too would have felt the urge to leave and check on his parents, but it never became more than a thought since they had died in a car crash years ago. However, he knew that if they were still alive, his father would have it all under control. Kate rode along watching for threats as different objects appeared from around the twisting and turning of the highway, determined not to let anything detour the mission. Intently she stared, so intense that at times she had to force her eyelids to blink. Kate's purpose on this mission was to get revenge against the man who had killed the man she loved, Captain Sawyer. Kate swore to herself that nothing else was going to stop her from finding him. There would be no other missions until this one was finished. Sitting between Karnak and Kate, wiping down his rifle and applying fresh oil to the parts he could clean without field stripping, was Robert. Robert's reason for the mission was easy: kill the man who had murdered Sawyer and escape the last bullet he'd sent his way. All 3 rode silently as they scrutinized each car, truck, building, and any other object that came into view. Civilization was not at its best since the comforts electricity brought were taken away. Every day was rife with dangers, and as they were confronted with them, their senses heightened. All around cars lay with dust building upon the once shiny paint, now only monuments to the lives they once led. Monuments and possible hiding places for death to lurk, waiting to trap an innocent traveler. "Whoa, slow down," Kate said quickly and calmly as all her internal alarms began to sound at the sight ahead. As the road curved to the left, Kate spotted the obstruction merely a second before Karnak and Robert. Without hesitation, Karnak did as Kate said, not questioning what she had seen. Quickly, Karnak removed his foot from the accelerator over to the brake, and just as his left foot pressed in on the clutch, his right hand pulled back on the shifter simultaneously. With the sudden loss of forward motion, the large truck slowed quickly, causing all 3 of its passengers to brace themselves as they continued forward. Yet they never took their eyes off the obstruction ahead. Rather than just slow down, Karnak came to a full stop when they had come within 100 yards of what they could now see was a barricade made up of vehicles, a dumpster, and even an electric pole that had been obviously cut down from alongside the road, where many of its wires still lay. The seconds passed as Karnak just stared out the windshield at the people running back and forth behind the barricade. He thought to himself with amusement at how easy it would be to just drive the big highway locomotive right through the ragtag barricade. A grin appeared on his face, though neither Kate nor Robert was looking at him to see. A grin at the thought of the people behind the cars flying through the air, like pins being struck by a bowling ball. "Just give it hell. That shit won't even slow this truck down," Kate said, wanting to move on with the mission. Robert nodded, agreeing with her statement. A few more seconds passed as Karnak still sat staring ahead before he finally spoke. "Cover me," Karnak said casually, after putting on the emergency brake and then opening the door to step out. Stunned and unable to speak, Robert and Kate just looked at each other as Karnak dropped to the ground. Quickly, they shook off the surprise and began to move as they were ordered. Kate swung open her door and brought her rifle to rest in the door jamb between the cab and the door. Robert moved as quickly as he could with being caught off guard. The small space of the cab made it difficult to move the long Noreen rifle he carried. Nevertheless, he had the rifle in position much the same as Kate had, only seconds after Karnak had exited. But even in those seconds, Karnak was already out in front of the truck and walking toward the barricade with hands empty and arms stretched out to his side. "What the hell is he doing?" Robert asked Kate without removing his eyes from his rifle scope. "How the hell should I know?" Kate replied in a tone to ensure that Robert understood it was a stupid question. The two watched as Karnak walked toward the barricade as if nothing could harm him. Through his rifle scope, Robert could see the confusion on the faces of those who had created the barricade, as they too watched the man walking over to them. "Well, at least they look just as confused as we are." Robert snickered just loud enough for Kate to hear him. "I am Sir Commander Karnak," he said loudly so that everyone could hear, almost forgetting that he was no longer a sergeant. "We don't care what you call yourself. Leave everything and walk back the way you came, and we will not kill you," a voice replied to him from the other side of an old pickup. Karnak stopped about 25 yards from the barricade and looked around at the faces hiding behind it. From the many faces he could see, only a few measured up to what he considered a low-level threat. After a quick assessment of the situation, Karnak felt a strong wave of sadness come over him at the thought of this, the new United States. Knowing that it was no path to go down, he pushed the thoughts to the farthest reaches of his mind before replying to the voice's command. "Well, first thing, I want to be up front with you and clear. Second, that is not going to happen." "We have you," a voice began to reply. Karnak lowered his arms to his side and then quickly raised his right hand up with his palm directed to the speaker, signaling him to stop. "Third, the guy you have on the bluff is already in the crosshairs of the man behind me, and I venture to say he's probably not as good of a marksman. Then you have the issue of the lady on the passenger side. Let me explain just how this would play out if you started firing. Since all of you have your weapons pointed at an unarmed man like myself, you kill me, but that gives her more than enough time to kill all of you." Karnak grinned just a little as he saw the surprise on the faces of those behind the barricade and watched as all of them pointed their weapons away from him. "Okay, now I am feeling just a little left out. You over there," Karnak addressed the person closest to him with a rifle. "Point your rifle at me. Just because I am unarmed doesn't mean I am not a threat." "What the hell is he doing?" Kate asked, now feeling the many guns facing in her direction. "Well, you have to say one thing. He gave them great tips," Robert said sarcastically. Now with those behind the barricade set up properly, Karnak placed his hands behind his back and stood relaxed. "Now that we have that taken care of, we can move forward. If you created this barricade for the FEMA people who were picking people up, we have taken care of that. Next, we have food, medical aid, drinking water, and other supplies we are happy to share at the armory. Does anyone here know where I'm talking about?" Karnak asked, and then looked around. After seeing a hand raise in the air, Karnak continued, "Great. When you get there, Just tell the soldiers at the gate you want to join the UCM, and they will get you squared away. Now you have 3 minutes to get this shit out of my way." Karnak dropped his arms to his side, and without another word turned and began walking back to a very bewildered Robert and Kate. Robert waited for Karnak to near the truck before retracting from his position. While waiting, he watched as a great number of people hurried to move the obstacles from the highway. Seeing Karnak now coming alongside the truck, Robert slid back into the cab, where he waited for Karnak to climb in before asking, "How did you know that would work?" Settling into his seat and looking over to make sure Kate had her side secure, Karnak replied, "I didn't, but one thing is certain. They are still Americans. And even though it doesn't look like it, we cannot forget where we are. They're just scared and looking for a little safety." With the barricades removed from their path in record time, Karnak revved the motor and released the clutch, sending the beast of a machine forward down the highway. As they passed where the barricade had been, Kate felt the need to say something about what had just happened. "Next time we come across people with guns in a fortified position, can we avoid giving them tips?" Kate asked, still a little unnerved by Karnak having them take aim at her. Karnak acknowledged her with a slight smile, knowing that she was not really asking a question but making a statement. The three continued to scan the area just as before, watching for any new obstacles that awaited them. Only miles from the armory, the three were thankful that they had not encountered any further resistance along the way. But one thing had caught their attention. Large columns of smoke that none of them wanted to believe were originating from the armory. The more time that passed, and the closer they came to their exit, the more the disbelief faded. Taking the exit for Militia Drive, Karnak brought the vehicle to a stop before reaching the top of the ramp. "We don't know what this is, but I'm not wasting any more time." While Karnak spoke, he could hear Kate mumble, "Really? Can't we get a break?" Karnak assumed she was talking about the situation and time off and continued, "Robert, hold on to the back and get off before you can be seen. Cover us from the hilltop. Kate and I are taking this beast in. Simple enough?" "Got it," Kate responded while opening the passenger door. "Roger," Robert replied as he made his way out Kate's side of the truck, sliding by Kate, who now stood on the step just outside the open door. Within seconds, they were set and rolling down Militia Drive, Karnak driving, Kate with 4 loaded magazines in her lap and her rifle held just outside the window, and Robert with his rifle strapped to his back, holding on to the rear gate of the truck and hoping that Karnak slowed just a little before it was time for him to let go. Chapter 4. Day is done. Gone the sun. Slowly walking across the campgrounds, listening to the birds off in the distance and concentrating on the warmth of the sun as it fell upon her face, Sierra tried to remove herself from the world around her, knowing that when she opened her eyes, the small piece of calm she now felt would be nothing but a fleeting memory. Often, Sierra wondered what it would have been like to be one of the sleeping masses who were clueless to the world around them, never concerned with what new laws were created or new regulations were enforced, but to have enjoyed life as a normal person up to the day the EMP attack occurred. As the thought came to her, she quickly opened her eyes, let out a smirk, and then said, "I'm no whiny bitch." The instant Sierra's eyes opened, reality washed away the peaceful thoughts she had. Sierra now stood staring at the rows of plastic coffins, the spot where her anger had overwhelmed her earlier that day. Walking around a few stacks of coffins, a field came into sight, as did the countless spots where coffins had been buried. Sierra didn't dare count, nor was she sure it was possible at the speed her mind was racing. Turning on the ball of her foot, she quickly walked back to the camp. On the return walk, there was not even the slightest thought in her mind of closing her eyes and daydreaming about what might have been. On this fast-paced walk, the thoughts were many and revolved around one thing: what to do next. a question that became a little clearer when she spotted the former FEMA bus driver, Carter, in the distance. After spotting Sierra in the distance, walking along with her face turned up to the sun, Carlos turned back to Sergeant Lee. "Sergeant, take some men and recover Bellamy's body and prep him and the others we lost today for transport. They will be buried at the armory, not at this place." The thought of burying the men where so much suffering had taken place sickened both of them. "Agreed. I will have a few men see if they can get Bellamy's truck running again," Sergeant Lee added as he turned in the direction of Bellamy's bullet-riddled truck. Carlos looked around him at everything that needed to be done. As he watched all the people moving about, the thought of what to do with them caused him to feel overwhelmed. "I was a Texas Ranger, a Lone Ranger at that, not in charge of shit like this," Carlos mumbled to himself. "What was that, sir?" a soldier asked who was standing nearby, waiting to run orders out to others in the camp. "Damn it, forgot about him," Carlos thought before replying. "Go see if they have any radios here that work, other than the one in the radio room." After sending the soldier off on what Carlos felt was a pointless mission, he returned to his previous thought of what to do with these people. With such a large number of people, the idea of transporting everyone back to the armory was out of the question. Carlos quickly concluded that he didn't like, in fact he hated, keeping everyone here. Even with the idea causing a slight sick feeling in his stomach, he knew it was the right one. As much as he hated the idea, the FEMA facility was operational and well-stocked. Looking around at the place, he could feel the misery that had occurred within the chain-link fence and barbed wire that circled the camp. "Private!" Carlos called out, thinking it was his best chance of getting a response. "Sir!" a voice came to him faintly from the distance. Looking off to his left, he saw the voice had come from the soldier he'd sent away to look for a radio just minutes ago. "Moving, sir!" the soldier announced as he picked up speed. Carlos could see he was carrying something, but it was only a blur as it whipped back and forth in the soldier's hand while he ran over from the nearest guard towers. As he approached, Carlos began to make out that what the soldier held was a walkie-talkie, most likely fried like the rest of electronics. As the private stopped just feet away, Carlos could see excitement on the young man's face as he held out the walkie-talkie. "I was only able to check the first tower, sir," the private informed Carlos. Carlos could feel himself becoming excited as the young soldier handed over what he thought was a working walkie-talkie. "You found one that works, Franklin?" he asked, noticing the private's name tag for the first time and reaching out to take it from his outstretched hand. With a voice booming with excitement, Franklin said, "Don't know, sir. I just located it." The excitement quickly fled as Carlos heard the first two words come from his mouth. "Don't know." And with those words, his thoughts returned to why he had called out for a private. "Private, find me someone within the civilian population to put a work detail together." He used Franklin's rank to address him rather than his name, to show his disappointment with what had just occurred. "Work detail, sir?" Franklin asked, confused by the request since most of the people in the camp had been so abused by the previous operators. "Yes, Private. They are to remove all the fencing from around this place. There is no reason people should not be able to come and go as they please," Carlos stated. Thoughts of the place without razor wire and chain-link fence eased his anxiety about the place just a little. While speaking, something drew his attention. It was Sierra, walking fast back toward the main building. "Shit, what is that girl up to now?" he mumbled to himself. "Who, sir?" Franklin asked, not quite understanding what he had said. Without responding to the question, Carlos replied, "That is all. Let me know when it has started." Leaving Franklin with the orders he gave him, Carlos looked back in the direction he'd seen Sierra and began walking. The months they had spent together told him something was up. He had heard his internal, "Sierra is getting ready to do something crazy," alarm going off the moment he spotted her. "Carlos!" he heard after only walking a short distance. "This being in charge shit sucks," Carlos thought as he moaned, turning to the man who was calling his name. "Lee, what can I do for you?" Carlos asked as Lee ran over. "Great news. Bellamy's truck is still operational, Sergeant Lee said. Really? Carlos asked, not believing it could be after all the gunfire that was focused on stopping it. Yeah, it looks like they were more focused on Bellamy than the truck. We're going to use it to transport the casualties back for burial, Lee informed Carlos of his plan. After taking a second to think over Lee's plan, Carlos replied, Sounds good. I need you to remain here, so send someone you trust. I'm going to need your help. Will do. I'm going to see if there is a replacement for the windshield around here and get them headed back first thing in the morning. What did you have in mind for the dead camp personnel? Lee asked. Without much thought, Carlos replied, They like those large black plastic boxes so much. Put them in and bury them far away from here. Victims with no marker. The sooner they are forgotten, the better. Roger that, Lee said in agreement while turning to spread the word. Hoping for no further distractions, Carlos began searching for Sierra in the direction he had last seen her. Unfortunately, it was from afar, and there were many places she could have gone. Imagining that he could hear his internal Sierra alarm once again, only much louder this time, he stepped a little faster. With his search of the grounds almost complete, Carlos thought long and hard of where she might have gone inside the large complex. Big boy! Carlos said aloud as the thought occurred to him. Only now, with several nearby soldiers staring at him with mixed expressions, he wished he had said it quieter. Nevertheless, the thought had come to him that Sierra would not leave her horse behind if she was planning something, and he was back at the armory. Heading for the garage area leading into the tunnels, Carlos was fairly confident he would find her there looking for a ride. Carlos. Damn it, he thought, hearing his name called again. Coming out of the large hole that Bellamy had created when he drove the semi through during the attack was Sergeant Lee. Yes, Sergeant? Carlos asked distractedly as he continued to look around the area for signs of Sierra. Hey, just a quick update. The men are taking the windshield from a truck that must have been out during the EMP. Everything will be ready for them to move out tonight, Lee stated, happy with the progress his men were making. That's great to hear, Sergeant, Carlos replied, not really engaging Lee in conversation. Picking up on his behavior, Lee became curious. Who or what are you looking for? He asked. Realizing he probably looked strange, Carlos focused on Lee. I have been looking for Sierra for a while now, and can't locate her. Oh, in the garage, looking for a ride back to the armory, Lee quickly informed Carlos while throwing a thumb in that direction. I knew it, Carlos said as he took a step toward the garage. Carlos, he heard Lee call out again before taking a second step. Slightly turning back to face Lee, he asked quickly, Yes? Pointing at the walkie-talkie in his hand, Lee inquired, Why are you walking around with that? Isn't it burned out like most everything else? As he brought the walkie-talkie in his left hand up, he wondered the same thing. Franklin brought it to me. Just been so distracted I forgot I even had it, he answered Lee's question while turning the little black knob on top. To their surprise, static sounded instantly as the walkie-talkie sprang to life. It is amazing how that sound used to annoy me, Carlos said, shaking his head. With the moment of awe past, he handed the walkie-talkie over to Lee. Have someone run it to the radio room, along with any others that work. We don't want to use them without knowing who else could be listening. Will do. Hey, there's Sierra, Lee said, walking off with the walkie-talkie as he pointed at her exiting the garage area. Quickly, Carlos covered the distance between them, determined not to lose sight of her again. Hey, where do you plan on going? Sierra knew Lee must have told Carlos about looking for a ride back to the armory, and she could easily sense Carlos's feelings about her plan. Ranger boy, you know we are just going to go around and around about this, and then I am going to do it anyways. So why bother? Sierra said, stopping in front of him and placing her right hand on his shoulder, knowing that she had the power to calm the beast with a touch. Hearing the change in his voice, she knew it had worked once again. You can't leave now. At least wait until your brother returns, Carlos pleaded with Sierra. I have to. There are more of these damn camps out there, and I will not sit here doing nothing. Carlos could hear the emotions in her voice as Sierra spoke, and he knew he was fighting a battle that was already over. In the months they had been on the run and fought together, not once had she done what he wanted, and this time was going to be the same. "How can you be sure?" Carlos argued, attempting to change her mind regardless of past attempts. It wasn't as much the fact that she was going to attempt to free another camp that Carlos disagreed with. It was the fact Karnak had placed him in charge of the people they had freed in this camp, so he could not go with her. "Carter said there is one to the east near St. Louis, and from the information in the radio logs, I know about where. And when I find it, it will be there no longer," Sierra said, full of confidence that she was going to succeed, even though she had not laid eyes on the camp yet. Right as she finished explaining her plan to Carlos, she felt a quick vibration, and Carlos's body tightened under her hand placed upon his shoulder. Deep down, her guts began to twist as if they had come to life and started feeding on each other. Looking upon Carlos's face, Sierra saw an expression she had never seen him make before as he appeared to speak, but no words followed his slow-moving lips. Though there was no sound, she heard him say, "Free them." What seemed like minutes had only been little more than a second, as everything sped back up with the distant crack of a high-power rifle. With the sound echoing in her ears, Sierra felt every nerve in her body catch fire. Noticing the wet area of Carlos's shirt growing quickly, Sierra threw her arms around the man 3 times her size as she screamed, "Sniper!" Fighting with all her strength, Sierra held tight to Carlos, struggling to keep him standing, for she felt that as long as the man stood, he could not die, not realizing that he had already fallen to the ground. Chapter 5. Partnerships. Inside a modest-size office located near the center of Beijing, the capital city of China, a man known to others only as the American began reading a report handed to him from a subordinate. As he read the report, others around him noticed his skin beginning to change color, changing from a slightly tan skin tone from hours in the sun to having the appearance of a wildfire burning inside him. The 3 other analysts assigned to the mission watched as the American read the report. Names were not very popular, and identities often changed from one mission to the next, but the agent never used a name, leading others to identify him as the American. The other thing many field agents like the American kept tight control over was their emotions and personal history. Carson, who had presented the report, had worked with the American for over a decade on multiple missions. The American knew everything about him from his real name to the name of the first girl he dated in elementary school. Yet he knew nothing outside of work about the American, neither his real name nor where he lived, and he had never seen a real emotion from the man. Now, watching his reaction to the report, he wished that was still true. "Has this been verified?" the American asked after regaining his composure. "Yes, and it appears the information is at the least several weeks old," Carson informed the American, who for the second time began to have fire glow through his skin. Throwing the sheet of paper off to one side, the American announced his frustrations. "I told those idiotic fools in Washington this would go wrong." He began to pace quickly from one side of the room to the next. "Eliminating Kim Jong-un, great! Make it look like the Chinese did it, even better. But to give them a real EMP device to detonate over our own country?" The American shook his head back and forth in disbelief. In an attempt to calm himself, the American took in a deep breath and slowly exhaled while looking down at the paper on the floor. Why wouldn't they seize an opportunity like this to attack? He made this a statement more than asking a question. "As you know, little information is coming in from the United States, but as the new information has indicated, it was a 2-prong attack, all along the west coast and along the west bank of the Mississippi River. The military installations in that area had no warning and were effectively devastated by China's new supersonic missile system. We have also had reports come in that the U.S. Navy has suffered a great number of losses from the same system, Carson followed, providing the new intel that had slowly made its way to their small office. Seconds passed as the American stood, staring out the office window overlooking the Chinese capital, before addressing the information Carson had just presented him with. Okay, now we do what we can from here. We need to continue the appearance that everything is going just as it was planned. Our main goal here is sabotage. We hit them wherever we can and for as long as we can. The American once again spoke and acted much like his normal self, even with fire still raging beneath his skin. Where do you want to start? Carson asked, eager to begin the new mission. See what you can find out about the troop buildups and supplies here. I'm going to speak with Chi. After a short drive, he fought not to showing his frustration over being made to sit and wait for Chi to see him. The American struggled internally to control himself. Not since his first days with the agency had his emotions been so hard to control. During that time, he saw just how dangerous they could be, not only to himself but also to the mission. Since those days, he worked at suppressing his emotions and replacing them with other useful abilities, such as situational awareness. At the moment, the skill he had worked on for decades was telling him something big was happening. He worked quickly to take in all the information he could from the happenings of the room around him. An increased number of armed personnel were the first thing he noticed upon entering the building, and since being directed to have a seat, the next was the number of eyes watching him. Normally, no matter where he went, people averted their eyes. Now they did so not directly but through their peripheral vision. The more he sat taking in the world around him, the more red flags appeared. But to those watching him, all they would see was a calm, almost bored-looking American. "He will see you now," the receptionist said in flawless English. Pretending to be startled, the American acted as though she had sneaked up on him as he said, Oh, okay, great." Standing, he brushed the wrinkles from his slacks before signaling to the receptionist he was ready, fully aware that the beautiful woman was not the receptionist she pretended to be. He also understood that, in a place such as this, even the janitors were well-trained agents. It was just how things worked. Much like how his attention was drawn to how gracefully the receptionist walked as she led him to the elevator, everything was formulated to serve a purpose. Pushing the button for the elevator, the receptionist waved her hand, directing him inside when the doors began to open, and at the same time, she tried to draw a name from him. "Here we are, mister." "Yeah, good luck with that, lady. Your walk wasn't that nice," he thought as he simply said, "Thank you," and walked by her to enter the elevator. Stepping inside the empty elevator didn't mean he was alone. From the moment he entered, he figured every device imaginable was listening, scanning, or recording video of him before the doors even closed. Like many times before, he stood in the center staring at the door, giving the impression it was just another visit. Ding. The elevator sounded as it stopped, and the doors opened to a large, mostly empty room on the 4th floor. Stepping from the elevator, he spotted Chi standing close to the window, looking out. "How are things progressing today?" he asked Chi, putting just a touch of interest in the tone he used. Turning his attention from beyond the glass, separating him from the outside to the American, Chi responded, "Progressing nicely, my friend." As Chi spoke, the American noticed a hint of pleasure in the tone. "How can I help you today?" Chi asked as he reached for a cup on his desk that the American could only assume was some type of tea. Noticing many faint behavioral changes in Chi from their countless other interactions, the American decided to use a little of the information he had received from Carson. "I've received reports that China has invaded the United States. A wise move, attacking while the United States has been crippled." While the words passed through his lips, he struggled to not lash out at Chi. "Yes, Command thought it a useful opportunity that should not be wasted," Chi replied, taking a sip from his cup while keeping eye contact with the American. The American could feel something was happening here, but he just could not put his finger on it at the moment. He stood staring at Chi as he took another sip, still not saying anything but letting the long pause linger. While staring at Chi, waiting for him to speak, he used every sense he had to gather more information about his surroundings. With the room being large and for the most part empty, It did not take long. The only thing about the room he had always been curious about was where the door to his left went. Your information is old. That began shortly after our successful mission in North Korea. I do hope your command is happy not to deal with Kim Un any longer, Chi said with a pleased grin on his face. I can't imagine your troops have met with much resistance with communication so disrupted, the American said calmly, hoping to push the conversation forward, leading Chi to believe he really approved of China's action. Chi also studied the American closely as he spoke, just as he had watched the readouts of his body's vitals, X-rays, and videos while he was in the elevator. Oh, they are not all ours. The majority of those we sent were North Koreans. At least the first wave was. They were very unhappy with Americans assassinating their supreme leader. They are truly simple people, Chi said, unable to hold back a short laugh. Well, brainwashing will do that to a person, the American remarked, still holding back his need to strangle the man in front of him. While he spoke, his mind raced in an attempt to formulate a new mission to forward his usefulness to the Chinese. Staying in the loop would be the only way to move freely enough to sabotage the Chinese war machine. Suddenly it came to him. Chi didn't say anything about an attack on South Korea. That could be the opening I need, the American concluded from the information gathered in the short conversation. I have a plan for taking over South Korea with few casualties. The only thing needed would be for me to... Chi cut the American off as soon as he finished taking another sip from his cup. That will not be necessary. That problem has already been concluded. Apparently, the Supreme Leader had a standing order to use atomic truck bombs in Seoul and at Camp Stanley. They may not have been big, but they were effective at killing most of the American and South Korean troops, Chi told the American as he closely watched his reaction to the news. The American stood staring at him, and Chi admired the discipline the man had over his emotions. You see, my friend, we will no longer be working together, Chi said, resting his cup back on the desk. As soon as the words were spoken, the door to his left opened, and two men walked out, both with eyes fixed on the American. The American imagined red flags popping up everywhere, warning him of the threat now closing in. What is this, Chi? He asked forcefully. Chi's face became emotionless and cold as the two men stopped at either side of the American. I think you were very surprised to find that the EMP you supplied to North Korea worked. It was hard for our scientists to find the flaw in the design, but with proper motivation, they did a good job. The American knew there would be no use in replying or asking questions. Now it was just time to see what happened next. Nothing to say, Mr. American? Well, bring him over to the window, Chi ordered the two men, who took the American around the upper arms and walked him over near Chi for him to look out the window. Chi didn't say anything as the men held him near the window. What? Am I supposed to enjoy the view? He asked, looking out at the other buildings in the area, before noticing Chi was looking down to the ground. Following his line of sight to the ground, the American almost gasped at what he saw. Carson and two other agents, all three on their knees, and behind them, soldiers with pistols to the backs of their heads, awaiting orders. Looking over to Chi, the American addressed him in what came close to a pleading tone. Chi, we can work something out. It does not have to play out this way. Oh, but, my American friend, it does. I know all about your plans to conduct sabotage, and this ends it. With the last few words Chi spoke, he turned away from the American and back to the window, where he gave a nod to the men down below. The American's mind raced, trying to figure out how Chi knew what he had just spoken about only hours ago. With the first shot, faintly heard through the thick glass, none of that mattered as he watched his fellow agent pushed forward by the blast of his executioner's pistol. Seconds later, the second pistol fired with the same results. Now kneeling on his knees looking up to him was Carson, a man he felt at times he knew way too much about. But at this moment, he thought he would have liked to know more. With the distance and glass between them, he watched as Carson's face erupted like a volcano of blood and flesh before the sound of the shot registered in his ears. Now he understood what the wait in the lobby was really about. With the execution of the three men complete, Chi turned his attention back to the American. I think it is only right that this American join his comrades down there and see that they are not kept waiting. The American put up no resistance as the two men held tightly to his upper arms, guiding him to the elevator. "Just so you know, it is annoying addressing somebody by where the person is from. Have a good day, American." Chi let out a laugh at his little joke. The American stood staring up the ceiling of the elevator, providing no resistance to the two men leading him to his execution. By taking a breath in and slowly releasing it, then repeating, the American seemed to be making peace with the world around him. At the same time, the two escorting him relaxed, listening to his breathing, something that he noticed just before the elevator went ding, signaling they were at the ground floor. This also acted much like the bell sounding for a fight to begin. Only the men to his left and right were unaware. The American reached up, grabbing the men's ties simultaneously, and stepping back as he pulled down on both, causing their faces to crash together. Reeling from the pain, both men released their grip, only to have the American grab them by the wrists. Using the grip he had on the left man's wrist, he pulled the man's arm down while bringing up his right knee. As his knee made contact with the man's head, it flew back as blood gushed from his nose and his eyes rolled back into his skull. Quickly, the American sent the man to his right back with the same action. The two men lay bleeding and unconscious as the doors fully opened to the lobby where the receptionist stood, pulling the trigger on her pistol. Instinctively moving to one side of the elevator to avoid the shot, he knew he was not successful by the burning sensation coming from his side. But the pain was not enough to keep him from pushing off the wall toward the open door for a Hail Mary at the receptionist. The instant he exited the door, two more flashes came from the end of the receptionist's pistol. With the adrenaline flowing through his veins, he wasn't sure if they struck him or not. He only knew he had to get his hands on her gun. Grabbing the barrel, he felt, heard, and saw the flash of yet another bullet being fired as he twisted it from her hands. Even with his ears ringing with dying frequencies, he could still hear the bones in her fingers break as he twisted them back with the pistol. With the pistol free, he took aim, firing one round into her face, stopping the screams due to the broken bones. Gunshots seemed to come from all directions, and the bullets that had been fired sizzled through the air around him. Doing his best to focus, the American knew from his time here that the front door was the only way out, but he also knew if he ran straight for it, he might as well shoot himself now. Off to the right looked to have the most cover, with its evenly spaced square columns. The American wasn't sure just how many rounds were in the pistol, but he wasn't going to take a chance running out. A man headed toward him from the direction he was going, and with every step he took, he seemed to fire a shot, but none came close. Almost as gracefully as a dancer, the American brought his pistol up, firing one shot and striking the man in the head, killing him instantly. Seeing the man's pistol slide across the floor, he had to fight the urge to retrieve it to avoid exposing himself to even more open space. Forward, he ran to the first column, and then to the next, where he surprised another Chinese agent waiting on the other side with a hot bullet to the chest. Dragging the man behind the column, he searched through his pockets for items to use, namely a keycard because he was all but sure the door was electronically locked by now, along with any ammunition he had. Within seconds, he had what he needed: 2 full pistol magazines, another pistol that he slid into his waistband, and most importantly, the keycard. Now he decided to make a run for the door, and his body seemed to already be in motion before he had decided to go. Firing once, twice, ducking behind a column, firing once again, and closing the last 10 feet to the door, the American prepared the card in his left hand for the scanner. Bullets struck all around as he swiped the card for the 3rd time. Success. The door latch tripped, and while firing 2 more shots, he exited and ran. With every step, he tried to call up more energy from down within himself. He knew it was stupid, but now he had a point to make as he ran in the direction of his fellow agents, faceless on the ground. Running around the last shrub, the American took aim and squeezed the trigger. Once, twice. The slide locked back before he could fire at the last executioner. The man stood confused by what had just happened to the 2 men beside him. That slight hesitation was all the time the American needed to pull the pistol from his waistband and fire, placing the bullet just between his eye and nose. Not seeing any immediate threats in the area, he He slowed down and looked up to the window where Chi was planning on watching his execution. He smiled up at Chi staring down at him, took aim with the pistol, and then fired. Chi didn't move a muscle as the bullet splattered harmlessly on the glass in front of him. He knew the bullet would not penetrate the glass, but it still gave him great satisfaction. Turning his attention back to the bodies of his fallen co-workers, the American stopped next to Carson's body. Looking down at the only person he could even come close to calling a friend, he said softly, "The name's Adam, my friend. Adam." Chapter 6. Never Break. "Carl!" The guard standing just outside the door heard clearly, signaling that the prisoner was once again conscious after hours of enhanced interrogation. With orders not to enter the room, he stood with his back just inches from the block wall and the door to his left. Frequently he glanced down the long hall that once belonged to the elementary school building, filled with children moving from one classroom to the next. Now it had become another FEMA detention center with the large painting of the Rocktown Ranger mascot on the wall in front of him, being the only thing resembling the school it once was. The UN guard standing his post by the door turned his attention quickly to the left as he heard a woman's voice echoing down the hallway. "And check her vitals," he then heard a male voice reply. "Very well, but nothing more. We have strict orders to have no contact with the prisoner." As the two neared, the guard recognized the man speaking as Luciano, a man who everyone knew was captured by the rogue army unit, turned militia, and fought his way out. At least that became the story. The truth would have only seen to Luciano's death, something that Karnak did not want since he had let him go after a conversation over coffee. From the moment Luciano returned, the story began to grow, and with it the trust those in charge of the UN operation had in him. "Stop!" the guard said strongly as Janet, the school's former nurse, reached for the door. "I must check the prisoner's vitals and overall health," Janet stated, pulling back away from the door just a little. "Is Jonathan still in there?" "I have not seen him for most of the day," Luciano asked, knowing he wasn't but unsure just where he was. "No, sir. He received an urgent radio message this morning and ran out," the guard said with a hint of excitement in his voice, due to speaking with Luciano. Hearing the tone in which the guard addressed him, Luciano played on his fame. "Very well. I brought the nurse here to ensure the prisoner didn't expire before she gave us the information I need. We need. I am looking forward to wiping out Karnak and the whole lot of them." Luciano could see the guard hanging on every word. "I am sorry, sir, but I have orders," the guard said somberly, wanting to be of use to a man he admired. But it was the man he feared who won out in his decision. "Let them in!" a voice boomed from feet away. "Welcome back, sir. I hope everything is well," Luciano replied upon hearing Jonathan's voice. "It is not," Jonathan stated to Luciano's remark. "Open the door," he then demanded of the guard, who was already in motion anticipating the order. Luciano and Janet took a step back from the door and the guard, opening up a clear path for the obviously agitated Jonathan to pass. Leaving the door open as he entered, Jonathan walked over, stood directly in front of his former boss, and with a venomous voice said, "Good to see you awake. Ready to begin once more?" Her swollen eye and the dried, crusty blood hanging from her lashes made it difficult to focus. Nevertheless, Angelique knew just who stood in front of her. Adrenaline surged through her veins as her heart raced, and she lunged for him, envisioning pulling his Adam's apple from his neck. A vision was all that would occur because of the doubled-up restraints Jonathan had insisted she be put in. "Well, you seem to be back with us," Jonathan said, feeling his muscles tensing to take a step back when Angelique lunged, even though he knew there was no way she was moving more than the few inches she had. "Nurse, check the prisoner out! I don't want any further delays!" he practically shouted through the open door, where Janet stood staring at a woman she did not recognize from the day before. Quickly she moved in and began her assessment of Angelique. Jonathan watched closely as the nurse cleaned Angelique's wounds, took vitals, and gave her a drink of water. With each minute that ticked away, he anticipated getting started with the interrogation more and more. "Okay, she is not going to need much more than that. Guard, take her away," Jonathan ordered, directing the guard by waving his open hand from the nurse to the door. Quickly, the guard standing just outside the door rushed in to remove the nurse. Luciano thought it was a great opportunity to get inside the room and enter behind the guard. "Stop!" Jonathan demanded, focusing his attention on Luciano, whose story of fighting the militia seemed a little suspect. "Only 2 in the room at once. You understand, right?" Jonathan explained in the form of a question, not caring if it was answered, only that it was followed. "Of course," Luciano replied, as he stopped just inside the room, having seen enough to anger him at the brutality inflicted upon Angelique. Following the instructions, he stepped back into the hallway and waited for Janet to finish as she continued to work, ignoring the guard's prompts. Eager to begin, Jonathan peered down at Angelique with a cold expression. He watched as the nurse tended to one spot and then another, until he finally remarked loudly, "For God's sake, woman, forget the cuts and bruising. Just make sure she will be conscious and won't keel over soon. This isn't a hospital." Janet continued to treat the cut above Angelique's eye, while holding back what she was really feeling at the moment. Though this was not the world Janet was used to, she knew from her medical training that the human body could only sustain so much before permanent damage occurred. She knew the cuts were of little consequence. Her main goal was to postpone the torture for every second she could. "Get on with it," Janet heard Jonathan say from just to her left, as she again fought to stay in control. "She is still non-responsive and barely able to keep her eyes open. What good is it going to do smacking her around at this point?" Janet asked. Studying Angelique, who was bound to the chair, Jonathan replied, "She isn't as far gone as you think." Taking a step closer to Angelique, he asked, "You know where I was this morning?" Jonathan stood still for a second, getting no response from the woman he felt was now his prey. Stepping to the left, he began to pace in front of her and the nurse as he said, "I received a call this morning. Mind you, it wasn't like the good old days of just a few months ago, but it was a radio call nonetheless. It was from a facility northwest of here that had come under attack." Timing the last word to end up directly in front of her, he stopped and leaned slightly over. "This is why you were able to get a good day of rest," he continued, suggesting that she had been fortunate. Once more he paced and spoke after not seeing the slightest reaction from Angelique. "What happened, you ask? Well, that is a good question. One that I wanted answered, so I drove there and found out for myself. And you know what I found? From high on a bluff, I found your boyfriend had been the cause for our separation, my dear. And do you know how I discovered that?" Jonathan could hardly contain his excitement as he came to a stop in front of Angelique, and this time he leaned in inches from her face. "Through a high-power scope before I pulled the trigger, sending a bullet into him. Karnak is dead! No!" Angelique screamed and fought to get her hands around his throat. Time after time she thrust herself forward, only moving mere inches. Jonathan had seen to it that she was bound to the chair in multiple spots, and that the steel chair was bolted to the floor. Pleased with himself, Jonathan laughed as he turned his attention to the nurse, who had pulled back from Angelique, startled by her sudden outburst and also saddened by the news. "You see, she is still full of life." Stressed and overworked with absolutely no pay, Janet lost sight of the world she was now part of and snapped back, "I'm a school nurse, damn it. I put Band-Aids on scrapes and send kids home when they have a fever. Hell, I can't even legally give them aspirin. Also, without any kind of equipment, the only thing I can tell you is that she is strong and would probably—" Janet cut her rant off short in an attempt to compose herself. "She is good," she finished before turning to leave the room without saying anything further or looking at the guard who had come to remove her. Once in the hall with Luciano and out of sight of the man she loathed, her high emotions began to pour out. Attempting to comfort her, Luciano moved to embrace her only to have her take a step back. "What are you doing?" Janet asked with concern in her voice. Puzzled, Luciano replied, "I was simply attempting to comfort you." Looking back to the door and then once again to a confused Luciano, Janet explained her actions in almost a whisper. "No, you are very sweet, but after that outburst, I'm afraid he would use you against me if he saw us. I can't even imagine what would happen if he found out I had a past with Angelique. He would probably kill me like he did Karnak. You must stay clear of me," she added before walking quickly down the hall. Luciano stood still, not believing what Janet had just said. "Karnak is dead?" he repeated to himself. "You're lying," Angelique said through her teeth, refusing to believe what Jonathan had told her. "Whether you want to believe me or not is of no consequence. Either way, he is still dead," Jonathan responded. Angelique fought back tears, not because she didn't want anyone to see her cry, but rather she didn't want him to take any more pleasure in her misery. She thought of how brief the reunion with Karnak had been, and how quickly they found themselves in each other's arms. It was almost as if, during the many years apart, they had unknowingly longed to be united. "I now realize that," Angelique heard Jonathan say before tuning him out and returning to her thoughts. Sadness and despair took her over as she retraced everything leading up to now and how everything had started with going on vacation. Now it all was coming to an end, with the death of her parents in the Chinese invasion of St. Louis, Karnak's recent demise at the hands of the man who had arrested her parents and sent them to St. Louis, and soon with her death by the very same man. Chapter 7. They're here. Staring at the decal in the shape of a red flag with several stars in the upper left-hand corner, Cameron felt the end was near, and it was something that he had not felt before. Not even after being shot in the stomach on the way to the armory after joining his old friend and former boss, Angelique. Nor 15 minutes ago, during the attack by a gang with a railroad tie armored vehicle. Now, after coming to the quick realization that an invasion had occurred, and that he was now standing inches away from the bumper of what was obviously a Chinese armored vehicle, the feeling of the end rushed over him. Looking around for assistance and seeing none, Cameron began to raise his hands up and place them with fingers locked behind his head. While doing so, he imagined how big the force at the front gate must be for nobody to be firing. Though the engine idling just feet in front of him was loud, he was sure no shots were being fired. Just around the left side of the truck, he spotted movement coming from the direction of the front gate. "Sergeant Smith," he said to himself, watching the man walking over with his rifle at the low ready. Walking as if the armory had not been invaded by the Chinese soldiers who sat in front of him, where they had stopped just feet away only after destroying those who had been attacking the armory. Looking up to the driver's side, Cameron mumbled, "What the—" He quickly noticed the man behind the wheel was black. "Is he Chinese?" he thought, turning his attention to the passenger side. "Todd?" Cameron asked, noticing that the two men in the truck were now laughing and pointing at him. Dropping his hands quickly to his side, Cameron was not upset that he was being laughed at, but he was confused and relieved that he had been wrong about a Chinese invasion. Climbing over the sandbags to the passenger side, Cameron met Todd as he climbed out of the transport and stretched out his hand to greet him. "Todd?" Cameron asked, a little unsure since he had only just met him before getting shot the last time. Todd wasted no time shaking Cameron's hand. "Good to see you up and about," Todd said with a slight smile on his face. With the greeting finished, Cameron wanted to move the conversation forward before the teasing began, and from expression on Todd's face, he could tell he was thinking up something good. Cameron already knew his first question was going to be, "Where the hell did you get this beast?" But before Todd could reply, they heard another voice. "Where did you get this beautiful machine?" Sergeant Smith asked Ken, who had just jumped down from the rear of the transport, where he had been manning the Chinese equivalent of the M2 50 caliber machine gun. The W-85 HMG, firing a 12.7 millimeter bullet, ripped through the wooden armor the invaders had wrapped around their vans like they had only used popsicle sticks. Cameron turned his attention from Todd to the conversation taking place near the rear of the transport, and then quickly walked over to greet his former squad leader when they were with Homeland Security. "Hey, man!" Cameron called out to Ken before he could answer Smith. Surprised to see Cameron on his feet, Ken reached out with his right hand and took Cameron's, pulling him in close while they gave each other a pat on the back. Cameron's condition had been touch and go when he, Todd, and Angelique had left for St. Louis. "You at 100%, buddy?" Ken asked, still amazed to see Cameron up and about. "Hey, I don't want to cut this love fest short, but I need some answers. Starting with, where did you get this, and who is this guy?" Smith interrupted, noticing Gabe coming around the rear of the transport from the driver's side. "Staff Sergeant Gabriel Michaels," Gabe announced, walking over to shake hands after hearing Smith ask the question. With a surprised look on his face, Smith asked, "You from St. Louis, Gabe?" "Yeah, Gabe here saved our collective asses out there," Todd said, walking over and placing a hand on Gabe's shoulder, an action that made Ken wonder what the hell Todd had against him, since it was difficult for him to even get the man to carry on a conversation. At that point, curiosity overruled all other questions as Smith then asked, "You have a son named Darian?" Before Gabe answered, Smith knew the answer by the somber look upon his face. "Yes. That is how I came across your men here. I was searching St. Louis the best I could," Gabe replied, believing he would not see his son again. With a smile on his face, Smith looked at Gabe and said, "Man, do I have a surprise for you?" Then with all the power of his voice, he called out, "Darian, front and center!" Instantly, Gabe stood taller as excitement overtook him. "My boy is here?" he asked, looking from one area of the armory to another. Smith knew there was no need to call for Darian again, but he felt the need to inform Gabe of what his son had done. "Gabe, we are here because of him. Had it not been for your son, we would all be locked up in St. Louis." Filling with pride to hear what his son had done, Gabe's emotions turned to despair at the thought of St. Louis as he remarked, "No, you would be dead in prison. St. Louis has been destroyed." Before Smith could ask what Gabe was talking about, he heard Darian call out from a distance, "Moving, Sergeant!" Hearing his son's voice, Gabe turned to the direction it was shouted from and began running, leaving the group. "Okay, what the hell is going on? What did he mean St. Louis was destroyed?" Smith demanded to know, bringing his attention to those standing before him. "The Chinese have invaded and are in control of St. Louis," Todd said. Shaking his head slightly, Smith continued, "And that is why you are now driving a Chinese troop transport with the flag spray-painted? Fine. Now where is Angelique? She's still in St. Louis?" Ken and Todd looked at each other. Then Ken said, "No. She was taken by Jonathan when we were at what was left of Fort Leonard Wood." "What was left of Fort Leonard Wood? Okay, we need to take this inside, and you can start from the beginning," Smith suggested, confused by what he was hearing. Looking over to where Gabe and his son stood, Smith shouted, "Darian, run this transport down to Marks's men, and Gabe, if you would, Colonel Marks and I would like to debrief you inside." "That is fascinating," Marks commented after the men finished telling the story of their last few days. "Colonel, we must prepare for a Chinese attack. I think it is safe to say, since they are in St. Louis, that they are definitely already on the West Coast," Todd said, following up. Taking in all the information he'd been given, Marks agreed with Todd's assessment and called, "Runner!" A tall, slender man entered the room, and by the way he entered without using proper military procedure, it was easy to tell that he was a civilian who had joined the militia. Passing by the others in the room, the man stopped just in front of the desk. Marks sat behind and waited for his orders. Though Marks thought of correcting the man's entry, he felt there would be a better time. "Take one other person with you and deliver a message to the tunnels." "Sure thing, sir," the runner replied, causing Marks to start dreaming of the days of military discipline. Chinese have invaded, possible attack at any time, need inventory list, and also, never mind, I will write it down. Come back after you have your horse ready and another rider. Dismissed. Marks knew the information was too important not to be passed on word for word, and as he spoke, he quickly realized it was going to be more than the rider could remember. Make a hole. The colonel turned his attention from the rider to the open office door, where somebody was calling for people to get out of their way. Marks knew if somebody was making such demands just down the hallway, they were coming to bring him information. Suddenly a soldier appeared in the doorway at attention. Sir. Marks felt like saying, now that is how you enter my office, but instead he said, What is it, soldier? Commander Karnak is back, sir, the soldier replied. Commander Karnak? Ken and Todd both repeated. Yes, and his timing could not have been better, Mark stated as he began making his way to the door. Just before exiting the office, he looked back. Sergeant Smith, can you get the information typed up for the rider? Looking up from the paper he was writing on, Smith replied, Already on it, sir. Standing on the walkway of the front entrance, Marks and the group of men who had followed him stood watching Karnak approach the front gate. Marks was pleased to see the vehicle he and his men had built survive the attack, but he was concerned that there were not others following. Where are the others? Marks asked the man who had brought him the information of Karnak's return. Sir, that was the only one I spotted on the highway before I rushed back here to report, the soldier stated, as every man watched Karnak exit the truck and walk over to the soldiers manning the checkpoint. From Marks's vantage point on the hill, it looked as though Karnak turned and ran back to the truck just as soon as he made contact. Looks like he knows you are back, Cameron said, taking a guess as to why Karnak returned to the truck so quickly. Nervously, Ken and Todd watched as Karnak drove the vehicle up the drive and directly over to where the men stood watching. The monstrous sight of the truck made the situation that much more charged as the beast came to a stop on the concrete sidewalk at the bottom of the steps. With the truck still rocking back and forth from the sudden stop, it looked as though the machine was thinking about launching itself up to the top where they stood. Karnak's feet hit the ground, and he turned away from those waiting at the top of the steps. With his rifle held firmly in his right hand, he looked around and then waved his left in the air. The men at the top wondered just who he was waving at until they saw the figure of a man stand and begin to run down the road toward the front gate. Don't worry, it's Robert. We saw smoke from the highway and didn't know if you were under attack, Karnak informed Marks, while looking over at the smoldering pile of twisted metal left from the earlier attack, unconcerned with what had happened, just wanting to know that everything was secure. Karnak faced Todd and Ken as they started down the stairs toward him. You two fit to fight? Karnak asked the two men, and then he turned to Kate, who had exited the truck behind him. Before the two men could answer, Karnak addressed Kate. We leave in 10 mics. Grab extra ammunition and top the tanks off. Yes, listen, there is something we have to tell you, Karnak, Ken said, attempting to get Karnak's attention. Karnak looked directly into Ken's eyes and asked, Are you coming with us to get her or not? Both men were surprised he knew she was gone, much less where she was being held. With his rifle hanging by its strap from his shoulder, Todd patted the H&K pistol on his side. Just need to top off my magazines and we're ready to roll, Commander, he added, knowing a fellow non-commissioned officer would hate the sound of being called Commander. Ken didn't care what title anyone used, but he was very curious as to how Karnak knew so much. Have you already been briefed about our last few days? Before Karnak could reply, Mark said, Karnak, we need to brief you on what has occurred. I know you want to charge off and bring Angelique back. I also know you are going to do just that, but a great deal more has happened than her capture. Marks had earned Karnak's respect from the first day they met, and when he spoke, Karnak listened. If it is about whatever this is, it can wait until we return. You seem to have it under control, Karnak told Marks, while pointing over to the remains of the earlier attack. Shaking his head side to side, Marks waved his hand in the air as if he were pushing the smoldering pile away. That was nothing. What you do need to know is that it seems all major military bases have been destroyed, and the Chinese have established a beachhead in St. Louis. The men waited intently for Karnik's reaction to the information. The severity of the information was high, and all of them had seen those in leadership positions go off the rails after receiving news that did not even come close to what Karnik had just been told. I expected that. Not the St. Louis part, but a Chinese invasion, yes, Karnik replied calmly after thinking about it for only a few seconds. Cameron frowned and said disappointingly, "Well, that was anticlimactic. Well, I knew either the Chinese or the Russians were about the only country that could have hit us with an EMP. So naturally, whoever did would invade," Karnik finished addressing Cameron's remark and turned his attention to Marks. "I am assuming you already sent a rider to the tunnels?" Karnik asked. Marks replied, "He and another rider should be on their way as we speak. We're going to need numbers. Send riders north, south, and west. Have them tell everyone they see who is able to fight that they can come start here." Karnik stopped to think as a plan already began forming in his mind. Marks signaled for a runner while Karnik was talking. He understood there would be no time to waste and wanted to get things rolling ASAP. Karnik indeed had a plan brewing, and while he spoke, Marks quickly understood what it was. "Marks, have your men find boats, any that are operational, motor or not. Also see if there are any barges upriver." "Anything else?" Marks asked, knowing Karnik was going to be heading out at any second. "No," Karnik answered, and then he turned his focus to Todd and Ken. "Be ready to move out in 5 mics. "You are not leaving me behind," Gabe announced, stepping forward. "Fine, load up," Karnik said to the man he had never seen before. Looking at the locomotive-style vehicle Karnik indicated, Gabe felt he had to make a suggestion. "We need to get there fast, and your ride has to be slow. We brought one in more suited to the mission at hand." Gabe pointed down the hill to the garage where the transport they had come in was being refueled. "Agreed. Todd up front with me. Rest in the rear. We leave in 5, Karnik ordered. Chapter 8. Friendless. Walking around the courtyard of the camp located in FEMA Region 7, Jim watched as people moved from one building to the next, as if it were just another day. While doing so, he wondered how they were not outraged over being forced into such a prison-style environment. He had heard his mother talk at length about the FEMA facilities, which was yet another time Jim wished he had listened rather than writing her off as a conspiracy theorist. Now that he was standing inside the camp, staring at the large concrete buildings and razor wire atop 2 rows of fencing, he understood the few comments he remembered his mother making. "Jimmy, if they built them in case of an emergency, how did they know where they would be needed?" Jim remembered his mother saying this, but the one question he remembered most at the moment was her asking, "Jimmy, if those places are there to help free people, why do they have guard towers and fences to keep people from leaving?" "I hear you, Mom," Jim whispered to himself, replying to the questions his mother had asked long ago, as he continued his walk around the camp feeling the sorrow of her death once again. "Jim!" Jim kept walking, gradually turning away from the direction he had heard the voice, determined not to make any friends ever again. Since his group had been escorted to their building and the beds they were assigned to, Jim had done his best to avoid Kevin, who was now calling his name. "Jim, over here, man!" Stepping a little faster, Jim picked up speed, but not enough to appear like he was trying to get away from Kevin. Jim did not want to hurt the big man's feelings, but at the same time he didn't want to become close to anyone else. Walking briskly, Jim headed into a large group where people had gathered between 2 of the large residential buildings, thinking it would be a great way to lose Kevin. Pushing through those gathered became more difficult the farther in he ventured. After his 100th, "Excuse me," Jim began to feel he had made a mistake, a feeling that was confirmed in his mind when he broke through to an open space in the center. There he found the reason for the gathering as he came face to face with the speaker. "Dawn?" Jim asked, surprised to see the girl from the bus. "People, this is the guy I was telling you about. Jim," Dawn announced to her gathering. Jim began to look for a way out, but only found that the people had packed in even closer once he had made his way through. Dawn moved alongside Jim and placed her arm across his shoulders, pulling him next to her. "I didn't think Kevin would be able to find you so quick," she said only to Jim. "Great. I ran right where they wanted me." Jim wanted to scream, but only stood silently searching for a way out. Looking around at the crowd of people, he could tell they were starving for information and hung on every word Dawn had to say. Jim figured her to be a little older than himself, and noticed that even those in the group twice her age listened as she spoke with the voice and strength of a true leader. "This is the man I told you about. He and his friend rode into our town only to be attacked by those who say they have come to help us. That somehow this is for our safety," Dawn said, pointing up to the building and the rest of their surroundings. "How are we not safe in our own homes, in our own town? Now, I am not saying to storm the gates. That would only get many injured or killed. What we must do is watch out for each other and prepare for whatever happens next. Now, I know you are waiting to hear from Jim, so I will shut my trap and let him speak." "What?" Jim almost shouted, and then attempted to pull away from Dawn only to have her pull him in tighter. "It's okay, Jim. Tell everyone here about what is happening on the West Coast," Dawn said in a soothing voice. "Damn, you're good," Jim thought, as he felt the need to break the pact he made with himself to keep his mouth shut, since his last few attempts to warn people had failed. The seconds ticked by as Jim battled his thoughts. Noticing the difficulty Jim was having, Dawn thought it best to help get him started. "What Jim has tried to warn the people running this place about is the fact that our country has been invaded," Dawn said as all those gathered around gasped in surprise, collectively loud enough to drown out everything around. With her statement, the battle taking place in Jim's mind was over. "Yes, I am from California. The power did not go out from a solar flare or any other natural event. It was obviously an attack, and the Chinese are heading this way," Jim said loudly, something that he could see bothered Dawn as she motioned with her hand for him to lower his volume. Following her advice, Jim began speaking only loud enough for the majority of the group to hear, and this time he spoke clearly. "I watched as they bombed city after city. I watched as many died when bombs fell on their homes with them inside, too scared to venture out. I watched as helicopters used their guns to fire on streets full of people. I watched as my closest friends died beside me." Jim lowered his head as he fought back the tears, and the crowd remained silent, overwhelmed by what they had just heard. Believing that Jim had said enough, and that he needed time to recover from the memory, Dawn once again began to speak. "You heard, Jim. We are under attack by a foreign power. The Chinese have declared war on us. What is our government doing about it? Locking us up so that we cannot defend ourselves. But that is just what we are going to do. Keep each other informed, gather what weapons you can, and watch out for one another. Go and spread what you have learned to others." Dawn turned her attention away from the group and focused on Jim, signaling with her body language that she had nothing more to share with them. "They needed to hear that," Dawn informed Jim. "There has to be more we can do besides just talk," Jim replied, forgetting he was trying to avoid making any connections with new people. "Jim, what you just told those people is going to change how they see this place. From my last count, at any one time, there are only a few dozen guards and thousands of us. When the time is right, you will see things happen. Come with me. I have something to show you," Dawn said, taking Jim by the hand and leading him through the crowd. Once back in the yard, Jim heard his name called out once again. "Jim!" Recognizing the voice as Kevin's, this time instead of avoiding him, Jim stopped, pulling free of Dawn's hand and said, "I'll be right behind you," he told her as he turned in the direction he had heard his name. While he waited, he kept an eye on the direction Dawn was walking, thankful Kevin was close, so she had not gone far. Glad you heard me this time. I really didn't want to bring attention to myself by calling your name louder than I did, Kevin informed Jim as he began walking beside him. Jim replied, Yeah, I must have been daydreaming. You know where she is heading? Kevin asked, surprising Jim, since he could barely see Dawn at this point. Shrugging his shoulders, Jim replied, I don't know. She wanted to show me something, so I'm following her. Oh, it's probably the secret hole they are digging into one of the buildings, though I don't know why. I would think you would want to dig out of here, not in deeper. What is your opinion, Jim? Secret hole? You're helping her? Jim asked as they continued to follow Dawn. Oh no, I am just good at noticing things. Take the guards, for instance. They are on a 12-hour rotation, with 6 hours in between shifts. 12 on, 6 off, Kevin explained. Looking up at the large man with a surprised expression, Jim asked, How do you know that? We have only been here for 2 days. No clue. They say it has something to do with the way my brain senses patterns, Kevin said, like it was no big deal to him. Jokingly, Jim asked, Didn't happen to find a key to the front door, did you? He began laughing at the thought. No, but I can tell you from the smudge prints on the keypad that somebody is most likely using the pin 2000. For some reason, people feel that as long as they avoid using one for the first number for their pin, it is a strong 4-digit code, Kevin said, understanding full well the importance of the information. What? Jim said, unable to control the volume of his own voice as he froze in place. Grabbing Jim by the arm, Kevin pulled him along, saying, Quiet, man. Outbursts like that will get you noticed, and that is the last thing we need. But you just told me. Stop talking, man, Kevin ordered. Taking heed, the two walked along in silence, following Dawn. With every step, Jim desperately wanted to find out what other surprising information Kevin had learned about the place, but he did not dare ask. She's gone, Kevin stated, losing sight of Dawn. Deep in thought, Jim had forgotten what they were even doing. Instead of focusing on Dawn, he was just following Kevin, and now she was gone. I thought you were watching her. Just use your magic and find her, Jim said, partly joking and partly serious. It doesn't work like that, Kevin said, looking around for signs of where she might have gone. Okay, Kevin, where did you last see her? Pointing, Kevin replied, Over next to that group of people watching the kids playing soccer. The two of them watched the group cheer the children on with no signs of Dawn. Suddenly, someone from behind them asked, What are you looking for, boys? Turning toward each other, Kevin looked down at Jim as he looked up at Kevin. Found her, the one said to the other. How did you get behind us? Jim asked Dawn. Dad took me hunting all the time, and I had to learn how to get around without being seen. Dawn answered with a smile on her face, pleased with her skills of moving around without being seen. You two ready to keep up with me? Kevin, you should also see this. Shit. I picked up 2 friends, Jim thought before answering. Yes, how about you show us this hole you're digging, Jim said, hoping that Kevin would not mind that he used his information and at the same time showing off. By the expression on her face, it was not hard to tell that his information was good, or that Dawn was surprised to hear what he knew. Quiet, Dawn responded, pulling him off to one side. Once the 3 were as isolated as they could be in a heavily populated prison, she said softly, Yes, that is where I am taking you. Later you will have to tell me how you knew about it. For now, I am going to just show you. When Dawn finished speaking, she used the heel of her foot to kick the foundation of the building behind her. Jim heard a thud and looked down to see an opening appear. When I say go, drop and move inside quickly. Dawn watched as people walked over and causally gathered around them. Jim remembered seeing many of the people at the meeting earlier. Go! Go! Dawn said quickly. Jim dropped on the first sound uttered. First Jim, then Kevin, who due to his size took a little longer, and finally Dawn entered, allowing the group of people to dissipate as she placed the cover back over the hole. So this is the hole? A hole under a building? Jim asked, unimpressed. No, follow me, Dawn replied sharply. They moved slowly on hands and knees with very little clearance between their backs and the floor above. Moving in such a cramped space with little light creeping through vents along the foundation, the 40 feet to the other side seemed endless. Nearing the concrete foundation, Jim felt the dirt underneath his hands change in texture from a gravelly filing to powder. "We're here. Gather around," Dawn said softly, to prevent her voice from echoing through the void. With her eyes adjusted to the darkness, Dawn watched the other two attempt to move around to a more comfortable position. While doing so, she had a difficult time controlling her laughter each time she heard a thud followed with a moan as they bumped their heads on the floor above. Once the two had finished moving and rubbing their heads, Dawn began. "The reason I brought you here is that just on the other side of this concrete is the basement of the adjoining building. A basement used to hold anyone deemed a threat. We're going to free them and take control of the camp." "How did Kevin end up with us? His size alone should have caused him to be considered a threat," Jim asked, having felt intimidated by Kevin's size from the first time he met him. "Because Kevin is only 15, Dawn said, surprised Jim had not figured that out by now. Twisting in surprise at the new information, Jim bumped his head once more on the joist above. "Damn it," he said again as he rubbed the fresh bump and then added, 15? Really?" Kevin raised his shoulders, not realizing that Jim couldn't see his gesture, but that didn't matter, because Jim was already asking another question. "How the hell did you get so big?" This time Kevin answered, "Oh, I am not. I am the runt of my family." "Hey, that isn't the point of all this," Dawn angrily whispered. Cautiously turning to avoid another bump, Jim focused his attention back to why they were underneath the building. Sensing she had their attention once again, Dawn continued, "We are almost through and ready to move forward. Once we bust through, we have no choice but to begin taking the facility." Unable to believe what he was hearing, Jim had many questions. "Wait, what? We have only been here for a few days, and you have already hatched this plan and dug through 2 feet of concrete?" Dawn responded, "Don't be absurd. Of course not. I was brought into this because those who have been working on it for the last few weeks trusted me. I knew Kevin from school, and well, I figured after what happened in town with your friend, you would want payback." With his vision adjusting to the darkness, Jim was able to see that the ground he sat on was brighter than the rest of the area. He also could see the large hole that had been dug into the concrete. Suddenly he figured out why the texture of the ground changed as he had been crawling. After thinking about the plan for a few seconds, while he was running his fingers through the fine powder lying on the ground, Jim asked, "How do you know they will fight once you break through?" "We communicate with them through the hole. Weeks ago, a small hole was made to see what was inside. The hole was started in hopes of entering the weapons locker. Since then, they take turns at standing in front of the hole so that it isn't discovered. These guys want out to fight," Dawn explained. "When does it all begin?" Kevin asked. He could hear the sadness in Dawn's voice as she answered, "After we find a way inside the main building where the weapons are located. So far it has been impossible, and the men inside that prison are only becoming weaker." "We have a way in!" Jim blurted out with excitement. Grabbing Jim by the arm, Kevin asked as he pulled him closer, "What are you doing?" Before he could answer, Dawn asked excitedly, "What do you mean you have a way in?" Without addressing Kevin's question, Jim replied to Dawn's, "Kevin here knows the code." "How?" she asked, unaware her voice had risen in volume. "It is only an 82% probability," Kevin replied, notably bothered by being put in such a position. From the other side of the wall, a voice said, "That's good enough for us." "Who was that?" Jim asked, startled by the sudden sound of a new voice. "That is our guy organizing the men on the inside of the room. Used to work for the FBI in Texas. Said his name is Sam." Chapter 9. Breaking Away. Sierra sat next to the body bag containing Carlos as Bellamy's semi traveled down the tunnels. Sierra thought of how, even with the intense situation, when they met back at her family's ranch, she still felt the kindness and the hulk of a man. With each memory of him, Sierra wondered how she would have made it up until now, without losing touch with her humanity, had it not been for his guidance. Even now she could feel the world becoming colder with every fading memory. Occasionally, light flickered through bullet holes in the side of the trailer, reminding her of the others in body bags taking the same ride as Carlos. It was then, with the dead as her witness, she swore to swiftly bring judgment upon those who would do harm to others at any cost, and to never forget Carlos. Slowly, Sierra unzipped the bag, and as the light rushed into the trailer, it seemed to slow as it reached his face. Sierra felt a tear forming in the corner of her eye just before it raced down her cheek. Almost as if the tear itself felt the agony of her loss, it leaped from her face and landed on Carlos's cheek with a glimmer from the flashing of light. Shocked by the tear, Sierra quickly wiped her face and then unzipped the bag a little more. Pulling the bag to one side, revealing the pocket on his sleeve, Sierra opened it, reached in, and pulled out the object inside. Light glistened off the metal as she read the writing encircling the star in the center. Texas Ranger. I will bring this back to you, my dearest friend, when the job is done. Feeling a slight change in the air pressure, Becker's ears began to perk up, knowing it could only mean one thing this far underground: company. Since being placed in charge by Karnik to inventory the vast storage facility, Becker had known this moment would come. It was only a matter of time before somebody came to find out why they were not getting their supplies, and as his ears began to pick up the light roar of a motor, he knew the time was now. "Get ready!" Sergeant Becker called out to the men as he tried to remain calm. Setting down the clipboard in his hand and picking up his M4 rifle, Becker took a look around. All around him, soldiers followed his order and prepared to defend what they had acquired earlier in the week. As Becker watched them, he thought to himself, "Thank God they know what to do and where to be." Within 60 seconds, soldiers had settled into their fighting positions just as planned. Seeing that everything was ready, Becker thought, for the first time since taking charge of the tunnel, about where he needed to go, as he did everything he could to appear to be right where he should be. Standing on the walkway of the shipping dock, he could hear the roaring of the approaching vehicle increase as the answer of where to be occurred to him: in the tunnel. Jumping down from the safety of the high ledge, Becker began walking with his head held high and rifle casually dangling from under his arm. Walking directly down the center line of the tunnel toward what remained of the tank, Bellamy had crashed through the main door. Becker wondered if his John Wayne impression helped with building the confidence of the men around him. Nearing the tank, Becker began to see the top portion of the truck as it began its climb back up from the underground highway system. Hearing his heart beating in his ears as it picked up in pressure and beats, Becker looked around slowly to see if anyone else could also hear it. Satisfied that he was the only person who could, he turned and focused all his attention on the approaching truck. Stopping a few feet behind a soldier using the tank for cover, Becker looked up to the machine gunner, who had created a nest in the open hole where the turret of the tank had once been. All around him, sandbags had been stacked, leaving only a 6-inch slit for the barrel to fire through facing down the tunnel. Wondering if he should say something, he looked around at the soldiers peering down their rifle sights. Suddenly it came to him. "Nobody fires unless I give the order or we are fired upon. Is that clear?" "Roger," each soldier replied without removing attention from the truck that grew in size with every second that passed. "Sergeant Becker," he heard a voice call from behind him. Looking back over his shoulder, Becker replied, "What is it?" "2 riders are approaching, Sergeant." Becker raised his hand to signal he had heard as the image of an old western crossed his thoughts, and letting out a slight laugh, he mumbled, "Riders approaching." Thankful for the seconds of distraction, Becker turned his attention back to the semi-truck that was now within firing range. Hearing one rifle after another switch to fire when ready, he reminded the soldiers, "Nobody fires until I give the command." Bringing his rifle up to his shoulder, Becker knew the time for appearing calm and casual had passed. Now it was time to be ready, and prepared to defend. Closely, he watched for any action perceived as threatening, and now that it was almost upon them, he fought the urge to switch the selector from safe to fire. "Wait," Becker said, barely loud enough to hear himself. Pulling the rifle tight into his shoulder and resting his cheek on the buttstock, Becker got a closer look at the semi-truck through the 4-power magnification of the ACOG. There, across the front, where little chrome letters once spelled out the make of the truck, it now read in fluorescent red paint, "Bellamy's Ride." "Hold! Hold! It's ours! Hold!" Becker ordered, relieved they would not have to fight off an attack. At a fast pace, he began moving from one soldier to the next, making sure they knew he had given the command not to fire, and that all was safe, tapping them on the shoulder, saying, "Prepare to move. Don't make that old bastard get down out of that truck to move this hunk of shit." "Sergeant!" The tank engine came to life, drowning out whatever followed, though Becker was sure they were hollering for him. Looking back, he could see a soldier waving for him, standing by 2 others sitting atop horses. Well, I guess it is time to see what they want, he thought before ordering. "Make sure this area is secured and have Bellamy parked near my office. I want to know if the mission was a success the same as you." Relieved with the way things had gone, Becker slung his rifle over his shoulder and began the long walk to the riders. Unwilling to wait, both riders galloped toward Becker, who was still enjoying the idea that there would not be a firefight, and he could get back to inventorying the units. "Shit," Becker said, hearing the huffs of the horses echoing as they ran, swearing it sounded as if they were saying, "Bad news, bad news, bad news," as they clattered on the pavement. "Sir," a slender man called out from atop a horse, holding an envelope high for him to see. Becker shook his head side to side. "Sergeant," he replied back. "What was that, sir?" the rider asked, stopping feet away and still holding the envelope. "I said it's Sergeant!" Becker stated, much louder than before. With confusion on his face, the rider said, "Sorry, sir," while releasing the envelope to Becker, who saw no need in attempting to correct him again. Quickly, Becker opened it, pulled out the single sheet of paper held inside, and began to read. While reading the contents of the envelope for the second time, Becker listened as the tank motor revved and its tracks clinked and clanked, moving to one side while the semi-truck passed. Reaching the end of the page at the same time as the tank had finished returning to its spot as a barricade in the middle of the road, Becker looked up with all color drained from his face. "We have been invaded?" Becker asked in disbelief. "Sergeant Becker," a concerned voice came to him from the direction of the semi-truck. Looking over, Becker recognized the soldier from the barricade, and after looking at his name tag, he addressed him. "What is it, Specialist Johnson?" With a sad voice, Johnson replied, "Sir, it's Bellamy." Becker thought back to when Bellamy had driven the tank through the outer door of the tunnels during the attack, but mostly of how Bellamy hollered with excitement. Then he remembered how scared he was when the turret vanished from above his head. "Johnson, what is it? The grumpy bastard fall?" Becker asked, thankful for the distraction of what he had just learned. Hearing his name barked out, he realized he had become lost in thought. "Sorry, Sergeant, but Bellamy is dead," Johnson said grimly. Becker's first thought was that the old soldier's heart must have given out, but after looking over to the truck with its countless bullet holes, the thought faded fast. "Sergeant, I spoke with the driver, and he said they are carrying the dead from the mission, totaling 56 in all, counting the Texas Ranger," Johnson reported. "Damn it. Okay, let them on through and make sure they do not have a problem clearing the damaged door at the entrance. One last thing, inform the men up there to be on their toes. The armory was attacked by some gang using wooden armor vans. Oh, and we have been invaded by China, so keep an eye out for that. That is all," Becker said, feeling a little overwhelmed. Not quite grasping what Becker had just said, Johnson responded, "We have been invaded by China? We have to deal with those assholes now?" "Yes. Now focus on getting these soldiers laid to rest." Removing the rubber coating from a piece of wire that once operated the lights inside the trailer, Sierra twisted the copper strands between her fingers, binding them together. Satisfied that it was as tight as it would go, she placed it on Carlos's chest as though he was helping with her project. Next, Sierra removed the leather holster from around her waist, and with the tip of the knife from her pocket, she began drilling 2 holes marked by 2 scratch marks. Satisfied they were sufficient, Sierra picked up the copper strand and fished it through the holes, followed by the pin on the back of Carlos's ranger badge. With the pin through the hole and locked into the clasp, she pressed through the second hole. Sierra used the copper wire to make it a little more secure. Once finished, she looked up. "Carter," she addressed the only other living person. "Yeah?" Carter replied. "Are we close?" Sierra asked, running her hand across Carlos's cold cheek for the last time, before slowly zipping the body bag up once again. Carter had been watching for landmarks ever since leaving the tunnels and knew exactly where they were. It had been easy to figure out after seeing the destroyed UN vehicles covered with bullet holes alongside the highway. "The exit for the armory is just ahead," Carter said loud enough for his voice to carry over the sound of air rushing through the bullet holes. Sierra didn't reply with thanks or give any other sign she had heard, so Carter took the fact that she did not have her pistol in his face as a sign that she must have. Rising to her feet with her back against the wall of the trailer for support, Sierra worked the holster belt back around her waist. Pulling the 2 ends together, running one end through the metal buckle, she pulled it tight around her waist. Bending slightly over to her left leg, she took hold of the 2 leather straps hanging from the bottom of the holster, pulling them tight around her leg and tying them together just to the inside of her thigh. Swinging over to her right, Sierra stared at the Texas Ranger badge she had just fastened to her belt, while she secured the right side around her leg the same as the left. "We're there," Carter informed her, timing it just seconds before the driver began slowing down for the front gate checkpoint. Once stopped, Sierra and Carter could clearly hear the voices of soldiers as they came around to the rear of the trailer. "What? They got Carlos?" Sierra heard right before the doors opened to a surprised Sergeant Smith. Smith stood there looking up at Sierra in the back of the trailer, unable to form words or even a grunt. Smith knew how close the two had been and just how insensitive his comment sounded. As he searched for the words to say, his eyes focused on the badge shining from her belt. Knowing there was no use in apologizing, Smith pointed at the badge. "I have some shoe polish that will keep the shine from attracting the enemy, if you would like to try it." "No. I'll just kill him first," Sierra said coldly. Though Smith found her to be one of the most competent women he had ever laid eyes on, he could not shake the feeling that she wanted to kill him for suggesting dulling the shine. Without saying another word, Smith closed the trailer doors and then signaled for his men to let the truck through. With the doors closed, Carter looked over to Sierra, feeling as if he had to say something. You know, everyone knew and loved the man. I didn't know him but a day, and his gigantic chuckle echoing like a siren was the first thing I liked about him. If I wanted to know where he was, I didn't look for him. I listened for his laugh, Sierra said, remembering the last time she heard his laugh. Slowly, the truck rolled forward, heading down the long drive to the new cemetery at the highest point of the hill. Through bullet holes, Sierra saw movement behind the semi and leaned forward, placing her forearm just above one of the holes to steady herself as she got a better look. Gathering in the road and walking along as the semi moved up the hill were at least 50 people, with others coming from all sides to join them. Sierra fought to push back the emotions bubbling up inside her, and without realizing it, she slid her thumb to rest just behind Carlos's badge. With her fingers moving side to side over the surface of the badge, she pictured the first day she had met Carlos, and how strong the feeling was that he was a good man. Now, looking through the bullet hole at those who gathered to bury the dead, she felt she was looking out over a crowd of good men and women. Once at the top with the doors of the trailer opened, Sierra looked over to Carter and spoke calmly, as if she was trying not to wake the dead. "Get us something to dig with. I'm going to claim a spot for him." Jumping down from the trailer, Sierra knew just where she thought Carlos would want to be, overlooking the Missouri River. He had often commented to her how beautiful it was, and no matter how bad things were getting in the world, the water still flowed, making peaceful, soothing sounds downstream. Now she stood overlooking the river on the spot her dearest friend would rest for eternity. "I found a pick and shovel," Carter said softly as he drove the shovel into the ground, keeping the pick at the ready. "Anywhere here will do," Sierra replied, not taking her eyes off the river. With Carlos laid to rest and her brother Robert off on another mission, nothing was going to stop Sierra from moving forward with her plans. Sierra stood under the shower head protruding from the bottom of a barrel above her. Pulling down on a rope released the water from the barrel above. Sierra did her best to relax and let the events of the day wash away from her goosebumps-covered body as the lukewarm water raced to her feet. Sierra looked up and concentrated only on the water as it covered her face and gathered in her thick brown hair, causing it to gently pull on her scalp. Taking a relaxing, deep breath in, Sierra tilted her head down toward her feet, releasing the breath slowly. The feeling of relaxation quickly vanished as she opened her eyes and saw the red tint of water as it ran from her hair and over her breasts. Once again she was filled with anger, realizing the red was Carlos's blood that had dried in her hair. Releasing the rope to the on-off valve above, Sierra grabbed her clothes and quickly dressed, not in the military uniform she had worn, but her own. Watching Sierra coming toward him from down the corridor with Carter close behind, Sergeant Burns could not help admiring her beauty. He pictured her going to a square dance due to her tight jeans tucked into cowboy boots, and then there was her white and red checkered flannel shirt, half-buttoned with a white tank top underneath. It was not the way she pulled her hair through the old ball cap or the shirt he liked the most, but the way she tied it in the front, slightly exposing her tight abs. Though Burns thought her very attractive, the closer she came, the bigger the pistols looked on each hip. Walking up to the counter, Sierra knew just what she wanted. "Give me 1,000 rounds of .357 Magnum and 2,000 rounds of .556. Reluctantly, Burns replied, "Do you have a request form?" Before he even asked the question, he felt his attraction to her turn to fear. "Let her have it," Burns heard Sergeant Smith say from behind him. With a smile, Burns said, "I'll be right back with it." He then turned to fill her request. Walking up to the window with 2 olive-green rucksacks, Smith placed them on the counter between Sierra and himself. "You could probably use these also. I packed them, and they are full of items you're going to need. Sorry to hear about Carlos, but soon as I heard he had passed, I knew you would be leaving." Without saying another word, Smith returned to what he was doing in the supply room, while Sierra took the bags and handed one to Carter. After a few minutes, Burns returned with Sierra's request in 2 bags. "These canvas bags should fit in your saddlebags. 357 in this one, 556 in here," Burns said, holding each bag up as he indicated what was contained inside. Taking the bags, Sierra turned and walked off without saying another word. "Where to now?" Carter asked as they exited the main building of the armory, curious as to what the plan was. He had waited to discover the plan since, jumping in the semi-trailer to find out. Looking around with only the moonlight to see by, Sierra said, "Now I get, big boy." Carter felt a little more lost after having his question answered, and it only created a greater one that he felt had to be asked. "Who the hell is Big Boy?" Without answering his question, Sierra looked to the top of the hill where they had buried Carlos earlier. "I have to say goodbye first," she said to Carter, placing her hand on Carlos's badge and rubbing it with her fingers, hoping to feel a little closer to him as she began walking up the hill to his grave, feeling as if he was calling out to her. Nearing Carlos's grave, Sierra could hear somebody sniffle and understood it must be someone mourning the loss of a loved one. Listening, Sierra wondered if one day she too could allow those feelings to show as she stopped next to the grave of the loved one she had lost. Sierra stood looking down at the freshly turned dirt and out to where the moonlight reflected off the river. Seeing the silhouette of a young girl on her knees with the river behind her, she figured out why she felt Carlos was calling out to her. Directing Carter to wait, Sierra walked over to where the girl was kneeling, believing that Carlos wanted her to help the girl, like Carlos helped her in the beginning. "Who did you lose?" Sierra asked in the gentlest voice she could. With a sniff, The girl wiped her eyes and looked up. My father. They brought him back today. Sniffing again, she then burst out once more in tears. Sierra could feel something holding her there and keeping her from turning and walking away. Unable to fight against the force keeping her standing next to the crying girl, she asked, "What was his name?" With another sniffle and more tears, she replied, "Chad Francis." Sierra began to grow impatient with the crying girl and thought it was time for tough love. Looking at the girl draped over the wooden cross marking her father's grave, she began, "Okay, listen up. You're done crying. Stand up and tell me what your name is." Standing up, the girl barked back at Sierra, Katie Francis, and he was my father. How dare you tell me I've cried enough?" Sierra responded rapidly, "Just over there in the ground lies my dearest friend who saved me when my family was murdered by the government at the beginning of this shit. The hat on my head was bought for me by my mother, who died when I was 10. My brother, who left his career in the army to help my father raise me, is now out on a suicide mission to help someone else. When is it time to stop crying and move on? I think I would know, and that is why I dare." No longer crying, Katie took one last sniffle and stood in front of Sierra, not really sure what to do next. "What do you want?" Sierra wondered the same thing and thought that there could only be one reason she was unable to walk away. "Can you shoot?" she asked Katie, noticing the strange pistol belt around her waist. Though Sierra could not see it, a slight smile appeared on Katie's face. "Hell yes! My father and I were 3-gun champions." "Well then, grab your shit and come with me if you want to get a little payback. But there will be no more crying," Sierra said, signaling for Carter as she began the long walk to the stables, where her large Palomino horse named Big Boy waited for her return. Chapter 10. Thinking Clearly. Blankenship awoke with eyelids snapping open, eyes bulging, and taking in a deep breath, much like someone who had been underwater for much too long. Drowning in sorrow and the need for vengeance was just what caused his failed charge to assault the enemy, in a charge where his body gave out long before the enemy ever appeared in his sights. Feeling the effects of his brain being hammered by the percussion of the bombs and topped off by dehydration, Blankenship wondered if he had ever had a hangover that was so intense. Still barely able to move, he could feel his dry lips cracking as he tried to moisten them, but found little relief from his dry, scaly tongue. Looking around with dry eyes, Blankenship could see the light of day fading away, but then he wondered to himself if it was returning instead. From where he lay, the light in the distance was a little stronger, but at the moment his sense of direction was gone, and with the distortion around him, he had nothing to judge direction. At the moment, whether it was night or day was of no concern to him, as he felt along the ground for his rifle, finding it just inches away. Sliding his arm through the strap and then swinging it toward his back, he could feel muscles refusing to move. With every aching movement, he knew if he did not get something to drink soon, his body would just stop working like a car running out of gas. After many attempts to stand, Blankenship gave up and began to crawl as he swept his right hand left to right in the poor light, struggling to keep the muscles in his left arm supporting his body while he searched. To Blankenship, the search seemed to take a long time and cover a few city blocks, when in reality it had only been minutes and covered a matter of feet. With the clouds above blocking moon and starlight, the darkness made the search more difficult. Sliding his hand along the concrete, he felt something cool and wet, causing his mind to race with anticipation of something cool to drink. Slowly, he brought his hand up to his nose to first give the substance a smell test. It only took him a slight whiff to determine from the copper and iron smell that he was not going to have his thirst quenched, not unless he was a vampire. Since he was not a creature of the night, Blankenship wiped his hand as best he could on the pavement before continuing his search in a direction away from the blood. Again, his hand swiped across the concrete, searching for a bottle of any drinkable liquid, and as he searched, the light seemed to fade, but in his current state, it was hard to determine if it was fading or if he was losing consciousness once again. Back and forth his hand moved, striking empty bottles, cans, papers, debris, and meaty substances that he was sure he did not want to see. Suddenly, during what felt to be his many hours of searching, when it had in fact only been about 10 minutes, Blankenship's ears perked up at the sound of running water. Not just running water, but water running nearby. With a little more speed in his crawl, he headed for it with his hand stretched out in search as the sound grew. Minutes passed as he searched in the darkness for the water source he could hear clearly. Just as he felt he would never find it, his hand hit the concrete curb, landing in the water running alongside the street. With little concern as to where the water was coming from or what it had picked up as it ran along the city street, Blankenship quickly lowered his lips down into the stream. Feeling his lips soak up the moisture like a dry, crusty sponge that had been found underneath a kitchen sink, lost and forgotten forever. Blankenship began to sip, but was unable to swallow. Filling his mouth with water, he felt the tissue coming back to life as he slowly turned his head to the side for the water to rehydrate his throat. Feeling his ability to swallow returning, he plunged his lips back into the stream, thankful to have found it before dehydration overcame him. With every sip, he thought about a documentary he watched on a tribe in Africa that mixed blood in with milk to help them stay hydrated in the desert. Not that it was so interesting then, but with the strong taste of salt, copper, and iron from the blood mixed in with the water, he wondered if it would have the same effect seconds before his body shut down. Feeling his energy leaving, Blankenship used the last of it to turn his head downstream. "Kaylee, you need to stay close to me," Blankenship called out while he scooped up another shovel of dirt from the hole that would be their safety from the world. With every shovel of dirt he removed, he looked over to ensure Kaylee was still there, unable to shake the feeling that something was not right. Faster and faster he dug, yet the hole never grew in size. No matter how fast he moved, with every scoop he removed, it fell back in before his shovel could return. Looking down, he could feel the earth fighting against him as his feet sank into the dirt. Struggling to free himself, Blankenship looked up to see an artillery shell heading their way. Looking over, full of panic, at Kaylee playing with other children her age, Blankenship began to holler out for her to come to him, but instead of words, only dirt passed through his lips. The more he tried to speak, the more dirt came out as he watched the shells coming even closer, unbelievably slow. Still, he tried to call out to Kaylee and free himself to run to her, but he was trapped. Quickly his eyes moved, darting from Kaylee to the shells above. The faster he looked from Kaylee to the shells, the closer and faster the shells came to Kaylee. Suddenly the dirt left his mouth and he screamed, "Kaylee!" But with a blink, the shell closed in and exploded at Kaylee's feet. "Kaylee!" Blankenship screamed as he awoke from reliving the nightmare of Kaylee's death. Feeling the warmth of the sun on his face seemed to help him to focus on the here and now. Not that he wanted to forget about what had happened, but rather he needed a new strategy. Now, with a slightly clearer mind, Blankenship realized how foolish he had been to let his rage and need for vengeance guide him. He still sought the death of those responsible, but now he could think of a better plan than charging over miles of obstacles with no water, food, or other supplies. With his thirst still strong, he made his way back over to the now trickling stream of water as it made its way down the hill. After quenching his scratchy throat with what water he could purge from the concrete, Blankenship attempted to stand. Feeling like a young child standing for the first time, he stretched out the soreness in his muscles as he attempted to apologize to them and beg for mercy. Discovering everything was still working properly after a minute or two of stretching, Blankenship became thankful to still have his rifle, relieved that it had not been stolen while he lay unconscious in the street. Checking the rifle to ensure it was loaded and on safe, Blankenship began looking for something to capture what he could from the stream of water that was almost gone. Just on the other side of the road, he saw the upper torso of a person lying face down and remembered having his hand covered in blood during his search for water. Walking over, Blankenship wondered just how many people had still been in the area when the Chinese artillery had started. Pushing the thoughts out of his mind and focusing on what he needed helped to deal with the death and destruction. But the one memory he was not able to push aside was of Kaylee. After hours of searching for supplies, Blankenship had found enough to get him by. But the one thing that was still difficult was water. With so many people in one area when the power had gone out, trains were not moving, and with no trucks to bring in supplies, everything that could be consumed had pretty much been used. After finding a half bottle of water beside what was left of somebody unlucky enough to be in the area when the shell exploded, Blankenship went in search of the main source of the stream of water that had saved his life. Walking up the fairly steep hill and doing his best to follow the stream was not easy. Debris-covered roads made travel extremely difficult and at times impossible because of toppled buildings that had been struck by high explosive rounds. Blankenship climbed through where he could and sometimes went around, but he always kept track of where the stream had been located. At the top of the hill, he saw what was clearly the source of the water. It was from the city's water tower. Well, what remained of it after suffering a direct strike at the top. The once large round shape was only twisted metal dangling high in the sky. With the explosion occurring within the tank, the water pressure within the pipe running to the top opened up the side like a giant banana. Blankenship ran over, seeing the water still bubbling from the pipes at the base of the tower, and shoved his bottle in to capture the precious liquid. Before the water reached the top, he pulled it from the stream and brought it to his lips, taking in the contents of the bottle before placing it back into the stream. Relieved to have fresh water to quench his thirst, he took a seat alongside the stream as he sipped on the water and filled the bottle while thinking about his next move. Blankenship thought of one plan after another, each being dismissed because of lack of supplies, transportation, or assistance. Still, he drank the water and listened to the slight roar of the wind as it became louder. "Damn, they make this shit seem easy on TV," he said aloud to himself, taking another sip. Again, each plan he tried to formulate always had a reason why it would not work. Softly, Blankenship banged the back of his head against the water tower while listening to the roar of the wind get even louder, and then it occurred to him that he was not feeling or seeing the wind blowing. Staying low, he made his way around the base of the water tower. With every foot closer he came to the other side, the roar became louder, until off in the distance he spotted the source. 2 Chinese transports were making their way down a street that was passable, and behind them were about 30 men searching buildings that had remained standing. With glee in his voice, Blankenship remarked, "Well, I guess it is time to go back to Plan A." He took another drink of water and replaced the cap. Being a good judge of distance, he began estimating how far the troops were from his current position as he secured the water bottle in his pocket and lay down in the prone position. Judging the distance to be about 400 yards, Blankenship switched his rifle from safe to fire as he took aim just above 2 of the Chinese soldiers' heads. Knowing they would dive for cover as soon as the first man was hit, he waited for soldiers to clear the smoke that drifted up from the burning rubble lying between them. Excitement and adrenaline took over as the soldiers he had in his sights became clear, and without hesitation, Blankenship pulled the trigger of his rifle again and again. Chapter 11. Working together. Karnak focused on the road ahead, not only for safety but also in an attempt to not think about what was happening to Angelique. He had understood from a young age just how strong a person she was, mentally and physically. Memories of Angelique showing him the latest move she had learned from the family friend, old Jerry, flashed through his mind. The majority of those thoughts consisted of Angelique ending the new moves by throwing him to the ground. At the time, Karnak never thought she would have become the successful person she had. In fact, he was sure, after he moved away, that she would eventually follow the same hippie lifestyle of her parents. That was one assumption he was glad to have got wrong. In the time they had spent together before Angelique left in search of her parents, he recognized just how strong she had become. We should walk the last 5 miles. With one other light source in the area, the headlights will be like a lighthouse signaling to them we are coming, Todd suggested, looking over to Karnak from the passenger seat of the Chinese transport. Karnak nodded slightly as he replied, "Just what I was thinking. No roads either. We will stay to the woods and fields. It'll take time, but the element of surprise is the greatest thing we have going, and I don't want to lose that by being seen before we get there." From seemingly out of nowhere, Todd asked, "Why were you only a staff sergeant before all this shit happened? I mean, you obviously have the training and knowledge of a higher rank." The question triggered memories Karnak had done his best to never recall, but the question coming from out of the blue caught him off guard. "Master Sergeant, we are approaching the village," Staff Sergeant Miller said to Karnak softly, removing all bass from his voice. The area was not so much a village as it was many mud buildings sharing walls, with nothing really separating them from the rest of the buildings in Afghanistan. Nothing except for the fact Umar Ali Mohammed was located inside and on Karnak's current mission objective. Karnak moved his men forward, keeping watch not just on the surrounding terrain, but also on the other rangers of his squad. As with many missions before, Karnak knew the closer they could get to the goal of the mission before the first shot was fired, the better. It was common knowledge that the best-laid plans never survived the first shot. With the village in sight, Karnak looked to his left and right, making sure his men kept a low profile behind the dead foliage covering the landscape. Much like every other mission he and his team had conducted, everyone was where they were expected to be. Karnak gave the signal for everyone to move to the low 3-foot wall surrounding the buildings. Moving at a fast walk, bent at the knees, with rifles up pointing in the direction of the anticipated enemy threat, all 6 men moved up to the short wall. Thankful they had made it without that fateful first shot being fired, Karnak began looking for the opening. The wall was short enough to easily climb over, but the opening was the main reference point given to them in the briefing. Karnak was beginning to see the next most common issue of a mission: bad intelligence. Looking to his left, he saw the men signal back negative on openings, and to his right, Karnak received the same negative signals. Now came the part that often turned a mission bad, making the call to move forward or return to base. For Karnak, there was no debate what to do. The mission was going to move forward, and Umar Ali, if he was indeed here, would be leaving with him dead or alive. Karnak began going over the mission briefing in his mind, and mostly the details leading up to this point. Every detail had been followed, and in his mind the only one that could have made a difference was if they had come in from the west rather than the east. Even without retrieving the compass from his pocket, Karnak knew they had entered from the east, having seen the sun rising over the distant mountains. Removing his helmet, Karnak slowly raised his head above the wall, hoping to get a look at the movement in the area within. Seeing what appeared to be the entrance on the west side, Karnak lowered back down, saying just loud enough to hear himself, "Intelligence guys are the ones who need a damn compass." He placed his helmet back on his head. Karnak was able to successfully have his men move to the far side of the wall and get in position around the entrance without being spotted. Now in position and ready for the final push, Karnak gave the signal to execute. Forward Karnak moved, keeping his line of sight to the front, while the men behind him covered his left, right, and rear. Reaching the closed door of the building where Umar Ali was thought to be located, Karnak kept his eyes on the door while giving the signal for the breaching team to stack behind him. With the men ready to kick the door and enter the building, alarms began sounding in Karnak's mind. The mission from start to finish began playing out in his thoughts, and at many points along the way, red flags began appearing, too many for Karnak to ignore. The greatest of the red flags was that they were standing at the door, ready to breach without a shot being fired. Just as the number 3 man ran up to kick the door, Karnak halted him as he began raising his boot off the ground. "You hear that?" Karnak whispered just loud enough for the amplified headsets they wore to pick up. Confused, the kicker relaxed his leg and began listening. After a second, Miller replied from behind Karnik. Nothing. Nothing. Just a distant humming. Karnik's eyes grew wide as panic set in with the recognition of the sound. Evac! 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 Run! Karnik screamed with as much bass and power he could call up from his vocal cords. Looking up as he pushed his men back the direction they had come, Karnik swore he could see Lucifer's hand coming down on them and leaving a streak in the sky as it neared. Through the gap and over the wall, Karnik counted the men as they exited. Even in the frantic move away from the camp, he knew somebody was missing. Looking back, Karnik saw Miller trying to get up from the ground where he had somehow fallen. Karnik instantly knew that, no matter what had happened to him, he was not going to be able to outrun the incoming missile. Turning, Karnik ran back, and without giving Miller any warning, grabbed hold and hoisted him over his shoulders and began running once again. Once outside the wall, he could see his men about 75 yards in front of them. "Run for the creek bed," Karnik ordered, even though he saw that every man already had the same idea. Seconds later, Karnik watched the first 4 men vanish over the rock and sand into what resembled a dry creek bed as he and Miller ran for the same location. With Miller stretched over his shoulders, Karnik pushed his muscles to work harder, and after just 2 more steps, time ran out. From where his men had just vanished, Karnik saw a bright light, and then only darkness as the blast threw him and Miller back. But before the 2 men landed, another blast from the village propelled the 2 forward once more, treating them much like rag dolls in a high-speed washer. Unaware of how much time had passed, Karnik began to slowly open his eyes and call out for Miller. Receiving no response, he tried to stand only to find he was in much worse shape than he thought. The energy had quickly left. After months of recovery and studying the mission in hopes of finding out why he had lost all his men to friendly fire, he put in for a transfer back to Afghanistan. With a clean bill of health from the physician, Karnik received transfer to the closest forward operating base to Bagram Air Base. Once there, he did not take any time to unpack or report in, but found immediate transportation to Bagram, where he proceeded to locate the general. Knowing just where to go after weeks of planning, Karnik walked up to the general's secretary and said, "Master Sergeant Karl Karnik here to see the general." Though he would have preferred to kick open the door, it would have done no good if he was not inside. Looking through his list, the general's secretary scrolled through it twice, unable to locate Karnik's name. "Sorry, Master Sergeant, but you do not have an appointment. Would you like to make one?" Karnik leaned over and placed his hat on the desk with his rank facing the young specialist, and then he placed a hand on either side. Now looking as if he was getting ready to attack, Karnik spoke in a low, commanding voice. "Is he in?" Intimidated, the specialist nodded. Putting strong emphasis on the last part of the sentence, Karnik stated, "Then I have an appointment, and it is now." Without further delay, the shaken specialist picked up the phone and said, "Sir, your 315 is here." Without another word or glance at the specialist behind the desk, Karnik left his hat facing him and walked through the door of the general's office. Seconds later, the specialist heard a thump followed by gagging sounds. Looking around the open door, he watched as the general attempted to breathe, grasping his throat from where Karnik had struck him. Karnik stood tall, staring down at the general as he calmly spoke. "Remember me now? Remember my men you killed with your drone and Hellfire missiles just to be able to say you were the one who killed Umar Ali Mohammed? Well, General, your intelligence was shit. He wasn't there, and all you did was kill 5 great Americans." Karnik finished his statement with a thunderous fist to the general's face, breaking his nose and blacking both eyes, rendering him unconscious from the pain. With his mission completed, Karnik walked casually over to the general's cabinet, where he was sure to find a celebratory drink. Not surprised to find a bottle of contraband cognac inside, Karnik pulled it out. He followed this with a crystal glass and poured it half full, holding it out in the direction of the specialist on the phone with the MPs. "Take it, son. Tell him I threatened you." Quickly, the general's secretary dropped the phone. With a slight smile on his face, The specialist stepped over the general on the floor and took the glass from Karnak. Pleased with the way things had turned out, Karnak moved over to the general's chair and sat down with the bottle of cognac and waited for the MPs to arrive, knowing that was the start of his destination down the ranks. With Todd's question still ringing in his ears, Karnak replied simply, "I got the green weenie." Satisfied with his explanation and knowing just what the expression meant, Todd turned his attention to the mission at hand. "You know the area well, right?" Karnak thought about how long it had been since he had really been in the town, but he figured that, in a small place such as Rocktown, not much ever changed. "Yes, with the exception of the building you spoke of. Everything sounds pretty much the same." Todd looked off into the darkness, thinking about the best approach to the school-turned-FEMA prison and coming up with none from his limited knowledge of the place. "From what I observed, there is a great deal of open space between the building where they are holding Ange and concealment." Hearing Todd calling Angelique Ange sent thoughts going through his mind that he did not want to think about. Mostly the fact that the man sitting beside him had spent more time with the woman he loved than he had in the last few months. Karnak didn't understand quite what was going on with himself. Never before in his adult life had he had feelings of jealousy. He even thought back to a time he had come home to catch his long-term girlfriend sleeping with his buddy. Instead of getting angry, he calmly walked into the room where they were doing their thing, picked up his rucksack and other gear, and left after telling the two to have a nice day and to use protection. Having the feeling bothered him more than the feeling itself, yet there was nothing he could do about it either. Doing his best to push that to the back of his mind, Karnak replied, "If it is still there, we can take the small creek that runs alongside the school. Ange and I used to use it to skip school." The feeling of jealousy sickened him. Chapter 12. Friends from the South. Day and night, Jim and Kevin chipped at the concrete with sections of the rebar that had been cut free. Occasionally, light would rush in from the opening they entered through, and almost as quickly it would go away. But each time, just within the opening, Dawn would leave packages. Often the packages consisted of bread, rice, or jugs of water. Not all of the supplies were for Jim and Kevin, but for the men they were attempting to free. During short breaks from chipping, the two would ask many questions of Sam through the hole as they pushed pieces of bread and rice through. Not believing what he had just heard, Jim asked a little too loudly, "You got yourself captured? Why in the hell would you do that, man? What better way to find out what is going on inside this place?" Sam answered in the form of a question. Jim thought about the answer as he filled the hole with another rolled-up slice of bread. With the mangled slice through the hole, Jim thought of another question. "How did you plan on getting out of there?" Jim thought for sure he had asked the question for which Sam couldn't find an answer. "Who do you think told them where to dig through the wall? I studied the blueprints before the UN bastards brought me here," Sam replied, thinking nothing of the question. Feeling agitated at Sam for always having a good answer to his questions, Jim slid the last of the bread through the hole while mumbling, "I would think there could have been a better plan." Before he could hear a reply from Sam through the hole, he quickly began chipping at the concrete to drown him out. The seconds turned into minutes, minutes into hours, with every strike of the steel rod to the concrete. The two were on a mission to make the hole big enough for the men to exit the cell before guards had a chance to stop them. Carefully, Jim chipped away at what he considered the last stage of his mission, creating the thinnest layer of concrete he could between himself and the men on the other side without going through. The mission he had worked at non-stop since it was presented to him 2 days ago now came down to this: soft strikes moving sometimes just a grain at a time. "Jim! Kevin!" Sam called to them through the hole. Startled awake, Jim opened his eyes to find Kevin still asleep, resting his head in his lap. Rapidly shaking his knee, Jim looked at him and whispered loudly, "Get up, man. We fell asleep. Get up!" Sam could faintly hear the two moving around. As the wall became thinner, the sound from the other side had become so audible, he could hear the two snoring as they slept. It was not long before Sam could hear the soft tapping of the steel rod, sometimes followed by a louder thump. Thump, thump, crack, thump. The sounds grew in frequency as Sam wondered just what the two were doing on the other side of the wall. Hearing the door at the end of the hallway open, Sam quickly spun around away from the wall to avoid any questions as to what he was doing. "Move! Hurry! Get to the front gate! Move!" the UN soldier shouted into the corridor. Sam's heart started pounding as he figured out just what the sounds were and where they had been coming from. One after another, Sam tapped men on the shoulders, though each knew it was time to move way before he had done so. The group of men in the cage with him looked confused about what was happening while Sam turned to the hole and, with excitement in his voice, warned Jim and Kevin on the other side, "Get back, boys. We're coming through." Raising his boot high above his waist, Sam lashed out at the spot with all the force he could conjure. With all his weight behind the kick, Sam had planned on many attempts to get through the concrete, but was surprised when his foot slid through with ease. Two of the men near him grabbed hold of his arms as he began to fall, unable to steady himself with his legs stretched out and stuck in the wall. Thankful for the assistance, Sam looked at the two men. Damn, guess those boys knew what they were doing. Quickly, the two freed Sam's foot from the wall and began pulling at the sides around it, breaking off handfuls at a time. Feeling the adrenaline taking over, Jim couldn't sit still any longer. Crawling closer to the wall and forgetting all about speaking softly, he shouted, "Here, I'll get it. Watch your hands." Before making sure they had heard him, Jim sat down close to the hole and began kicking at the edges with the heel of his shoe. With every strike, massive sections of concrete began falling into the cell. "That's good. We will meet you outside," Sam said, turning from Jim back to the men in the cell and shouting, "You ready for some payback?" Though they were weak from lack of food and water, they each sounded off in kind. "Let's do it." "Yeah! Get some!" Just as if the training they'd had in the military had taken place days ago, even though for many it had been more than a decade, each man dived through the hole and quickly crawled out. Exiting from underneath the building where he and Kevin had spent the last 2 days became a shock to their systems. Slowly, Jim opened his eyes to the sunlight as he stood up straight, while Kevin did the same next to him. Still not quite adjusted to the outside, Jim heard Dawn call his name from close by. "Jim!" Turning in her direction, he could hear that the thumping and cracking sounds from underneath the building had grown louder and more frequent. All around, people ran in an attempt to find safety, unaware of what was happening. Unlike most of the people running, Jim and Kevin understood their next place to be was by the main door to the building. Rubbing his eyes, Jim replied, "They are on their way out." He assumed she was going to ask about Sam and the rest of the men. "Great! The attack has started," Dawn said, now only a few feet away from where Jim and Kevin were with the surprised looks on their face that the attack was taking place now. Seeing the expression on their faces, Dawn replied, "Sam didn't tell you? Guess he does keep information tight. Hell, he didn't even tell me. I found out." Dawn stopped talking, and panic washed over her face as they heard gunfire come from underneath the building they had been digging to free Sam. Unsure as to what he could even do, Jim spun around and began to head back underneath the building. Grabbing him by the shoulder, Dawn held him back. "There is nothing you can do for them, Jim," she screamed as the image of Sam and the others dying underneath the building filled her thoughts. Staring at the hole leading underneath the building, Jim could feel the cycle of death that had followed him from the start, coming back around once more. "This is why I didn't want to get involved," he said, full of regret. "Get out of the way." A voice came from the hole as Sam's head appeared, followed by a stream of men exiting. Clear of the hole, Sam rolled to his feet and looked to Kevin. "Well, let's see if you're right about the code." Without giving them any information about what had happened with the gunfire, and without waiting for a response, Sam signaled for those who had already cleared the hole to follow him. Yes. Kevin started running to catch up with him. Happy that so far his cycle of death and sorrow had not caught up with Sam or any of the people he still had a hard time calling friends, Jim ran as well. Running up to the door of the main building, Jim could see Sam sprinting for the keypad. Watching him stop next to it and strike the first key, Jim could feel his anxiety levels rising as Sam pressed 2000. Sam's finger moved for the enter key, which would signal if Kevin had been correct. As soon as Sam pressed the key, a light to the left of the keypad flashed red. "Shit!" Sam yelled. "Try 2001, Kevin said, responding to the red light. Feeling it was a lost cause and wanting to move on to Plan B, Sam turned to face the gates. "We don't have the time to work our way up from 001 to 002. We have to move," Sam stated before stepping away from the keypad to lead the men to other areas of the camp. Jim, being closer to the pad than Kevin, quickly typed in the code and pressed enter. On the right side of the panel, a green light flashed, and they heard a clank of the electronic lock releasing. "Well, I'll be damned," Sam replied, looking over to Kevin, surprised that the code worked. Kevin shrugged his shoulders. Sometimes people feel guilty using the same number 3 times in a row. Without a second more delay, Sam charged through the door, followed by those who were freed from the cell with him. As they ran down the hallway, the only people they encountered were trusties, those they thought to be trustworthy in the camp. "The weapons vault is located down the corridor we were held in," Sam yelled, breaking through a door marked holding area. Just through the door, Sam dived for the startled guard on the other side, knocking him to the ground. Before the guard could pull the trigger on his AK-47, 3 different boots came down on his head, smashing the contents on the floor like a dropped melon. Running through the door after many others, Jim slowed as he discovered what the gunfire earlier was all about. Lying next to the bar still inside the cell were men who used their bodies as a shield to allow those who were more capable fighters to escape. Jim felt his stomach churn at the smell of blood and human waste, but continued to move forward, doing his best to focus on the man to his front. After running down the hall a little farther, Jim could hear the beeping of the keypad as Sam entered Kevin's code, successfully opening the vault door to the weapons. Seeing Sam enter the weapons vault, Jim marveled at what he was doing. 3 months ago he'd been surfing, sleeping in until afternoon, and faking job searches. Now he was hoping to get a weapon to join the fight before they were all handed out. Watching those around him, Jim also found it odd that everyone had formed into a line instead of fighting to get to the weapons. He thought back to the last time he stood in line for a new cell phone, where people had been taken away by an ambulance. Before he knew it, his turn had come, and as the soldier handed him a rifle and 2 magazines, the expression on Jim's face said everything. "Son, ask one of the guys. They will have no problem showing you how to use it." The soldier gave Jim a push on down the hall for the next guy to step up and receive a weapon. Standing next to one of the soldiers, Jim felt a little embarrassed at not knowing how to operate the rifle. Watching the other men put the magazines in, Jim copied what he saw. He could only make it to the point of pushing the magazine in the right hole. Jim couldn't make out what all they were doing to the rifle as they moved fast, slapping, pulling, and pushing on different areas. About the only thing Jim did understand was to keep the end of the rifle pointed to the floor, but as he turned it to see the other side, Jim's heart stopped as he watched the magazine drop from his rifle onto the floor. Doing his best not to look at the others in the hall, Jim bent over to pick it up. But he was beaten to it by the guy next to him, who remarked as he handed it over to Jim, "Damn, you from California or something?" Then he laughed at his own comment. Not wanting to respond, Jim took the magazine and turned away. Thinking it was about time to follow up on the advice given to him when he received the rifle, Jim looked around for someone to ask other than the guy who'd guessed where he was from. Relief and shock came over him when he spotted Kevin walking over, slapping, smacking, squeezing, and pulling at the rifle he had just been given. With a smile on his face, Kevin looked at Jim and said, "Can you believe this beauty?" Shocked that he had been given a weapon at 15, Jim replied, "What are you doing? You shouldn't have that." "What? I've been shooting one of these since I was able to hold it up." "Regardless of how good you are with it, you're still only 15, Jim replied. Kevin looked down at Jim and responded low enough so others around them did not hear, "Yes, sir, and ready to fight." Seeing there was no use in pressing the point, Jim looked at Kevin's weapon, and then to his own. "Show me how to use this, and I won't say a word." Seeing that the men in the hall were ready to move, Sam announced, "We are moving to the roof to provide cover for those approaching. Keep it tight. Let's move." Turning and leading the way, Sam ran down the hall in the direction he recalled seeing stairs on the blueprints he had studied before his capture. Moving through several doors and down a few halls, they met little resistance along the way, and Sam was relieved when he opened the door marked stairs and began running up them. Exiting the door onto the roof, Jim felt his heart pounding in his chest after racing up the 4 flights of stairs. Jim looked to Sam, who stood directing men to different areas of the roof as they exited. Running over to the side of the roof where Sam had pointed, Jim stopped just behind the 2-foot wall around the roof and gazed out over the area beyond the camp, stunned by the sight. Standing there like a hood ornament, Jim let his eyes travel up and down the long line of vehicles and horses that headed for the camp. Pulling Jim down to the roof, Kevin remarked, "I might be 15, but even I know not to stand on a rooftop like a flagpole during a firefight. Now follow my lead and shoot the guys with the blue helmets." Kevin rose slowly while still staying low as he laid the front of his rifle on the top of the wall and began firing. Looking around, Jim could see about half the people on the rooftop using their rifles much like Kevin, and others stood about 5 feet back from the wall firing down into the camp. Feeling that Kevin knew what he was doing even though he was so young, he placed his rifle over the wall and began scanning for the UN personnel. Fairly quickly, he spotted one of the guards exiting a door at the bottom of a guard tower. Placing his front sight post on the guard as he lay down on the ground, Jim placed his finger on the trigger. Suddenly, he felt his body tense up, every thought on what he was about to do, and the internal battle froze all motor functions in his body, rendering him motionless. Since he was a baby, he had been taught it was wrong to take another's life, that guns were evil, and from a young age, he had been saturated with the impression that all would be okay if you just talked and hugged it out. Now he sat on a rooftop with a rifle in his hand, aiming it at the back of a total stranger, as everything in his mind and body screamed how wrong it was. Suddenly the man rolled over on the ground and began firing. His bullet struck the wall just in front of Jim. Letting instinct take control, Jim pulled the trigger, and a stream of bullets screamed from his barrel. Surprised by the rifle fire, Jim looked back at the soldier on the ground. Years of conditioning had been undone by the basic instinct to fight for survival. Feeling the brass strike him, Kevin yelled to Jim, "Take it off auto!" "What?" Jim shouted back, having a hard time hearing. Reaching over, Kevin flipped the selector switch of Jim's rifle from full to semi-auto, and then focused back on the battle down below. Jim fired till he was out of ammunition, which only took a few minutes. Keeping his weapon hanging over the wall, he pretended to be looking for another target. He looked from one side of the roof to another, and was surprised to see many others had also spent what ammunition they held. Happy not to be the only one out, Jim stepped back from the wall while Kevin fired shots slowly, choosing each target carefully. Standing behind Kevin, safe from any bullets coming up from below, Jim waited as he listened to the weapon's fire slowly fading away. The total battle only lasted about 20 minutes from the time they exited out from underneath the building to the last shot, but Jim felt as if it had taken most of the day. Watching Kevin scan down below for another target as the invading force finished clearing the last of the guards from the buildings down below, Jim admired how someone so much younger showed so little fear. Kevin slowly turned around, dropping from his knee to his butt, placing his rifle across his lap as he looked up to Jim and asked, "You okay, buddy?" Seeing the dark red spot where a bullet had struck Kevin in the shoulder, Jim felt his luck with friends running out as he ran over. "You're the one who has been shot, man," Jim said, placing his hand over the hole. Looking down at the blood, Kevin remarked, "I have had worse working on my dad's farm. Just pull my sleeve off and wrap it, would you? Jim tore both sleeves from Kevin's shirt, folding one up and placing it over the wound. The other he tore in strips, running them around Kevin's chest, over his shoulder, and in any direction he could to apply pressure to the wound and stop the bleeding. While working on the wound, Jim saw Sam heading his way while checking on a few other men who had been wounded. You boys pulled it off. Everyone on this rooftop owes you. You going to make it, son? Sam asked, concerned for the young man, as Jim pulled the makeshift bandage tight. Yes, sir, just a graze. Probably going to need stitching. That's all, Kevin replied with a grin on his face, having come from a family where the men prided themselves on not complaining about getting hurt. Satisfied that the cycle of death to those around him was not going to take Kevin, Jim stood and looked out over the battlefield, and at soldiers still heading their direction. Who are they? Jim asked, turning back to Sam. What you see there is the Texas and Oklahoma National Guard, Sam replied. Surprised that there was an actual military on the march, after not seeing anything resembling one with the exception of the UN troops for the 1,000 miles he and Larry had traveled. Jim asked, How? Rubbing his arm where a large scar ran down his damaged bicep, Sam answered with a smile as he thought back to the day Robert Squires had shot him. Son, it is because of what happened at the Squires farm. Chapter 13. Saddled. Sitting along the creek with a worm tied to the end of a 3-foot length of string, Sierra waited patiently as she dangled it in front of a large crawdad. Hiding in his hole just a few feet below the water, it moved slowly out, tasting the water as the scent of the worm drifted its way. With the end looped around her finger, she gave it a little twitch to make the crawdad think it had waited too long. Each time she made it twitch, the crawdad moved farther out of its hole, and each time it appeared to become a little more excited about clamping its claws down around the worm. With the crawdad only inches away from the worm and almost out of its hole, Sierra made the twitching a little lighter. Suddenly it launched itself toward the worm and flipped its tail to drag it back into the safety of its hole. Pleased with herself, Sierra announced, Got it. Confused, Katie watched as she began slowly pulling the string from the water. How? There's no hook on the string, she said, watching as the crawdad broke the surface of the water. Sierra laughed a little at the thought of her brother, Robert. Because much like my brother, they are too stubborn to let go. Reaching over, Sierra grabbed an old coffee can she had found the day before as they were making camp for the night. Hanging the crawdad over the can, she gave the line a few good shakes, causing the crawdad to fall into the can with a piece of the worm. Sierra then scooped up water with the can to ensure it stayed alive long enough to be joined by its friends. You want to give it a try? Sierra asked Katie, who closely watched every move she made. Shaking her head, Katie replied, No, I am hungry, and you're pulling them from the water fast. I'll go build a fire. If that is okay? Katie asked, watching Sierra pull another stubborn crawdad from the water and drop him in the can. Sierra looked up at Katie from beneath the brim of her hat. I'm not the boss of you. Do what you want. It would make them easier to eat, Sierra replied, before returning to search for the next crawdad. Not easily offended after being raised by a U.S. Army Ranger for a father, Katie turned and started walking back to camp, picking up small sticks and grass along the way. Entering camp, Katie could hear Carter moaning and tossing around on the ground where he had slept. What's your problem? Katie asked, setting down the bundle of dry limbs and grass for the campfire. Rubbing the back of his thighs and his butt, Carter replied, I drove buses. I've never ridden a horse, at least not until the Reaper's maiden told me I was coming with her. I wasn't going to say no to her. She scares the shit out of me. Katie laughed at Carter's description of Sierra as she placed grass loosely together, with the thinnest and driest facing her. Pulling a flint from the side pouch of the pack next to Sierra's horse, Katie began striking it with her knife, throwing sparks onto grass. Starting the fire reminded her of when her father had shown her to use a flint, and just how long it took to start her first fire with him standing over her shoulder watching every strike. "How far is it to the FEMA camp? We should be somewhere around the city of Union by now." Katie estimated they had been riding for 2 full days and averaging about 30 miles a day. The question was intended to distract herself from the death of her father, as tears began to form on her lower eyelid. Damn it, Katie thought, as she wiped the tears from her eyes before they could run free. Carter thought about what she had said and where they might be before saying, "Maybe another day and a half. Not sure my butt will be able to handle it, though." He sat up and rubbed his legs a little more. Walking from the woods carrying the coffee can, Sierra replied to Carter's comment. "You'll be just fine. It gets easier the more you ride, and I think we can make it by tomorrow." Carter and Katie both were a little startled by just how easy it was for Sierra to walk into camp without them hearing a sound. Katie pretended she had known she was approaching all along, and it wasn't until just then she realized her pistol and shotgun were still with the rest of her gear. At that moment, she could even see her father showing and teaching her all she needed to know about surviving times such as these. Loudly, as if he were standing there, she heard his voice say, "Now do it better than I did it." Knowing he also wouldn't want her to cry for him, Katie fought back the tears and made her way over to her weapons. She wrapped the pistol belt around her, allowing it to rest upon her hips as she focused on what needed to be done. Grasping each end of the belt, she then pulled it tight, just like she had done before every 3-gun match she had entered. Checking her custom STI 9mm pistol and seeing that everything was working properly, she slid the magazine in and racked the receiver back, loading a round in the chamber. Looking at the pistol she had often shared with her father, she said with a quivering bottom lip, "I will do it better than you did, Dad." She slid the pistol in the holster, swearing to always keep it by her side. Clearing her throat and inconspicuously wiping her eyes free of tears, Katie turned back to where Sierra stood with a lighter in her hand. Bending over, Sierra struck the lighter next to the pile Katie had made for the campfire. "I find lighters to be better than a flint stone. And faster," Sierra said, igniting the pile within a second. With a smile on her face, Katie nodded her head, agreeing. Better than Dad could do it. The fire burned, and crawdads boiled in the water. Sierra could not help but feel for Katie and what she had lost. Even though she had lost a great deal of family and loved ones since it all began, there was nothing as painful as losing a parent. Images of her own parents began to flood her mind, mostly of how her own dad would place his feed store hat on her head and spin her around in the yard whenever he came home. Standing up quickly, she walked over and grabbed a pair of fencing pliers from her saddlebag. "Time to eat and eat fast. I want to get moving," Sierra said, refusing to think about her parents or anyone else's. Using the pliers, Sierra pulled the hot can from the fire and drained the water, leaving only cooked crawdads. It doesn't take long for them to cool. When they do, I suggest eating everything that isn't hard. Not much meat in the claws, but that little protein might keep you going. While instructing Katie and Carter about the dinner they were about to eat, she used the pliers to pull a large one from the can and let it dangle in the air for a few seconds. Feeling it was okay to touch, Sierra placed it in her hand and began to pass the pliers over to Katie to retrieve hers, only to see she was pulling one from the can with makeshift chopsticks. "Carter?" Carter looked closely at the alien-looking creature staring up at him from the can. "I am allergic to shellfish. Can't eat shrimp or clams. Not sure about crawdads, though." Smiling, Sierra tossed the pliers over to Carter as she commented, "One way to find out." As soon as the last crawdad was removed from the can, Sierra stood and began kicking dirt on the fire. "We are moving out as soon as you saddle up and the horses are watered." Sierra walked over to Big Boy and untied him from the fence running between the field and the woods where they camped. Pulling a brush from the saddlebag, she began running it down the length of his neck, with each stroke extending out far as she could reach. The time she spent with Big Boy had become the closest feeling of home she had since leaving, and now she cherished every stroke of the brush. Having moved to the other side of the large horse to apply the same amount of strokes as she did to the first, a queasy feeling started to come over her. Thoughts of the crawdads began racing, though her mind. Were they cooked long enough? What was in the can before using it to cook? Was the water poisoned? Sierra knew whatever the cause of her ill feelings, it had to be affecting the others as well. Even though she felt ill, she continued to brush Big Boy. Once finished, with the brush placed back in the saddlebag, Sierra leaned up against Big Boy as the sickening feeling grew, along with her concern for Katie and Carter. "What the hell is this?" she said aloud, with anguish in her voice, though nobody was around. "It looks like I can eat crawdads after all," Carter announced to Sierra as he exited the woods with Katie. Hearing Carter speaking without pain, Sierra turned to face Big Boy as if she had just been stroking the horse's mane, not wanting either one to know how she was feeling. Following closely behind Carter, with her Benelli M2 12-gauge shotgun slung over her back, the 3-gun pistol belt around her waist, complete with the 9mm, and saddle in her hands, ready to ride. Katie stopped in her tracks. Looking off into the distance in what seemed to be no particular direction, Katie listened closely to the sounds around them. Throwing his saddle over the horse he had been riding, Carter saw Katie just standing there. Curious as to what would make her stop while carrying the heavy saddle, he asked, "What are you doing, Kate?" Quickly she snapped back, "Katie, not Kate. You don't hear that? It sounds like thousands of bees heading this way." Under his breath, Carter barely made a sound as he commented, "Bet she would have liked Cat." "You would have bet wrong," Katie replied now, looking to the sky. Shocked that she had heard him when he barely heard himself, Carter stopped what he was doing and listened. "I don't hear anything," he replied after a second. Katie began walking over to her horse as she responded to Carter's comment. "Probably because you won't shut up long enough." Throwing her saddle over the horse, she noticed Sierra hadn't spoken or moved from where she stood on the other side of her horse, as the buzzing sound she heard grew stronger. Hearing the conversation taking place between Katie and Carter, Sierra eliminated the possibility the crawfish were to blame for the queasy, sick feeling in her gut. The pain was so intense that she could only remember one other time she had felt this way, the night her parents died. Quickly her thoughts turned to Robert, where he was, and what he was doing. "Do you hear that, Sierra?" she heard Katie ask. Curious as to what she was hearing, Sierra closed her eyes and tried to focus on distant sounds. At the least, she hoped it would distract her from the pain or the thoughts of what might have happened to Robert. At first, she heard nothing but a distant and very noisy whippoorwill, but between its morning calls, she began to hear a humming noise. The more Sierra listened, the louder the noise became, and the less sick she felt. Believing whatever the noise was had something to do with the way she felt, she came to the conclusion that, no matter what it was, it couldn't be good. "Saddle up! We have to move now!" Sierra shouted in the most demanding voice she felt she had ever used with the two. With that order, the pain and queasy feeling all but vanished from her midsection. Following Sierra's lead, Carter and Katie worked quickly at securing everything they needed to travel. "What is it?" Katie asked as the sound grew louder by the second. Finished with saddling Big Boy in record time, Sierra grabbed the horn of the saddle and swung atop him before addressing the question. With the noise becoming louder, Sierra had to speak up to ensure they heard her. "It sounds like planes coming in low. Wonder if there might be an airport nearby." Carter thought about where they were and the airstrips he knew of before speaking. "Nothing very big. The airport in St. Louis is at least 50 miles away." The sound grew so loud that all they could do was make out words here and there while reading the other's lips. Suddenly, all three looked to the sky above as a massive plane, looking much like a whale with wings, flew over the trees. It alone was not enough to startle Sierra, but seeing the large red star upon the wings of the multiple planes following closely behind did, and it helped her realize why she had the gut-wrenching pain earlier. Pointing up to the closest of them, Katie screamed, "Look!" A stream of soldiers began exiting the rear of the plane. Turning Big Boy toward the woods, Sierra shouted as loud as she could as she rode past the other two, "We have to go now!" Taking off through the woods, Sierra watched closely for movement, knowing that there was no way to know just where the soldiers might have been dropped. Dodging limbs and allowing Big Boy to determine the best path to take, Sierra looked back to ensure Carter and Katie were not far behind. Seeing Katie was close, and Carter was at least in sight, she gave Big Boy another command. "Move it, boy!" She slapped him just behind the saddle while holding the reins with her other hand. Without warning, Sierra felt something massive strike her as the world around her began to spin. Rolling across the ground, Sierra felt herself stop as her body wrapped around a tree, forcing the air from her lungs. "Sierra!" Katie screamed, seeing the man drop through the treetops, swinging in midair. Quickly, she pulled back on the reins, bringing the horse to a stop and using the forward momentum to lean forward, allowing the shotgun strapped to her back to slide over her head as she guided it into her hands. Seeing the soldier pulling at his waist to retrieve his weapon, Katie took aim, switched the safety to off, and froze, unable to pull the trigger. All her life, she never believed the day would come that she would be using the skills learned for 3-gun competitions to take another's life. Now in front of her was a soldier clearly set on killing her first, and she could not regain control of her finger to pull the trigger. Katie watched from atop her horse with 11 shells in the tube and 1 in the chamber as the soldier raised his weapon to fire. Still, she could not make her finger pull the trigger. Seeing the soldier taking aim as her heart pounded away, Katie heard her father's voice. It was from a memory of him telling her to focus on the center of the white steel plates during the match and nothing else that was happening around her. In front of her, Katie no longer saw a man hanging from the trees with a gun pointed at her preparing to fire, but a large white steel plate. With the slight movement of her finger, she hit her target. "Ha! I burned it down!" she screamed, as she had done each time she cleared a course during the 3-gun matches. "Well, if you are through burning things, you want to help me back on my horse?" Sierra said, attempting to catch her breath. Chapter 14. A Leader's Dream. Where the hell did this rain come from? I don't remember the weather girl with the 6 o'clock news saying anything about this, Todd said in an attempt to ease the tension. For the last day and a half, they had traveled on roads blocked by rocks, trees, and vehicles, all placed there by people trying to protect themselves from the tens of thousands of people leaving the metropolitan areas. On more than one occasion, they were able to drive around, but a few had been constructed in areas reinforced by natural terrain. In those instances, Karnak did what he normally would never have done. He turned around rather than devise a plan to kill those in control and remove the barricades. Each time Karnak ran into an area with strong barricades, he thought about how important they would be if the Chinese invaders were to make it to the area, that, and the fact the people were still Americans trying to protect themselves and their families. Karnak thought about what Todd had said, and a slight grin came across his face. Good to hear the forecasts are just as accurate as before. You know, that always bothered me about the whole climate change bullshit. They couldn't even predict the weather correctly for the weekend. So how in the hell are they able to preach to me that everything is going to hell in 100 years? Karnak replied to Todd as the Chinese transport engine began to make unusual sounds. Knowing that Karnak had to be getting tired since he had been driving pretty much non-stop for the last 36 hours, Todd continued to talk about the rain, roadblocks, and even the weather, just like the old men he despised at gas stations in the morning. Even with the many topics, he found it difficult to keep the conversation going for any length of time. Again, the transport engine made a noise, only this time they felt the vehicle jerk. They looked at each other. Karnak and Todd had both experienced issues with military vehicles and had a good idea of how this one would end. Being the first to speak, Todd asked, "How far out are we?" "The last detour we had to take added quite some time. 30 miles by road, 20 on foot," Karnak stated as he began doing calculations in his head on just how much time it would take to travel 20 miles through Ozark Hills in the dark. Quickly, he estimated the trip taking a day, and that was without running into people who were armed and waiting for trespassers. Feeling the vehicle shake as the engine acted up once again, Karnak began looking for a gravel road that would take them in the direction of town and prevent them from running into yet another barricade. Within a mile, he spotted just what he was looking for as the lights caught the reflective sign of the county road. Only slowing the transport down enough to make the turn safely, Karnak read the sign as they turned. Swinging Bridges Road. "Shit!" Karnak said after remembering his father taking him to the woods in wire bridges as a child. Also reading it, Todd thought nothing of it until he heard Karnak. "That sign wasn't literal, was it?" Todd asked. Not sure how to answer the question, Karnak did the best he could and calmly replied, "It did when I was a boy." Surprised to hear the news, Todd's thoughts turned to the matter of weight. "Say they are still there. Surely they have been replaced since you were a kid, but nonetheless, what do you estimate the weight limit being for a swinging bridge?" he asked, trying to convince himself that it was a pointless question and that the bridges had already been replaced. Even as Todd did his best to convince himself, he watched closely as the headlights pushed back the darkness. Each mile traveled down the gravel road brought them closer to Rocktown, and every minute that passed brought new sounds and hesitations from the engine. Karnak did his best to focus only on getting to Angelique, but his mind kept returning to the overwhelming pressure brought on by the events of the last few months and the ever-mounting threats facing them from the Chinese invasion. Karnak thought deeply about how what had looked to be a new revolution in the United States had evolved into the possible beginning of World War III. The time he had spent with Angelique before she left had changed him, and the thought of fighting an escalating war without her by his side was one he did not want to have nor face. "Damn it!" Todd exclaimed, reading the sign for the swinging bridge ahead. With the comment, Karnak focused more on the road ahead, and within seconds realized what Todd's comment was in regard to, as lights caught the old rusted cables of the wire suspension bridge. Quickly, he applied the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a stop just before driving onto the bridge. Looking up on the tower in front of them, they both read the sign posted on its crossbeam, 5-ton max. "No way. We can't take this across that. Hell, I can see planks missing from here," Todd said, expressing his opinion. Karnak agreed, but feeling how bad the engine was shaking, he knew it wasn't going to make it much farther. Without giving Todd another minute to express his concerns, he pressed down on the accelerator, but that still didn't stop Todd. "What do you think this thing weighs?" Karnak thought for just a second and then replied, as boards creaked and popped under the weight. "Maybe 5 or 6 tons. Todd looked ahead at the tunnel of darkness in front of them, where only wire and boards were revealed by the lights. Feeling the vehicle swinging as it moved along across the bridge, he said, "Okay, so we are a little overweight. Was that 5 tons in the 1920s when it was built or now?" Through the side mirrors, Karnak could see that Gabe, Ken, Robert, and Kate were no longer covered with a tarp from the rain, but were standing with one foot on the side of the transport, ready to jump. Feeling a snap of one of the planks under a rear tire, Karnak also began to believe he might have made a mistake. In his hurry to get to Angelique, it hadn't occurred to him he might not make it because of dropping 100 feet through a bridge. Crack! Snap! Another board broke under the weight of the transport, and each time he felt his heart skip a beat as the vehicle jerked from the shifting weight and failing engine. Todd asked, "How long is this death ride?" And just then, the tower on the other side came into view. With a sigh of relief, Karnak felt the tires make contact with solid ground. "See, nothing to worry about. They made things to last in the 20s, Karnak said, not showing a bit of the relief he actually felt. Once the rear of the transport made contact, Karnak pressed down on the accelerator, excited to have made it across. No sooner did the engine rev up than the transport died and came to a complete stop. Slapping the steering wheel of the captured Chinese transport, Karnak asked, "It couldn't have died before crossing a wire and wood bridge?" Curious as to what the issue was, Todd began gathering his gear to go investigate. "Where are you going?" Karnak asked, seeing Todd look around the cab. Reaching underneath the seat, Todd replied, "Well, Thought I would have a look at it, but there doesn't seem to be a toolkit in here." "What do you think the problem is?" Karnak asked, hoping Todd had an idea. With a smile on his face, Todd looked up to Karnak and said, "It was made in China." As some of the pressure he had been feeling washed away, he thought about Todd's comment and replied, "Forget the vehicle. If I remember correctly, we are only about 10 miles from town. We should be okay sticking to the gravel while it's dark." "Sounds good. I'll inform the others," Todd said, pulling his poncho over his head and then stepping out of the transport. Averaging 3 miles an hour, the 6 of them walked in the dark, keeping to gravel roads when possible. Cautiously, they walked by houses with the faint light of oil lamps and candles burning inside. On more than one occasion, the occupants of a home came running outside with a lantern and gun to see why the family dog was barking. Each time, the 6 of them knew there was no chance of being spotted as the owners held the light up, succeeding only in blinding themselves from seeing any threat beyond 20 feet. With the sound of rainfall covering their footsteps, they continued to walk without worry. Though the rain made it miserable, it helped cover their passage down the road and through the fields. Time seemed to have no end in the darkness, and looking down at his watch, Karnak could not believe it was just a little past midnight. Tired and with only a little over an hour's walk left to town, Karnak spotted a barn in the distance as lightning lit up the area. Slightly changing their direction of travel, Karnak thought it would be a good idea for them to use the opportunity to get some rest before carrying out their mission to rescue Angelique. After a quick inspection of the barn, Karnak gathered everyone around before speaking. "We do not have but an hour's walk to go. I know you're all tired and wet, so let's use the next 3 hours to get some rest and dry out. I'll take first watch." Unable to allow Karnak to take first watch and not rest, Todd expressed his opinion. "No, you have been without sleep much too long, and I'm done talking with you to prevent you from falling asleep. I will take the first watch, and Ken will take the second." From the tone Todd used, Karnak knew there would be no arguing, and in fact felt it to be a great idea. Without saying another word, Karnak walked over to a pile of loose hay, spread out his poncho, and lay back into it, almost falling asleep before his body had fully relaxed. What beauty, Private Karnak thought, as he stared out the window of the railroad car at a blonde girl whose hair blew in the wind, unable to take his eyes off her. Every muscle in his body wanted to reach out to her as the steam engine began to lurch forward. The feeling that he had already met her in a previous life stuck with him as the train exited the Kansas City terminal on its way to the battlefields outside of St. Louis. Once to the front line, Private Karnak found himself rushed from the train and past lines of artillery firing non-stop. With every blast, he felt his eardrums being pushed deeper into his head in an attempt to protect themselves from the pressure. After a short distance, he could see what looked to be a pile of rifles of every make and model, and alongside that pile, ammunition. With his turn approaching, Karnak spotted the rifle he wanted most of all, an M4. Instantly, the desire to use it in combat overcame him as he reached for it. "What the hell are you doing, son?" the older man who was handing out rifles asked. Overcome with desire to use the rifle, Private Karnak snatched it from the pile and moved on to the ammunition table. "It's your death, son!" the old man screamed out over the artillery blasts. Feeling a little more at ease by simply having the rifle in his hands, Private Karnak stood and waited for his turn at the ammunition pile. Upon spotting the rifle in the private's hands, the man reached back, grabbing 4 boxes of ammunition and 3 loaded magazines from the stacks, tossing them to Karnak and saying, "You'll find more in the trenches." Unsure what the man meant by his comment, he was sure he would know the answer when he arrived, and that he did. After running with the other soldier down the long, hilly path, Private Karnak entered the trench that at one time had been nothing more than a dried creek bed. All around him, bodies lay bullet-riddled or torn apart by the rocks where artillery had exploded within the trench. Running across to the other side where he saw men firing over the top of the wall of earth, Private Karnak tried to catch his breath. While he did, he heard orders being repeated from down the line. "We go on the whistle! We go on the whistle!" Each man repeated to the one next to him, and within only a few seconds he stared at a black freckle on the palm of his hand and repeated to himself, "Just attack," as he heard the whistle blow and men yell, "Over the top!" Before he knew it, he was charging across no man's land between the American and Chinese trenches. He ran as hard and fast as his legs would take him to the enemy on the other side, for no more reason than the whistle had been blown. Before he realized what had happened, he was diving for an impact crater still smoldering from where an artillery round had recently exploded. As he landed, he felt a stinging pain in his jaw. He came in too fast and apparently chin first, striking it on a smooth, somewhat round rock. As he lay in the crater, catching his breath and working his jawbone back and forth, he made sure he was okay. The thought of the rock being so smooth caused him to reach down and quickly examine it, hoping it was not unexploded ordnance. With a few lightly placed strokes across it, he suddenly gasped, realizing just what it was. The object was not a rock or ordnance, but a skull with empty eyes that still seemed to say, "You're next." When he finally broke eye contact with the unfortunate owner of the skull, he realized that he was not alone. 2 more men had joined him in the now tightly packed crater, one of whom spoke with a great deal of southern twang. "So is this where the doughboys are hanging out these days? I think you could have picked a better location." Karnak just gave a half smirk in response. Looking at the 2, he thought at least he wasn't alone. Reflecting back on the moment he cleared the top of the trench, Karnak could not understand how so many men fell dead all around him, yet he made it so far without being hit. Men on his left and on his right were struck by the seemingly endless array of bullets coming from the Chinese side. How did I not catch one, he wondered. Even though the thought was brief, he knew there was still time for it to happen, and that he and the other 2 had to get moving, for he thought too lightning might not strike the same place twice, but artillery rounds most certainly do. Their time in the crater was no more than a few minutes, but in that time they knew a great deal could happen in no man's land. The 3 of them looked at each other as if they were all having the same thought. At that moment, with explosions all around them, they leapt up from their temporary cover and once again charged for the enemy lines. It was difficult to gain any real speed due to the enormous craters and shredded forest left behind after thousands of artillery impacts. Those were not the only obstacles, though. There were also obstacles set by Allied forces and the enemy to negotiate through. And then there were the countless bodies of those who didn't survive no man's land. The barbed wire coils seemed to stretch endlessly in every direction ahead of Karnak, who had exited the crater first and was now leading the other 2. As they maneuvered through the hazards and Karnak glanced back, looking for the others, he noticed they were not as alone as he had felt. Men were appearing from everywhere and joining the charge he was now leading. Sorrow rushed over him at the sight of those men falling, struck by bullets, while others simply vanished as artillery rounds exploded near them. Focusing back on where he was going, Private Karnak was thankful for spending his childhood running through the rocky hills and heavily wooded forests of the Ozarks. It had allowed him to make quick decisions on his path through the obstacles that lay ahead. At times, Karnak would almost forget where he was as he jumped from one spot to the next, somewhat enjoying the run. Each time it ended as his foot landed on something soft that looked like a blackened rock, but turned out to be human remains as his foot would sink inside. Closing in on the enemy position, Karnak raised his M4 rifle and fired without slowing down, and in front of him, he saw the bullets strike their intended targets, but with every one that fell, it appeared 10 more popped up. Frustration overtook him as he emptied one magazine after another. With the last full magazine in his rifle, Karnak looked for cover to reload from the boxes of ammunition in his pocket. Spotting a crater much like the one he had exited just moments ago, Private Karnak ran in its direction. Approaching the edge, he felt a sting in his chest and felt as if he were falling. "You wake him." "I'm not." "Hell no, you do it. I saw what he did to those UN guys outside the gate," Ken said, refusing to be the one to wake Karnak as they watched him tossing in the hay. Todd walked over. "You damn chicken shits!" A few feet from where Karnak tossed in the darkness, Todd began wondering what to expect when suddenly Karnak jumped up, taking in a deep breath that was heard on the other side of the barn. Quickly stepping back, Todd turned and walked toward the others while announcing, "Time to get up." Stretching, Karnak reflected back on the dream he just had and thought about just what it meant. He knew the woman at the station represented Angelique, but the rest was much more difficult, though he did believe the dream was his subconscious telling him to stay mobile when he engaged the enemy and not to get entrenched. Chapter 15. On the Run. Reflecting on the events of the last few days and what it had taken to board the cargo ship he was now on, the American wondered what was in store for him next. Never before in his long career with the CIA had a mission gone wrong as the one he was now trying to escape from. Always having multiple ways out of the country of operation was the one thing his mentor had ensured he learned. Now he understood why, as one by one they vanished, along with the power of the United States during the EMP detonation. Those with whom he had made arrangements knew their deals were of no consequence and had either refused to assist him or tried to set him up with the Chinese. Now here he was, staring out over the deck of the Chinese military cargo vessel from between two rolls of shipping containers. The ship was still marked as civilian transport, even though it was clearly carrying military supplies across the Yellow Sea to Korea, or heading across the Pacific to the United States. Keeping to the darker parts of the ship, he was able to survive without being seen, and he hoped that the ship was indeed going the full distance, but only time would tell. Satisfied that there were no search parties looking for him on board, he returned to a tight and very uncomfortable void between the decks. Inside, the hours passed as the American contemplated just where he had failed to recognize the flaw in the mission, and without making any progress, he slumped off to sleep. Awakened by men screaming and the echo of boots striking the steel inches above him, the American looked to the watch on his wrist. Seeing rays of light making their way through the cracks, he was a little puzzled by the time. He felt like he had slept for a great number of hours, but that didn't add up to the 10 minutes that had passed according to his watch. The more he thought about it, the stranger the situation felt. And again he looked at his watch, thinking that maybe he had looked at it incorrectly. Again, only 10 minutes had passed, but this time he looked at the date. The little white dial read 17. Now, instead of being confused, he could feel a slight panic come over him as he realized, due to the stress and 2 days without sleep, he had slept for 24 hours. Hearing the boots as they became closer, he wondered if somehow they had discovered he was on board and now searched for him. Slowly he moved from the void and made his way back to the deck above, while working his way from one spot to the next without being spotted. Quickly he noticed every man on board held a rifle, or was engaged with setting up a rocket system from where they had pulled it from one of the lower containers. "Okay, guess that isn't for me," the American said, as he moved to a better location in hopes of spotting what had the crew so active. With the crew alert, each position he moved to was planned out carefully. Nearing the front of the ship, he heard steel being ripped and twisted as the crew screamed. Then, from high in the sky above, he heard a sound he knew well, the sound of gods farting. Looking up, he could see the smoke ring as another A-10 Warthog released the power of its 30mm gun, causing much the same devastation aboard the vessel. Watching the A-10 pull up from its dive, he hoped that if they made a third pass, he didn't get caught up in its wake. Looking off into the distance, the American could see what had startled the crew, prompting them to drop their facade that they were merely a commercial vessel. Without much effort, he could make out a U.S. heavy cruiser alongside a Japanese warship as they quickly approached the slow-moving vessel. To the American, it appeared the two warships could easily eliminate the vessel from underneath his feet, but instead they chose to capture it for its cargo. In a time of war, you took supplies where you could get them, and it looked as if the two warships were going to not only capture supplies, but also save his life in the process, and he was going to do everything in his power to ensure that happened. Scanning the sky for any signs of the A-10 Warthogs, the American didn't just watch, but listened for the slightest trace of its engines. Fairly certain he at least wouldn't be shredded by the warplane, he began climbing down from the containers at the front of the ship, careful not to stretch his right side out too far due to the bullet wound he had suffered in Beijing. Approaching the area where the rocket system had been preparing to launch, he could see the A-10 pilot had done his job, not with just the personnel setting it up, but with the system itself. All through it were 30mm bullet holes, and not just through it, but through everything in the area, including the deck he stood on. In many areas, the ship just looked like a jagged tin can that had been opened with a pocket knife. While admiring the work the A-10 had done, the American heard a noise coming from a container a few rows down. Catching him by surprise, a Chinese soldier exited with his rifle slung over his shoulder as he pulled on a rope running to the inside of the container. Quickly, the American scanned the nearby area for a weapon. Seeing an AK-47 just a few feet away, he ran to it just as the soldier spotted him and dropped the rope. With the rifle on the deck lying between him and the soldier, the American only slightly slowed down as he scooped it from the deck. Caught by surprise at the sight of the American, the Chinese soldier was now fumbling to bring up the rifle to fire. With precise movements, the American ensured the rifle had a round chambered, ready to fire. Pulling back on the bolt, he ejected one, but it was replaced by another. As he performed the action, he never took his eyes off the target. Raising the rifle up to his shoulder, he knew it was time to send the bullet into the chest of the soldier in front of him. With his fingers wrapped around the grip and the index finger extended out, he slid the finger down to the trigger to fire the bullet, only his finger found no trigger. While continuing to close the distance between himself and the soldier, he turned the rifle and glanced down. "Unbelievable," the American said to himself as he saw where the trigger had been removed by a round from the A-10 passing cleanly through. Now only a few powerful strides away from the soldier, he watched the soldier's rifle move in his direction, but he was too slow. On his last step to the soldier, the American thrust the damaged AK-47 from his shoulder with his right hand, placing the barrel into the soldier's throat. With his free left hand, he reached out and grabbed the soldier's rifle as he seemed to curl up in midair, clutching his throat. From inside the container, gunfire erupted. Knowing the clumsy soldier most likely wasn't alone, the American had already begun dropping to the deck. With his momentum carrying him past the open door, he rolled over the top of the soldier, pulling his rifle free, worked the bolt back, pulled it up to his shoulder, and then rolled back into the opening while pulling the trigger. With the container only about 8 feet wide inside, he made small circle patterns as he kept the trigger pulled, firing every round inside. With the bolt locked open, the American jumped to his feet and ran inside, not only to be sure he had killed the occupants, but also to gather ammunition from them. With the rocket system secure, and those inside no longer with the living, the American began searching the decks of the large vessel for any threat to him being rescued. With each corner turned, he scanned for targets to eliminate, but found mostly only piles of flesh or men with body parts missing from the high-velocity 30mm rounds striking them. When a 30mm round makes contact with a human body, it wasn't the material itself passing through, but the speed and spin in which it does, causing everything around it to be thrust outwards. Those features taking place in the body caused it to pop, just like a water balloon encountering a porcupine. "Don't move!" a voice demanded, and instantly relief came over him as he lowered his weapon at the sound of an American voice. Happily, he responded by placing the AK-47 onto the ground, and then doing the same thing. Lying face down on the still deck with his hands clasped together behind him, he felt the soldiers wasting no time in placing zip cuffs on and pulling them tight around his wrists. "Who are you, and what are you doing on board this vessel?" one of the soldiers inquired. "I am—" He stopped and thought about the question and how he should answer. It was something that he had never wondered before, but now the world was much different. Before he had finished thinking about how to respond, the soldier asked him once again, "Who are you, and what are you doing on board?" "I am Adam Rayner of the Central Intelligence Agency, and I request you take me to whoever is in charge." Adam couldn't believe how strange it felt to tell somebody the truth about who he was and where he worked. Throughout his long career, he was sure those words had never passed through his lips. Not surprised by the answer to his question, the soldier responded, "Well, Mr. Rayner, I am sure they are going to have plenty of questions for you." Adams quickly found himself sitting in the brig aboard their U.S. Navy vessel. Looking at his watch for the 100th time, Adam watched the hours pass. Normally it would have bothered him, being locked in the brig of a ship when he would have already begun making plans to escape. But not this time. This time Adam just sat and waited, secure in the thought that he was once again in the company of Americans. With his time not spent on seeking out ways to stay alive, he had much more pleasant thoughts such as how he would one day kill Chi. A few more hours passed before the rhythmic sounds of the ship were disturbed by the clanking of the latch on the brig door. As it opened, he noticed the markings of the captain before anything else. "Mr. Rayner, my name is Samuel Johnson. I am the captain of the USS Forrest Sherman, which you have been brought aboard. Now that you know who I am and where you are, how about you explain just how you became a passenger on a Chinese military supply vessel?" Adam remained on the bunk as Captain Johnson spoke, thinking of how his web of lies would begin, and just how strange it was to hear his name spoken. Screw it. Let's try the truth, but maybe leave a few parts out, like starting the entire collapse of the United States. Sitting up and making eye contact with the captain, Adam began, "Well, Captain, I was on the run from my Chinese counterpart, who killed my team and did his best to kill me." Adam went on for about 10 minutes, covering everything from his relationship with Chi, through his many failed escape routes, and ending with, "Now I am sitting here explaining it all to you." Believing most of what he had just heard, Captain Johnson looked to the guard and ordered, "Remove the cuffs." Standing up, Adam pulled his hands free of the zip-tie cuffs and held them out to the guard, saying, "No need. Here you go." Then he walked toward the door. By the time they arrived at the war room where Adam hoped to find out just how bad things had got in the world, he had seen a great deal of the ship. From what he could tell, it was business as usual. Everywhere men and women moved about the ship conducting maintenance and inspections, all to ensure the ship was ready for their next encounter. "Right in here, Mr. Rayner," the guard directed, still slightly irritated from the zip cuff incident. Nodding his head, Adam walked into a room full of monitors with very little on them. Many even had their power cords dangling from the wall. In the middle of the room sat a large, table-like structure that had obviously been recently installed. Every inch of it was covered with maps of different regions with many colored post-its placed about. On one of them, Adam noticed a thick red line running diagonally across the name USS Theodore Roosevelt. Quickly, Adam's eyes moved to another with the same red line across USS George H.W. Bush. Each post-it he spotted had the same markings. "What is this, Captain?" Adam said, hoping it was not as it appeared. With a deep breath, Captain Johnson sighed as he replied, "Those, Mr. Rayner, are the grave sites of thousands of men and women of the U.S. Navy." It took a great deal to shock Adam after years in the CIA, but what he just heard and what he stared at was hard for him to take. How? There are so many. Looking around the room at all the electronics being used, the captain began, "From what we can tell, they used the electronics." Instantly, Adam remarked, "That is not possible. There is no way they could have hacked the computers of all those ships. They are equipped with the highest encryption available." Turning his attention from the surrounding room to the CIA agent, he replied, "Mr. Rayner, you are correct. They didn't hack the computers. We were only a few miles away from the USS Ronald Reagan when it was destroyed in a matter of seconds with what we could only surmise to be hypersonic missiles. You see, Mr. Rayner, there was no need to hack the computers. They simply targeted the computers themselves, computers with chips made in China." Chapter 16. Change of plans. It had been hours since spotting the last Chinese soldier, but Katie could still feel the adrenaline supercharging every muscle in her body. She rode along thinking about how alive she felt from their escape, not due to killing a man, but from the experience of battle, even if it was just a small skirmish. The way she now felt caused her to think back to many television shows where the characters became addicted to adrenaline and sought out new dangers to feel that way again. Though the others didn't see it, a big smile came across her face as she thought, well, that isn't going to be a problem. "My ass can't take it any longer," Carter announced out of frustration. Sierra quickly turned in her saddle, and while doing so, she could feel the pain coming from her ribs that she hoped were only bruised after being knocked from atop her horse. The pain made her a little irritable. "Carter, you keep bitching, and your ass will be hurting because I kicked it, not from riding." Carter quickly looked away once she had finished talking. He didn't know if she could do as she threatened, but at that moment, she made him believe it was going to happen, and that was the last time he complained about that issue. Sierra looked around, wondering just what direction they were heading as she reached for the small compass in her pocket. Sliding her hand deep inside the pocket and feeling nothing resembling the compass, she removed her hand and patted down her pockets from the outside, still not feeling it in any of them. "Shit," Sierra said, knowing for sure she had placed it in her pocket. Quickly she realized it must have been jarred free as she hit the ground, or when she rolled into the tree like the world's worst wrecking ball. Before stopping and finding out what direction they were heading, she asked, "Carter, which way to the camp?" Surprised by the question, he quickly replied without thinking, "Hell if I know. I was too busy riding the damn horse to save my life." As soon as he finished speaking, Carter thought, "Oh shit, I'm going to get my ass kicked by a girl." "Listen," Katie said lightly. Carter was more than happy to follow up on that advice, and he showed that he was by putting his hand up to his ear, exaggerating a little for Sierra's benefit, hoping she would forget what he had just said. "What is it, Katie?" Sierra asked, feeling as if she were addressing a dog with the question. Katie turned her head slowly from side to side, trying to find the direction the sound was coming from. After about a minute had passed, she opened her eyes and pointed. "That way." Katie and Sierra began heading in the direction Katie had pointed. "What? We just go when somebody randomly says, 'That way?'" Carter asked, as he too started leading his horse in the direction she indicated. Not a long ride from where they were, Sierra began hearing sounds of vehicles traveling at a slow speed. Looking over to Katie and Carter as they moved through the woods following the sound, Sierra shared her thoughts. "Must be a tank. I've never heard a vehicle that loud." Carter thought the sound also was that of something other than a civilian vehicle, but not a tank, though after his last comment, he was not about to say so. At this point, Katie wasn't sure if it was fear she felt or her next fix of adrenaline, but she was eager to discover which it would be. Listening closely, she could make out voices, though she could not tell what they were saying. The crying she heard was clearly translated. "They have people with them," Katie said, speeding up the horse she was riding. Sierra goosed Big Boy, and within a few strides the large horse was alongside Katie's, keeping pace. Not wanting to get separated, Carter also sped up as he asked at a loud whisper, "What are you planning on doing?" Not responding to Carter but focusing all her attention to her front right, Sierra tried to get a good look at who was on the road as gaps opened up between trees. "I don't think that is a tank. It looks like an old tractor pulling a cage," Sierra informed the others, not really worried about somebody on the road hearing her over the noise of the tractor. Hearing the crying coming from the road and not being able to see what was happening began to frustrate Katie. Slapping her heels against the horse's sides, she made a clicking noise with her tongue, causing the horse to speed up. Watching Katie take off ahead of her, Sierra thought to herself, "Okay, Carlos, I get it. I was a pain in the ass." Again, Sierra goosed Big Boy, and within a few faster strides than before, she was once again alongside Katie. This time they were moving faster than the travelers on the road. Finally catching up to Katie and Sierra, Carter watched them jump from their horses, tie them to a low-hanging limb, and take off walking toward the road. "Doesn't anyone care for my opinion?" Carter said under his breath as he stayed on his horse and waited for their return. Looking over to Katie, Sierra gave her a hand signal to get down. They were now close enough to the road to watch as the travelers passed by. Quickly, Sierra covered Katie with leaves and then began working herself down into the thick layer of foliage. Feeling as if there were not enough leaves on the forest floor to cover up the red and white checkered blouse, she came to the realization it might be time for a wardrobe update. Silently, they lay just behind little saplings, covered in leaves, waiting for the travelers to pass. Carefully, they watched as the first of the travelers came into sight, and instantly Sierra could tell they were well armed. Watching as they passed and taking in all the information possible, she swore she could smell them as they passed, even over the rotting compost they were buried under. Following closely behind the men came the tractor she had spotted earlier. As it came into view, it presented a strange sight. Stretched across the fenders sat a fluffy living room couch with one very large, porky man in the center. On each side of the extremely well-fed man sat a woman, whom Sierra assumed had to be on something. From under the leaves, Katie asked, "How the hell is he driving that thing from up there?" Looking at the distance from the people on the couch to the steering wheel, Sierra began to wonder the same thing until she noticed two arms protruding from underneath the couch. "Wow, civilization has really gone to shit," Sierra said, not because of the sight atop the tractor, but because of the sight of the young women in the cage it was pulling. Hearing and feeling Katie moving out from under the leaves, Sierra reached over, knocking her arm out from under her as she began pushing herself up from the ground. Sierra knew Katie wanted to jump up, charge over, and free them from the cage, because that was what she wanted too. She also knew that was not what would have happened as she spotted 4 other heavily armed men walking just a few feet behind the cage, taunting the girls inside. "What are you doing?" Katie almost yelled as her body landed back to the ground. Sierra pointed at the 4 men Katie had not seen. "Saving your life along with mine and theirs. Let's go." Slowly, the 2 crept back to the horses and Carter, confident they had seen enough to formulate a plan. Seeing Carter where they had left the horses, Katie looked up to where he sat on his horse and said, "Yes." Confused by what had just happened, Carter asked, "Yes, what?" Jumping up on her horse, Katie stared at Carter. "Yes, your opinion matters. Now stop whining about it." Carter made a mental note to not make comments he didn't want her to hear, unless he was more than a state away. He wanted to tell them both how difficult it was riding with them, but when he started speaking, he asked, "So what did you learn?" Angling Big Boy to walk between Carter and Katie, Sierra addressed them both. "We're going to ride up about half a mile. Carter, you're going to ride straight across the road and shoot the 2 in the front. While everyone is focused on you, we're going to come from the rear. Got it?" Sierra didn't feel the need to put much more detail in the plan, since Robert always told her to remember the acronym KISS when planning a mission, which stood for Keep It Simple Stupid. "What do I do if I get to the other side and didn't hit any of them?" Carter asked, concerned about shooting from a horse. Sierra looked at him, void of any expression. "Then shoot some more. Anything else?" Without waiting for further questions, she tapped Big Boy with her heel and began riding to get ahead of the travelers on the road. With everyone in place, Sierra watched as the first of the men walked past their position. She couldn't see Carter about 100 yards ahead, but she had confidence he would ride as planned. Seeing the hillbilly throne, Sierra fought the urge to draw her pistol and put a bullet through the king of couch potatoes. "That one is mine," Sierra said softly to Katie. Katie held her shotgun tight and checked to ensure there was a shell chambered. Next, she looked down to her custom 3-gun belt, making sure that each holder contained a 12-gauge shell. She could feel the adrenaline rushing through her system. It was a feeling that reminded her of the early days of participating in 3-gun matches. Only this time, the little white steel targets she saw walking down the road would fight back. The days of posing with my rifle in a prom dress are truly over. Katie snickered at the thought. Boom, boom, boom. "That's our cue," Sierra announced, picturing Carter racing across the road and firing at the 2 men in front. Both of them slapped their heels against the ribs of the horses as they snapped the reins forward. Instantly, the two horses began running through the trees as their riders got ready to fire. With the horses covering the distance to the road in seconds, and Big Boy being a little faster than Katie's horse, Sierra was the first to emerge from the woods. With one hand holding the reins, she quickly fired her revolver at the four men. By the time Katie exited the woods with her shotgun, she was surprised to see Sierra entering the woods on the other side, with all four men still standing. Did she miss all of them? Katie asked herself as she took aim at the imaginary steel plate centered in one man's chest. Within a second, 4 puffs of smoke and fire flew from the end of her barrel, one for each man standing. Just for good measure, Katie fired 4 more times before reaching the woods on the other side of the road behind Sierra. Slowing her horse as Sierra headed back, Katie could not resist from giving her a hard time about missing all 4 men. "Next time, you might want to try aiming," she said with a snicker that was cut short by a bullet hitting the tree next to her, followed by another sizzling past, grazing her cheek. "Son of a bitch!" Katie screamed while ducking in her saddle and swinging down to the ground. Raising her pistol, Sierra fired into the chest of the shooter. Watching him take just a few steps backward, she quickly figured out why they were still standing, so she took aim at his head and pulled the trigger. Nothing. Quickly, Sierra drew her other pistol and fired. As the bullet struck, the man's head flew back while the rest of him dropped to the ground. Looking down to make sure Katie was okay, Sierra holstered her empty pistol and asked, "You good?" As she looked up, it was noticeable just how close the bullet had come to her, from the red streak running along her cheek. With a somewhat shaky smile on her face and feeling the effects of the fresh burst of adrenaline, Katie replied, "Hell yeah!" Seeing the expression upon her face, Sierra could not help from thinking, "This girl is going to be a problem. I should know." Walking over to the man who had almost killed her, Katie gave him a light kick and then looked back at Sierra. "Body armor." "Yep. You ready to go back again?" Sierra asked. "M2 is semi-auto." Katie turned back in the direction of the others as she said, "Burn it down." Katie ran from the woods, firing as quickly as she could. 1 shot, 2 shots, click. "Shit," Katie said, and almost at the same time it took her to say the one word. She had loaded 4 shells from her strange-looking belt. With lightning speed, she fired the shots again, yet the man kept coming, raising his rifle up to fire, his face pelted with hundreds of little black and red dots. As panic started taking over, Katie reached to the belt to reload only to find the slots that contained the 12-gauge shells empty. Wasting no time in looking for the lost shells, she dropped the shotgun to the ground and drew her 9mm pistol, praying she could get it up in time. Katie watched the flash of the man's rifle and felt a stinging, burning pain as she stumbled back. Just a few seconds behind Katie, Sierra rode from the woods, took aim on the 2 men at the far side of the road, and opened fire, striking one in the throat and the other just above the ear, causing large chunks of gray matter and blood to splash down onto the road as if it were making a bed for him to lie down in. Seeing the third man, who had run toward the front of the tractor, Sierra looked over just in time to see Katie stumbling back as the man she had been firing upon fired a second shot. Instinctively, with a little of the mother hen feeling, Sierra stretched out her revolver and pulled the trigger 3 more times. The first round she placed in his back. Even though it was protected, it was still an easy target. The second and third went right for the back of his head as he stumbled forward. Seeing that Katie was still moving, Sierra holstered her empty pistol and called out to Katie, lying on the ground and holding her hand over the bullet hole in her side. "Pistol!" Katie's thumb checked the safety as she turned the pistol, grabbing it by the barrel and throwing it up to Sierra as she rode by. Having successfully thrown the pistol in the air, she thought that maybe the injury wasn't as bad as it felt. Sliding her hand back to feel around with her fingers, she could feel herself almost pass out as her fingers slid into the hole. So, this is what shock feels like. Just then, Katie could hear her father telling her, "Elevate those legs. Keep blood flowing to your heart." Looking around, Katie only saw one possible spot near her that would be the right height to elevate her legs, and as she raised her legs up and set them down on the back of the faceless dead man, she said, "Thanks, asshole." With the semi-automatic STI 9mm pistol in hand, Sierra charged around the trailer, first firing 2 rounds at the legs of the man, running to the head of the line where Carter was still firing at the 2 in the road. Watching the man tumble to the ground, she then turned her attention to the fat man on the couch. Sitting atop the tall palomino, she was at just the right height to fire as she came around the end of the couch on top of the tractor. Too fat to turn and see what was taking place behind him, the man had no clue which side to aim his shotgun, and Sierra laughed a little as he came in sight. The 2 women on the couch were huddled up next to him like pigs suckling on their mother while he pointed the shotgun in the other direction. 50-50 chance, asshole. And you lost, Sierra said, right before placing 2 rounds in his head, instantly turning the woman on that side red. Seeing that he was outnumbered, the last man, still standing, dropped his rifle and raised his hands in the air, yelling, "Don't shoot!" Carter took aim and pulled the trigger, firing again and again as he came out of the woods. With each shot, the man jerked from the impact until he lost balance and fell to the ground. Even then, Carter kept firing as he walked over, only taking short pauses between trigger pulls until he was standing above him, looking down. "Think it is that easy?" Pulling the trigger one more time, Carter made sure it was the kill shot, and then he aimed for the head of the man Sierra had shot in the leg and pulled the trigger. Looking over to Sierra, he waited for her to scold him for killing a man who was surrendering, but she just sat there. "What, were we just going to let them ride off?" Carter said, shrugging his shoulders. Not really knowing how she felt about what he had just done, Sierra simply chose not to think about it and turned her attention to the 2 women still seated on the couch. "You," she said, addressing one of the women. "Me?" the one with blood dripping from her hair asked. Shaking her head, Sierra pointed at the one closest to her with the pistol to indicate just which one she was addressing. "You in the black top. Stand up." As the woman stood, Sierra admired the black fabric and the design of the blouse she wore. Placing her pistol on the saddle between her thighs, she began unbuttoning the red and white checkered shirt she wore. Sierra again addressed the girl. "Take it off. We're trading." Hearing the tone in which Sierra had spoken, and seeing the devastation she had caused, the woman began unbuttoning the top and handed it over. Holding the blouse up in front of her, Sierra thought how much better it looked without the dead couch potatoes woman in it. Sliding one arm through and then the other, she admired how the collar rose up around her neck and thought about how much easier it was going to be the next time she hid in a pile of leaves. Happy with her decision to make the change, she reached out with the red and white checkered flannel to finalize the trade. With the blouse dangling between them, she heard a loud boom at the same time as the lower part of the blouse flew into the air. Less than 2 seconds later, she heard Carter fire his rifle from near the front of the tractor. With the blouse hanging from her hands, Sierra could see where it had been torn by shotgun pellets ripping through. "Hey, sorry about the holes in your new blouse. Maybe you can patch it later," she suggested, not caring if the woman had the ability to do so or not. The one thing she did care about was the fact that she had forgotten about the little person who was driving the tractor from under the couch. That mistake was almost deadly. Pushing that aside for now, Sierra looked at the 2 on the couch. "You 2 need to get walking before Carter here decides you're a threat as well." She jerked her thumb over to him as she spoke. Grabbing the torn blouse from Sierra, the 2 women jumped from the tractor and ran down the road. With it clear they were not going to pose a problem, Sierra turned her attention to Carter. "Why don't you open the cage, and I'll inform the little princess back there why ammunition intended to take down little birds isn't very effective on grown men on meth." With the area secure, Sierra rode back to where Katie lay on the ground with her legs perched on one of the dead men's backs. "Look at that. He is more useful dead than alive," Sierra commented on the sight. Jumping down from the top of her horse, she walked over to Katie as images of Carlos lying on the ground while Sergeant Lee and others pulled her from him, flooded her mind. To Katie, Sierra looked almost frozen with the exception of where her thumb was tucked in her waistband above the Texas Ranger badge, while 3 of her fingers traced over its surface. "You might as well help me. You're not keeping my pistol if I die from this," Katie announced, feeling the wound a little more now that the shock was beginning to wear off. With what Katie chose to take as a smile and not a grin, plotting her demise, Sierra said, "You're lucky Lee thought of almost everything when he packed these rucks." Snapping out of her trance and turning back to her horse, she pulled a small stitching kit from one of the many pouches and then began stringing the needle where Katie could see what was about to happen. "What are you doing?" Katie asked, knowing already. "You just need a few stitches. It's not that bad. Now roll onto your side so that I can stitch the back also." Thinking about how much pain was going to be involved as Sierra began to kneel down, Katie asked, "What the hell? We don't have any whiskey or vodka. I'm sure these jackasses have some around here somewhere." With a smile on her face as she reached down and squeezed Katie's flesh together, Sierra replied, "That would be illegal. None of us are of age to possess such things." Then she ran the needle through the skin pinched between her fingers. Chapter 17. U.S. Army. In the dim light of morning, First Sergeant Thomas scanned the area around what used to be the Rocktown Public School, hoping she could find just the right opportunity to attack. Covered by her camouflage poncho, she peered through the binoculars. It seemed as if Jonathan was already expecting company, and not the welcome type. Blue helmets moved from one area of the roof to the next. All around the grounds of the facility they seemed to walk. Around the buildings like children playing Follow the Leader. "Any sign of the woman, First Sergeant?" a sergeant asked as he peered through the scope of his rifle. With disgust in her voice, Thomas replied, "Not a damn thing, and I don't think we're going to get much intel from here. Have you at least spotted an avenue of approach? It looks like we're going to be attacking blind, and I want to be in close before the firing begins." Directing his attention from his scope to her, he could see the concern on her face, concern that was well-deserved when it came to attacking a hardened facility with such little information. "The only area I have seen is the stream that runs along the backside of the buildings, but since this rain started, it has turned into a little river." Pulling the binoculars back up, Thomas directed them to the stream where she could see the water rushing down, as if it were just right for a Colorado whitewater rafting trip. Though the light was dim, something caught her eye downstream. "Sergeant, look down the stream just where it enters the woodline. What do you see?" Slowly turning in the direction she had indicated, Sergeant Weiser settled once again behind the rifle scope and began to scan the area. After a few minutes had passed, he replied, "Nothing, First Sergeant. Wait, I see it. Damn, they have personnel in the creek bed. Well, Weiser, we will just have to deal with them. Take whoever you need and quietly subdue them. The element of surprise is all we have, and I don't want to lose it." Within a few minutes, Weiser had 5 heavily armed men following him as they moved using the empty houses around them as cover. Quickly, he led the men in a large arching path to their objective, docking behind garden sheds, plastic toy houses, and even dog houses that were obviously built much too big for the dogs. It did not take long at the speed they were moving before entering the wood line that ran perpendicular to the stream, which was located at the bottom of the hill where he and his men stood. From just inside the woods, he turned back to ensure all his men had made it and were ready for the next stage. The distance down to the creek was not that far, and Weiser wasn't taking any chances on his men walking into an ambush. Slowly, they began their walk down the hill, using trees and brush of the forest to cover their advance. With every step, each man watched not only where he figured the soldiers in the creek were, but also for others in the woods. At times like these, each man could feel all senses heighten, and the primal instinct to fight rather than run taking hold of him. From that point, each relied on how well he paid attention in training to get him through, this being the point where, if he had been the class clown, he would most likely be a dead one. Seeing a head bob up and back down from the deeply eroded stream, Not far outside the wood line, Weiser was happy with his position. Approaching from above and behind the enemy was always the preferred position to be in when attacking. Though confident in his abilities and training, Weiser could feel anxiety boiling up within as the moment to attack neared. This would be his first combat mission, and he never believed that it would be taking place on U.S. soil. Nevertheless, it was time, and as he looked back to the men following him to give the order to attack, every muscle in his body froze in fear. Not fear of giving the order, but fear for the 5 men behind him as he watched them get thrown around like ragdolls. Weiser watched as one of the 2 men who had taken out all 5 of his in a matter of seconds released the one he held around the neck. As the soldier's body fell to the forest floor, he watched as the large man swiftly moved in his direction, and the feeling of helplessness overrode his primal instincts and training altogether. With the man towering above him where he had crouched behind a tree to prepare for the attack, Weiser could feel the fight in him take over again as he brought his weapon up to avenge his men. After 2 swift kicks, he felt his rifle leave his hands, and a burning sensation spread out across the side of his face. Slowly he looked up to his attacker, and even in the dim light of the forest, Weiser's eyes were drawn to his name tag that read, Karnik. "You think we should leave this one alive or kill him?" Weiser heard Karnik ask the man walking up behind him in almost a laughing tone. Recognizing the name Karnik from the briefing Thomas had given them on the United Constitutional Militia, Weiser wanted to scream out, "I am not with those inside the facility." But he knew there was no way to prove it, and he really didn't want another kick to the head. Watching the second man come into sight as he stopped alongside Karnik, he felt there might be some hope of getting out of this alive. "You're Master Sergeant Myers, correct?" Weiser asked lightly, trying to be as quiet and non-threatening as possible, all the while watching for movement from Karnik's boot. Puzzled by the question, Todd looked the man over before asking, "We served together?" Weiser's mind raced to come up with the right words to say so he would believe him. "I was in the office at Fort Leonard Wood when that asshole took your friend, Master Sergeant. We are here to get her back." Looking around at the men they had just taken down, and then back at the one in front of them, Karnik and Todd looked to each other and laughed as Karnik said, "Well, it looks like the 6 of you are not having much luck with that, young sergeant." Weiser wondered how they could just laugh at killing 5 men who were there to help them. The more he thought about it, the more the rage built up inside him, until he couldn't control himself any longer, and attempted to attack the man once again in front of him, regardless of who he was. "How dare you laugh at the death of my men!" Weiser screamed as he moved to attack Karnik. It was an attack that ended with a boot to the side of his head, the boot he had tried to avoid earlier. This time it caused the dim light of the forest on a rainy morning to turn black as a moonless night. When Weiser began to awaken, he was instantly surprised not to be dead, and quickly that surprise turned to thoughts of how long he had been out. Everything looked the same, except he was no longer in the same area, but deeper in the woods. "Great! Look who decided to wake up from his boot nap," Todd remarked, seeing Weiser peering around with a surprised look on his face. "What is going on?" Weiser asked, as he began second-guessing whether he was alive or not, while spotting his men standing in front of him. Reaching down, Karnik offered his hand to help Weiser to his feet. "Sorry about the kick to the head, but we needed you to shut up. As you can see, we only rendered your men unconscious, and admittedly a little bruised, but for the most part unharmed." Working his jaw from one side to the other, Weiser took Karnik's hand. With everyone now working together, Karnik's mind began to fill with the many possibilities he now had for an attack. Having hundreds of soldiers present, add less of a challenge than the 6 of them faced alone just a short time ago. After a few minutes of discussion, and not wanting to waste any more time, Karnik began to give orders. "Weiser, have one of your men guide Robert back to where your first sergeant is located. You and your men will move with us into the building. Robert, I trust you to keep us covered. Have all of them focus their fire on the roof and the groups of guards patrolling the grounds. Tell the first sergeant to move in at her discretion after that point. Nobody fires until you do, Robert. I want to get in as close as possible before the first shot. Everyone follow?" Karnak looked to each of them, and seeing there were no other questions, he continued. "We all leave here together. As we have seen, it is going to take some time to move against the current in that stream. Robert, that should give you the time you need to be set and ready. Now let's move." Karnak finished and signaled for the others to follow as he turned to the stream. Kate could feel the anticipation of killing Jonathan growing even stronger inside of her. She really didn't care how she did it, just that she was the person to do so. Moving through the rushing water in the stream, with every step she could feel his presence. Though the water was only knee-high, it seemed to push her back with each step she took forward in an attempt to keep her from advancing. No matter what obstacle presented itself, she had already set it in her mind that nothing was going to prevent her from accomplishing her goal, not even death. Looking around to the others, Kate quickly determined that Karnak would be the one to stay close to, for fear he might kill Jonathan before she could. Overlooking the facility from the rooftop, about 450 yards away from what Robert measured, First Sergeant Thomas asked a little too loudly for the circumstances. "What do you mean? He took my men with him?" Not wanting to agitate her further, Robert replied in a low, soft voice. "Ma'am, there wasn't any time to discuss it without losing the advantage of the morning's low visibility. Karnak felt you would understand." With a little calmer voice, Thomas stated, "First Sergeant, not ma'am." She brought her binoculars up and focused back on the facility. Robert stood there and waited for her to continue. Years in the army told him she was not finished. "Private, inform the others to focus their fire on the rooftop and groups on patrol. I also want 3rd Platoon to make their way to the far side of the facility and do the same. I want that place surrounded. Relay the information." Robert watched the private leave down the ladder as Thomas continued to use the binoculars. Satisfied that everything was in place, he said, "Todd spoke highly of you and was very surprised to hear you were here. Every one of us is thankful that you are." Unpacking full magazines, he placed them along the rooftop for easy access when the fighting started. Thomas pulled back from the binoculars just enough to see what Robert was doing and asked, "Why is it only you 6? I was told you had thousands." Without stopping his preparations, Robert explained quickly how they had just freed people from the FEMA camp, the conditions in which they had found people, and how most of the UCM was now helping those who needed them. When Robert had finished, he could tell Thomas was satisfied by his explanation as she turned quietly back to her surveillance. "It looks like they are nearing the best point to exit the stream," Thomas said, after finding Karnak's and the others' locations in the rushing water. Resting his rifle on a sandbag he had molded to the roof's peak, Robert settled behind his Noreen BN-36 rifle and located the group using its scope. He watched as the line they traveled turned into a tight group, preparing to exit the stream and move to the building. As soon as Robert saw the first person exit, certain it was Karnak, he began scanning the area around them for threats. Robert had hoped they would be able to make it to the buildings before he had to fire, setting off a hailstorm of bullets, but that was not to be the case. After watching the 3rd person exit the stream and turn to help the next person, Robert spotted a soldier on the roof, taking notice and pointing his rifle in the group's direction. Quickly, Robert took aim and fired. Before the bullet had struck, a thunderous roar sounded from hundreds of rifles. Chapter 18. Heading East. Sitting in the back of a military bus with a rifle, 250 rounds of ammunition, 2 grenades, and assorted other items of war that never in his wildest dreams would he have wanted around him, Jim felt safe. Looking down at himself, he no longer saw the surfer dude of months ago, the one who faked job searches to go surfing and wanted to be able to tell his mother, "I got the job, Mom, but you are not going to believe what I am doing." "Oh, what's the pay, you ask?" "Well, it is freedom." Jim laughed to himself, unable to believe just how sarcastic he sounded in his own thoughts. It had been days since the camp was freed by the soldiers of the American coalition, and for once, Jim was with somebody who listened to him about what had happened on the West Coast. Though they already knew the nation was under Chinese attack, they didn't know just how bad it was until now. Jim, like a great number of people who had been freed from FEMA Camp 1187 Region 7, jumped at the opportunity to do something rather than sit by waiting to learn Mandarin. Jim knew he was right where he was supposed to be, in a convoy approaching Shawnee Mission, Kansas, just outside of Kansas City. "Have you noticed how normal things seem around here?" Dawn asked, looking out the bus window at the people going about their business. All around were old buses and cars that looked as if they had come from classic car showrooms, museums, and junkyards. "Isn't it great?" Kevin asked, expressing his excitement at the thought of driving one of the classic cars. Jim was a little less impressed with the area, but he was very interested in their destination and the reason why they were heading east instead of west, where he knew the Chinese were coming from. "Did Sam happen to say why we were moving everyone east? Doesn't really look like they have a Chinese problem here." Being the one who had spoken to Sam the most, Dawn replied, "He said something about making contact with that rogue army unit from months ago." Instantly, Jim's interest was piqued as he thought back to the day it all started and the speech he had heard on the TV behind the bar at the beach. It was the first time he had seen a person shot that wasn't fake. Once again, he marveled at how much he had changed since that day. "He knows where they are?" Jim asked. Happy to pass along what she knew, Dawn began. "Yeah, remember the battle at Squire's farm? Well, Robert Squires is the reason his left arm doesn't quite work right and causes him great pain at times. He says Robert saved his life that day and that they worked together with the rogue unit until just hours before the EMP attack. Oh, and I guess they are known as the United Constitutional Militia now." Jim thought about what Dawn had just said, and one thought occurred to him. "Should you be telling people all this?" he asked, concerned about the information being sensitive. She just smiled and asked, "What? Are you going to tweet it out for the Chinese to find out?" Then she laughed at the same time, feeling a little depressed at the thought of not being able to tweet with her friends. Over the next hour, the conversations ranged from what they missed most, the last movies they had seen, the fast food they would love to eat again, and wrapping up with, "Are we there yet?" The last question was asked as the bus began to slow and chain-link fencing and razor wire came into view. The sight caused many on the bus to tighten their grips on their weapons and check their gear. Standing up in the middle aisle near the front, Sam called out, Jim, I'm going to need your help here." Jim began working his way out of the seat he shared with Dawn and walked to the front, wondering just what help he could be that the people he was now walking by couldn't provide. Almost as if he were reading his mind, Sam said again, "I need you to tell these men what you told me about out west." Jim thought back to how frustrated it made him when nobody would listen to him, and now how tired he was of telling the story. But that wasn't what he was going to tell Sam. "Sure, just let me know when to speak." Feeling the bus come to a complete stop, Sam nodded in response before turning to exit. "What is this place?" Jim asked now that he was able to get a much better view of the facility than from the bus. He could see many divisions in the road that led down into tunnels, a few covered with steel doors and the rest open with trucks moving in and out. Unable to hear Jim over the flow of traffic in and out of the facility, Sam continued walking over to what looked like a 6-seater golf cart. Looking back, he could see Jim was amazed by all the activity, and if asked, he would have to admit he was as well. Sam had looked forward to this meeting since connecting with General Harwood of the Kansas National Guard by shortwave radio. Now seeing the facility, he felt that the general was probably one of the most valuable contacts he could have hoped for in the area. Reaching out his hand as he approached the driver of the large golf cart, Sam introduced himself. "Hello, I am Sam Crawford, and this here is Jim. It looks like you are expecting us?" he asked, hoping that the man was here to escort him to the general. "You got it, buddy. Jump on in." Hearing the driver speak, he could tell there was no way the man was military, even though he was wearing a uniform and had a sidearm. Sam walked around to the front passenger side while directing Jim to take a seat anywhere he wanted. Settled in their seats and moving down the shoulder of the road leading into the far left tunnel, Sam found his curiosity taking control. "How long have you been in the service?" he asked the driver. Laughing at the question, he turned slightly in Sam's direction. 3 weeks. Never would have thought it possible. Then the power went. He stopped talking and shook his head side to side at the thought. Then with a deep breath, he began. "You know, things got bad. People killing each other for just a bottle of water, bodies piling up in the streets. It was all kinds of bad. Then this dude comes out and just starts giving the shit out for free. Next thing I know, I got the uniform on and I'm learning how to be a soldier. Now here we are." He finished with a slap to the steering wheel, laughing once again. The guy's story was one of the same happening in other areas of the country. With his years of service, he had seen contingency plans for cities without power, water, or other services. All of them stated that, after 48 hours, those cities would experience a 70% reduction in population, mostly due to death. From the look on his driver's face when he told his story, Sam could tell it must have been bad here before the general. Upon entering the tunnel, Sam and Jim felt they had underestimated just how important this contact was going to be. The inside of the facility was nothing like they could have imagined, with its large open areas, tall ceilings, rows of tractor-trailer trucks, and seemingly endless tunnels that went farther underground. Once inside, it was only a short ride to the general's office, which looked more like a control tower at an international airport. Bringing the cart to a stop in front of a plug-in station, the driver turned to Sam. "This is your stop. These boys will take you the rest of the way." Standing off to the side were 2 soldiers, and it was where they had been for some time by the way they wore their uniforms and stood. As soon as Sam had stepped out of the cart, and Jim had joined him, one of the guards said, "I am Sergeant Gill. If you would please follow me, the general is expecting you, Mr. Crawford." Jim felt a little strange still carrying his rifle with him in a government facility such as this, and nobody taking him down to the ground to confiscate it. Repeatedly, he checked to make sure it was on safe, making it hang down from his shoulder by the sling, and pointing to the ground with his hand touching it very little. He wasn't sure if it mattered to anyone around him, but it eased his newfound feelings for the weapon. After climbing a few flights of stairs and walking down a covered hallway cut from the bedrock, they entered the massive control center. Their eyes grew large as they looked at all the electronic equipment lighting up the room. It was a sight that neither thought they would behold again in their lifetime. "Good to see you made it, Mr. Crawford. Was it hard to find?" Harwood asked, like he had given him directions to his vacation house and not a top-secret government facility. Clearing his throat, he said, "Sir, please call me Sam and not at all. Your men found us about 50 miles out and guided us right here." "Well, Sam, how many soldiers do you have with you? I'm sure they could use some fresh food and water after their journey," Harwood asked as he signaled for one of his men. "A man who likes to get to business." "I like that," Sam thought, and then replied, "Sir, I estimate 5,000 men and 200 horses if you have feed." "Absolutely, we have people harvesting grain now. We can get that right over. How about fuel?" As the general spoke, he also checked that the soldier he had called over was making a list for shipping. "Sir, we have plenty of that. It is everywhere since so few people can use it. But we could use ammunition," Sam replied. "Very well. Get this down to shipping, and I want the first truck sent ASAP." Harwood addressed the soldier, taking notes. At this point, Sam had started feeling that things were a little too easy and had to ask, "Sir, what is the hook?" Confused by the question, Harwood replied, "Hook?" Sam explained, "Yes, this all seems too easy, and the supplies are the bait. Now I feel I am waiting for you to set the hook." Crossing his arms, Harwood thought for a moment. "Sam, I don't think it has ever been explained to me like that, but here it is. See that spider web of lights on the table?" He paused for Sam and Jim to get a better look before continuing. On the table was a map of the United States, and all across it were long rows of lights in yellow and white. In a few spots at junctions or major cities, they were red or green. You see, the white lines represent the underground highway system that I control, and the yellow is what the government of the East still controls. Harwood was cut off by Sam. You mean to tell me there is a highway system that spans the entire country? Sam asked, having a difficult time comprehending the thought. Quickly, Harwood responded, Yes, and that is why I need your personnel. They are mostly military men. As you can see, we have lost contact with several points, almost all being military bases. We were about to move in on the next link in the system, but my scouts reported a heavy military presence. This is unbelievable, Sam thought as he watched the general point at the red light marking a terminal in Jefferson City, Missouri, when talking about a heavy military presence. General, I believe the stars have aligned for us both. But first we have some information you need to hear about the West. Jim. As Jim stepped forward on Sam's cue and prepared himself to tell the story once again, Harwood raised his hand, signaling for him to wait. Is this about the Chinese invasion? Harwood asked to their surprise. Seeing that it was by the expression on Sam's and Jim's faces, Harwood continued, We have a communication system that is isolated to underground, preventing it from being vulnerable to EMP. We are also aware they have taken all of St. Louis and that they began pushing west 3 days ago. Now, Mr. Crawford, I'm interested in hearing how the stars have aligned for us both, if you don't mind. Sam began telling him how he believed the Jefferson City terminal might have been taken by the rogue 138th Bravo Company Infantry Unit, and how the 3 who were on the government's top 10 most wanted list had taken the armory in Jefferson City before the EMP strike. Then he explained how he knew they were all framed by those in the government who wanted to create a civil war in the country in order to do away with the Constitution. And sir, that is why they call themselves the United Constitutional Militia now. Chapter 19. Through the Rubble. From deep within a pile of rubble that had once been a public library, Blankenship peered through a fallen bookshelf. Using the scope atop a QBU-88 Chinese sniper rifle, removed from one of the many Chinese soldiers he had recently killed, he now stalked the remaining 2 soldiers of the last group that had wandered into his path. For days, Blankenship had stayed on the move, only sleeping a few hours at a time, determined to kill every soldier he could find. Yet it seemed 3 others always replaced his last kill. Though things became easier since figuring out just how to use the Chinese sniper system, the thought of using their own rifles against them always brought a smile to his face. He had grown cold to emotions, and at times even thought about how his humanity was slipping away with every kill. But with each kill, that humanity meant less. Seeing the pink mist fly from those he fired at brought pleasure, and the thoughts of how wrong it was to take a life had stopped mattering countless kills ago. Easing the crosshairs onto the ear of his next victim, Blankenship could feel the rush of endorphins as he anticipated the kill. So far, the 2 had been able to stay alive longer than the other 8 they had been with, but it was mostly just luck of the draw. With a slow squeeze of the trigger, the 5.8mm Chinese round ignited, sending the 70-grain bullet from the barrel at over 3,000 feet per second. Since the soldier was only a little over 400 yards away, it reached the soldier quicker than the endorphin rush Blankenship felt from the click of the trigger that sent it. Then there was one. Never having any formal training as a sniper, Blankenship merely relied on Hollywood getting it right in the many movies he had loved. Since he had always heard in movies to never fire twice from the same place, he slowly backed out from under the bookshelf while keeping a close eye on his prey. The first few times he had done so, it seemed pointless, but after a while he began to enjoy resetting for his next kill. Climbing atop bombed-out buildings had started to become the norm since very few buildings remained intact after the Chinese dropped countless rounds of artillery on the area. From what Blankenship had seen during his time hunting in the area, he had an almost 1-mile stretch of devastation encircling St. Louis, where it had been shelled to create a type of no man's land. Blankenship took his time, like a child savoring the last bite of a chocolate bar. Experience had told him by now the soldier was much too afraid to move. He had seen it take place normally after the third or fourth in a group would spray pink mist all over them before dropping dead. Working his way into a solid shooting position, Blankenship took a quick look through the scope. "Hello there," Blankenship remarked, seeing the soldier frantically looking all around him, wondering which way to fire. He could see the effects that a sniper had on the psyche, and as he relaxed to take the shot, he understood that he should feel pity for the panicked soldier. Instead, the only thing he felt was his next rush of endorphins as the pink mist sprayed from the man's neck. Releasing the trigger and taking in a deep breath, Blankenship relished in the feeling as it seemed to fade away faster each time. Rolling over to his back, he held the rifle tight, staring up to the blue sky above. During his time on the St. Louis police force, he had seen and dealt with a great number of drug addicts, never really understanding why they would keep doing something that would eventually kill them. Now, feeling the last of the pleasant rush from the endorphins quickly fade away, Blankenship's thoughts turned to the next hunt, and not to Kaylee or the fact his life could be taken as easily as those who had died by his hands. After moving to 3 other locations and each time spending 10 to 20 minutes looking out over his kill, Blankenship moved, satisfied that others had not come to investigate. From the crack of weapons firing in the distance, he knew there were others hunting the Chinese, and at times he could feel himself in their crosshairs, though by now he just chalked it up to being the nature of war. Slinging the rifle over his shoulder, he began his inspection of the 2 soldiers, looking for any information, weapons, ammunition, food, water, or anything else that he might find useful. Another thing Blankenship learned from mistakes he saw in movies was the fact that people were always leaving weapons and ammunition lying on the ground, and then complaining about running out of that very thing minutes later as they fired fully automatic weapons toward the enemy. Blankenship used to laugh at the thought, but now gathering supplies from the dead had become life, and all over the area he had multiple stashes. Taking a drink from the dead soldier's canteen, he looked around as rifle fire erupted in the distance. Somebody's having a worse day. "What do you think, buddy?" he asked the Chinese soldier with a bullet hole through his ear. Taking another sip of the canteen, he listened to the battle that, like most in the no man's land surrounding St. Louis, only lasted a matter of seconds to a few minutes. With the last shot echoing its way off into the distance, Blankenship began slowly walking away with the bounty from the dead. Now came the moment he had the hardest time with, hiding the weapons, ammunition, and food. It always bothered him, thinking about getting killed by the enemy and having the supplies go unused, since he was the only one who knew of them. Then almost as fast as the thought would creep up, it would be answered with, "That worry won't follow me into death." After the supplies were safely secured and he had a fresh stock of ammunition, Blankenship was back on the hunt, and much like the junkies he used to see in dark alleys, he needed his next fix. With no particular direction in mind, he decided north would most likely provide good game, since he had heard weapons fire within the last 30 minutes. "Let's go see who won that skirmish," he said to himself, after deciding on a direction. 5 blocks over were the remains of an 8-story building, and he knew it would be the best place to possibly spot his next prey. The journey was slow, and at times the smell of the dead almost caused him to turn around, but soon he was at the building and climbing up the many flights of stairs to the top. Blankenship marveled at how the building received so little damage, with the exception of windows being broken and a large portion of the upper left corner missing from artillery damage. That just happened to be the spot he wanted to be in. It was open and offered the best view to the east in the direction of St. Louis. Like many times before, he settled in and began working out in his mind how he would make an emergency exit. Next, he scanned the area below for prey patrolling the area. It was a search that only took a few minutes as a Chinese woman came into his view. She was not the first he had seen, but definitely the most beautiful of them all, especially since the others were now dead. After watching the Chinese troops running around her as she appeared to bark out orders, he quickly came to the conclusion that she was the person in charge. "So sad," Blankenship remarked as he began to take aim. Another thing he believed to be true from watching movies was to identify the chain of command and work down from the top. With soft, subtle movements, he rested the crosshairs upon her breast. Taking a few deep breaths, he began squeezing the trigger as he timed it to fire at the point when he no longer had air in his lungs. With the click of the trigger, everything slowed as the endorphins began to release in anticipation of the pink mist. The release didn't come, nor did the mist. Instead, as he adjusted the rifle and she came into sight, it appeared that she was looking right at him with a smile on her face as a dragon rose behind her. Pulling away from the scope, he rubbed his eyes and reacquired her in the scope. Still, she smiled and appeared to look at him from what he had judged to be about 600 yards. Every muscle in his body screamed for him to run and not take another shot, while another part of him thought, "Sure, no problem. Pull the trigger." The seconds ticked by as he remained captivated by her through his scope. He wondered who she was, even what her name was, and how such a woman could get caught up in this. As he stared and studied her staring at him with such a beautiful, demented smile, he saw the dragon behind her fly into the sky with a ground-shaking thunder. "Artillery," he announced to himself as the realization that he had been led into a trap revealed itself to him. Jumping up into the air like a scared cat from where he lay, he knew it was time for the emergency exit. Swiftly, he secured his rifle and looked down the front of the building where the fire escape began 2 floors down. With the damage the building had suffered prior to today, Blankenship was able to use the collapsed floors much like ramps, and within seconds he was standing on the edge of the building. Alerted by the sound of the fast-approaching shells, he knew his time had run out. Looking up instead of shells, he watched small oriental dragons coming down to strike at the base of the building. The percussion of the explosive was so great that the last thing Blankenship believed he saw was the roof of the building as he flew through the air. Chapter 20. Restraint. With one more blow from the swollen knuckles of Jonathan's fist, Angelique struggled to stay conscious. In an attempt to keep her mind occupied and block the pain, she focused on recalling the time she had spent with Karnak after they were reunited. It never lasted for more than a fleeting second before turning to such things as what time of day it might be or how many blows she had taken. Though she knew the number of blows had to be high, the periods where she blacked out made the actual number impossible to calculate. Knowing that there had been a few long periods where the torture had stopped, or she had lost consciousness altogether, Angelique estimated they were going on day 3 or maybe 4. It was really hard to tell, but with those few facts she knew, including that Jonathan was wearing clothing with a little less of her blood on them, she felt confident about her estimate. She knew none of it mattered, but it was at least something to focus on rather than the pain. With a grumble, Jonathan shouted, "When did you start planning this treasonous act?" Through thin openings of her swollen eyelids, she could see the sweat running down his forehead to the tip of his nose before falling onto her lap. In a great deal of pain and knowing that she would be provoking more, Angelique replied, "Isn't it your bedtime?" She smiled at him with red, bloody, and puffy cheeks. Running low on energy to keep going, Jonathan used the surge of adrenaline from her comment to let out a series of blows, rendering Angelique unconscious. "Damn it! Get the nurse in here!" Jonathan yelled to the guard outside the door. Looking down at a beaten, bloody, swollen, and bruised Angelique, Jonathan commented as he placed his left hand under her chin and caressed her cheek with his right. "Even in this state of wear, you are still beautiful." He bent over and kissed her lips, like he had wanted to do so many times over the years as they worked closely together in the Dallas office of Homeland Security. "Sir, the nurse is here," the guard informed Jonathan from the doorway. "Send her in," Jonathan replied, taking a step back and savoring the salty iron taste of blood from Angelique's lips. As soon as Janet's eyes fell upon Angelique, she gasped. What kind of man are you? Well, nurse, I am the kind of man who likes to have his questions answered. And you? Wishing she had not said anything, she knew she had to reply with something, or she risked not being able to help Angelique. I am the kind who helps people, not the kind who beats them when they are helpless to fight back. Shit, Janet thought as soon as she stopped speaking. She went to work as she waited to be corrected, but nothing came. He simply stood watching her every move, sucking on his bottom lip. After watching the nurse tend to Angelique, he felt the rush of the last 5 minutes quickly go away. Taking a quick look at his watch, Jonathan decided he might as well get some rest. After all, she is, he thought with a grin on his face. Guard! Keep an eye on them. When she is finished cleaning Miss Carringer up, escort her out and lock the room. I'll be back into the office early. Entering the room and standing near Nurse Janet, the guard said with a strong accent, "Yeah." With Jonathan gone, Janet began taking her time with Angelique's injuries, but she knew none of the external wounds could be as bad as what was happening inside of her. Digging through her bag, she saw what she was looking for near the bottom and grabbed the bottle. Once it cleared the bag, she knew it was not what she was hoping it to be as she read the label, aspirin. Though it would help, it could do more harm from thinning the blood, and Janet understood that if there was internal bleeding, it would only harm Angelique. Setting the bottle to the side, Janet went back into her bag, looking for the bottle of ibuprofen she knew had been in it. Suddenly, the image of the bottle sitting on her desk came to her. Looking up to the guard, Janet stated, "I need to go to my office and get a bottle off my desk." She began standing. Quickly, the guard replied, 9. You leave when finished." Janet started to protest when she heard Luciano's voice just outside the door. "What is it that you need?" The guard quickly looked over in his direction, clearly startled by the man suddenly appearing from nowhere. Without a second delay, Janet replied, "Ibuprofen on my desk." And Luciano was off before the guard could say a word. Returning to Angelique, Janet wanted to do more for what she couldn't see than what was on the outside. Reaching back into her bag, she pulled out a washcloth and a bottle of water. Normally, she would have wetted the cloth prior to placing it on a patient's forehead, but this was not a normal situation. Folding the washcloth in half, she then leaned Angelique's head back far as it would go and placed the washcloth on her forehead. While she slowly dripped the water onto the cloth, she smiled on the inside. It was from thinking of when Jonathan had come to her after hurting his knuckles on the straps he had used to secure Angelique's head, the same straps that now hung loose from the top of the chair. While the water dripped, she thought of how sad it was to get so much pleasure from the thought of another person injuring themselves, but it was a sadness she could deal with when it came to Jonathan. "Is this correct?" Luciano asked from the open door. Looking back, Janet could see he had brought her just what she had asked. Placing the lid back on the water bottle, she began to walk over to him only to be stopped by a large hand going up in front of her. "Halt, I'll get it." Janet stopped instantly where she was and replied softly, "Okay, thank you." She figured it would be best to be as nice as possible to the guy who could kick her out of the room without regard to her patient. Luciano, on the other hand, was another story. She had got to know him very well during his time here, and now he seemed a little off as the guard took the bottle from him. Janet noticed he stood there with one hand slightly tucked behind his back as the guard made his way over while opening the bottle. Seeing the guard run his finger down into the bottle, Janet expressed her concern. "Hey, we can't just replace those if you contaminate them. Now hand them over." Almost as if he had heard his mother speaking to him, the guard pulled his finger from the bottle. "But I only touched cotton at top." Taking the bottle, Janet saw the guard for the first time as a human and not just one of her captors. "That's fine." The instant she took control of the bottle, she noticed Luciano relax his posture and hidden hands drop to his side. Okay, he is up to something, and it has to do with the bottle, Janet thought. Facing Angelique, she cautiously removed the lid and then removed the cotton, feeling the top of the bottle. Nothing, she thought as she leaned the bottle over to shake 3 of the tablets out into her hand, only to have them be followed by the shiny handle of a scalpel. Her heart almost leaped from her chest, just like one of the tablets did from the palm of her hand onto the floor. Before panic could set in, she smiled back to the guard, who was watching the tablet roll across the dirty floor. "See, that is why I do not need any help wasting them. These clumsy hands do it enough," she said, while carefully sliding the scalpel from the bottle and running the handle up into the latex gloves she wore. "Yeah, I understand," the guard replied, smiling at her, and then looking back to Luciano in the doorway, with his hand once again moving back down to his side. After retrieving another tablet from the bottle, Janet began crushing them slowly, paying close attention to the angle in which she held her wrist. While she did so, thoughts of what Luciano wanted her to do with it kept coming to her. Does he want me to kill the guard? Does he want me to kill Angelique so she can no longer be interrogated? Does he want me to kill myself? The more she thought about it, the less her questions made any logical sense, so she decided to just focus on being a nurse. Crushing the tablets was something she would not have recommended to others, nor giving somebody 5, but again she thought that these were not normal conditions. With the pills broken down, she poured them into the water bottle, replaced the lid, and shook it with the hand not containing a razor-sharp blade hidden in the glove. While they dissolved, she opened another bottle of water from her bag and began moistening the washcloth on Angelique's head. This time she saw slight movement from Angelique as the water made contact with the cloth. "Don't move," Janet whispered to Angelique as she pretended to take interest in a wound on her ear. Just then she knew what to do with the scalpel. "Get some rest tonight. You're going to have a busy day tomorrow." Sliding the scalpel from the inside of her sleeve, she placed it under Angelique's forearm through the nylon straps, with the handle touching her palm. The process took some time to complete, and as she worked to get everything just right, Janet covered up her movements the best she could by treating the many injuries covering Angelique's body. "You finished?" the guard asked impatiently, while keeping a close eye on Luciano still standing in the doorway. "Just about," Janet replied, reaching for the bottle of water containing the crushed ibuprofen. Shaking the bottle vigorously, she then removed the top and slowly let it trickle over Angelique's lips. After a few minutes, with the bottle emptied, she began packing everything back into her bag. Looking up to the guard with a smile, she nodded and said, "I am finished. Thank you so much for being patient with me." With every movement, she did her best to draw his attention to her and away from Angelique. "Das ist gut," the guard replied, showing her to the door. As Janet exited the room, he looked back to Angelique, having caught a slight movement from her hand. Noticing the guard's hesitation, Luciano cleared his throat and said, "We are going to the cafeteria to get something to eat. You want us to bring you back something? I know how long the nights can get standing guard." Thoughts of hot coffee and sandwiches caused him to forget whatever it was he thought he had seen, and he closed the door behind him, leaving Angelique secured in the chair and alone. Shortly after everyone had left the room, Angelique worked the scalpel Janet had placed under her arm up to her fingers. With the blade of the scalpel in place, she lost consciousness before being able to take one slice to her restraints. It was something she didn't even realize since the room was darker than the boogeyman's basement. Hours passed by, and then the nightmare she had been having started once again. The man who had changed her life was once more wrapping his arms around her and pulling her tight. Angelique thought about nothing else in the world that was now falling down around them, but the warmth and touch of his body as she turned her head, meeting him face to face. Hypnotized, they stared into each other's eyes as she tried with all her might to remember this moment right before their lips battled it out, a battle unlike most, because she never wanted it to end. Each had to dig deep to muster all the strength they had to end the kiss and resist the urge for one more. As her feelings began to overtake her and she moved in for another kiss, she heard somebody approaching, which gave her the strength to resist. That was the problem with being in love with the leader of a growing militia. Others seemed to need him as much as she did, but in a much different way. Angelique watched as her love took a step back and turned to find out what the runner needed. She could still not believe they were once again together, and the sound of his voice caused her to want him more. She watched as Karnak faced the runner. "What can I do for you?" Karnak asked with a smile on his face. With those words, her ears began to ring as she watched what seemed to be red spray escaping from different points of his back, and with each one, her ears rang louder. Fear and panic rushed through her body as she watched her love fall backward to the ground as more spray came from all over. Quickly drawing her twin Colts and turning, she could see Jonathan standing with smoke rolling from the barrel of his pistol as he took aim, this time at her. Not realizing that she had awakened because of the darkness, Angelique's eyes snapped open as she said, "I don't think so. You're not killing me, and I don't believe you killed him either." She was referring to the news Jonathan delivered to her days ago that he had killed Karnak. Working her fingers back into place around the handle, she began cutting as fast as she could with the scalpel. Unable to judge how much time had passed in the darkness or how much was left before someone entered the room, she knew that time was growing short from the amount of light entering from underneath the door. No matter how much she cut at the restraint, it seemed to not be enough to get all the way through. Frustration was beginning to take over as adrenaline began coursing through her body. Probably should have worked on this with Karnak when we were kids, instead of always throwing him to his ass on the ground. The thought eased her frustration just enough to focus on the blade and where it was cutting, but it was too late. As she heard the first click of the door, the cutting stopped, and she lowered her head while tucking the blade away. "Good morning, Miss Carringer. Hope everything was to your liking," Jonathan commented as he walked into the room. Propping the door open to let in light, Jonathan looked to the guard. "Fetch the nurse, would you? I would like to speak with her before we get started with today's events." "What, are you feeling ill? Need to take a sick day?" Angelique remarked. Laughing loudly as he walked over and stopped just feet in front of her, Jonathan stared down. "No, I feel great today, Miss Carringer." Slowly, Angelique tilted her head up to look him directly in the eyes as she said, "You know why you're standing there looking down on me right now?" She waited for him to respond before continuing. Slightly confused because he felt it was a trap, he smiled and said, "Because you are a traitor, Miss Carringer, and I'm not." Happy with his response, he crossed his arms in front of him. Noticing his arms crossed, this told Angelique all she needed. The crossing of the arms when speaking was one of the first things she had learned in college psychology. It is an indication the person was trying to put up a barrier mentally and physically, and that was just the state of mind she wanted him in. "No, Mr. Boehner, it is because you have short man syndrome, and my sitting down is the only way you can tower over me." No sooner did she finish than Jonathan brought his right hand free and swung it, making contact with the left side of her face. Spitting a little blood to the floor, Angelique continued, "Also, everyone knows your name is pronounced Boner, not Banner, you little girl." Then she prepared for the next blow. Enraged by the comments, Jonathan wanted nothing more than to strike out until she no longer breathed. Just before taking another swing, which he knew would be followed by another, and then countless more, he thought it best to cool off. Killing her would be much more enjoyable with a level head, he thought as he began to pace around the room. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes, and then a few more, and Angelique wished he would just leave so she could finish cutting the restraint. But it appeared he had a little more resolve than she had counted on as she watched him move in and out of the darkness. "Miss Carringer, I'm afraid today you will be giving me the answers I require, and if I do Jonathan's heart almost stopped at the sudden roar of the thunder. "That's funny. It looked like it was clearing up, but you never can tell with these early summer rains." The longer the sound of thunder rolled on, the more curious he became. As he was walking to the door to investigate, Janet appeared. Looking into the room, she did her best to contain her surprise at seeing Angelique still in the chair. "You sent for me?" Pushing her out of his way, Jonathan walked out into the hallway and looked down both ways as the sound grew louder, Looking back to the guard, Jonathan said as he walked down the long hall, "Nobody goes in or out." Looking back into the room, the guard could see the nurse near Angelique, but could not make out what she was doing. "Frau, move back, bitte." Believing that she possibly just did not hear him because of the thunder, he asked again louder, "Frau, move back, bitte." This time he knew she had heard from the way she quickly looked back to him, and then back to what she had been doing. "I'm sorry I didn't do something sooner, my dear," Janet said as she sliced through the nylon restraint. "It is okay. You have done everything you can," Angelique reassured her as Janet made the final cut, freeing her hand. With that final cut came the deafening explosion of the guard's pistol and the splattering of Janet's blood on Angelique's face. "No!" Angelique cried out. Another explosion sounded, but this time it came from down the hall only to be answered by the guard returning fire as he fell to the ground. Angelique reached down to Janet and took the scalpel from her as she held it up with the last bit of life remaining in her body. In a childlike voice, as if she were back in school, Angelique said, "Thank you, Nurse Janet." Then her arm went limp. Now able to see the restraint by the light coming through the door, she was able to find the best area to cut, and in less than a minute she had both arms free. In the next minute she was standing. Looking over to where the guard lay, Angelique ran over and grabbed the pistol that had fallen just inside the room. Sliding it into the seam of her pants, she took hold of the dead guard's hand and dragged the rest of him inside the room with her. She emptied one pocket after the next, looking for anything she could use. By the time she had finished, on the floor lay 2 full magazines for the pistol, a pocket knife, a super ball, and assorted gum wrappers. Only the pistol magazines and knife did she keep. Listening closely, Angelique knew the sound very well due to her time in the Middle East. It was the sound of a massive amount of gunfire. Slowly, she worked her way out the door, checking both directions and choosing to go right only because she had spotted Luciano balled up on the floor along the wall. Running over to him and kneeling beside him, it was easy for her to tell he was but moments from death, but she was amazed at how bright his eyes became at the sight of her. "You escaped. Bravo, my dear, now." He coughed, and blood ran from the corner of his mouth. He unsuccessfully tried to wipe it off before continuing. "Now go get your parents. They are down the hall." As he brought his hand up to give her directions, the Reaper could wait no longer. Angelique looked down the hall, full of emotion. All this time she had believed her parents had been killed with the destruction of the Robert Young building in St. Louis. She said lightly, My parents are here?" Chapter 21. Evolved. Standing still in the middle of a creek just before the sunrise, Sierra concentrated on the smell of the morning air while listening to the water as it flowed over her feet. Though there were a great many miles between where she now stood in Missouri and her family ranch in Texas, she still felt the peace of home. Taking in a deep breath and letting it out, she could tell by the smell of dew in the air that morning had arrived. "Get moving." Quickly, Sierra's hand moved to her pistol while she bent her knees, squatting to make for a smaller target. The peacefulness of the morning was now nothing but a memory that would not be thought of again. Looking to the left and then to the right, she saw nothing, heard nothing, and smelled nothing that wasn't already present. The more she thought about what the voice in her head told her, she knew it could only be one person. "Carlos," she mumbled as the pistol slid back into its holster, and her hand lay upon the Texas Ranger badge on her hip. "Well, if he is taking time out from being dead to tell me to get moving, then I should probably do just that," she said to a squirrel that quickly ran away, having been unaware she was even there until she spoke. While making her way to the creek bank, Sierra thought about what the day had in store for them. It was time to accomplish what they had set out to do, free others from the FEMA camp control. 50 yards away from the creek, Katie lay on her sleeping bag, listening to the creatures scurrying around, while everything began to brighten as the sun rose over the horizon. "God, I miss my bed," she moaned as she turned over to her side and pulled the bag closed over her face. Turning over to her left side, to her back, and then to her right side again, unable to find a comfortable position as had been the case for most of the night, she then rolled once again onto her back and sighed. Frustrated, Katie flung one arm up and out of the bag, signaling to the world that she was through with trying to sleep on the cold, hard ground. As her hand made contact with the earth, she felt what had caused some of her discomfort throughout the night: acorns. It had been dark when they made camp, and with the threat of Chinese soldiers and the bottom of society rounding up women and putting them in cages, like those they had freed earlier in the day, the discussion was easy not to make a fire. Therefore, it was difficult to clear the spot where she had unrolled her sleeping bag for the night. Slowly, her fingers wrapped around an acorn, and as a protest to the uncomfortable night she had, she flung it through the air. Just then, her mood changed as a smile crept across her face, and with little effort, she located another, quickly tossing it through the air. Nothing, she thought, as she tossed another and listened for the sound of it making contact with its intended destination. "Damn it," Katie said softly as she launched another, this time hearing Carter moan as it bounced off his forehead. Pleased with the results, her hand ran across the ground in search of just the right acorn, the largest she could locate. Now that she knew just the right angle to throw, the only conclusion was that the bigger the acorn, the louder the response. After rejecting several, she located the perfect one, and with a repeat of the last throw, sent it on its way. "Shit!" Carter shouted, grabbing at his forehead. Rising up from where he had been sleeping and rubbing his forehead, he asked, "Did you just throw a rock at me?" It wasn't until that moment that Katie thought about how much harder and heavier the last one she had thrown was compared to the others. Deciding to close her eyes and lay still, Katie hoped that the darkness that remained would be enough to hide the grin on her face. Wide awake, with a small bump growing on his forehead, Carter's attention turned from where he could hear Katie snickering to Sierra, returning from wherever she went early in the mornings. He often wondered what she did so early, but never wanted to get up that early to find out. This morning she appeared different, not only because of giving up the red and white shirt for the black, but also because there was no cap. Carter watched as Sierra walked over to her saddle with her old ball cap in hand, opening up the saddlebag to slide stuff inside. He had not known her very long, but he had heard the story of her killing a man by running a chair leg through his heart to get that hat back. Continuing to watch while rubbing the bump on his head, Carter wondered what had prompted the change as Sierra began removing the holsters for her .357 Magnums from the Western-style belt and fastening them to her saddle. More than anything at the moment, he wanted to ask what she was doing, but his fear of her prevented the words from being spoken aloud. However, it did not stop him from turning his attention to Katie, as he felt the bump still growing where he knew she had hit him with a rock. "If you want me to think you're still asleep, your snickering needs to sound more like snoring." Giving up the ruse, Katie busted out laughing after slightly opening one eye and seeing the size of the bump on Carter's forehead. "Forgive me. I am sorry. I thought it was an acorn." Upset over the pain he now felt, Carter could not help from letting go of the need to retaliate as she began moaning in agony. "What's the matter? Bust a stitch?" he asked sarcastically, referring to the stitch work Sierra had done to the bullet hole in her side. Now he was the one laughing. "We're moving out in half an hour, so be ready. I want to be at the camp before noon," Sierra informed them as she pulled back the slide on a pistol they had taken from the men they had killed the day before. After finding one that felt comfortable in her hands, she began cutting the Texas Ranger badge free and moved it to a black nylon belt used for the new pistol holster. Though she loved her revolvers a great deal, Sierra thought of how the fight had changed, and the 6 shots of the revolvers just didn't go very far when fighting the ever-increasing numbers of the enemy. Sierra understood that she had to grow, since the revolution they were in the middle of had evolved into what seemed to be the next world war. Chapter 22. Death to Tyrants. With the guards and Luciano's pistols, Angelique ran down the hallway of what used to be her old school, determined to find her parents. Her desire to kick open every door she came across was strong, but her training had already kicked in. Secure the area first, then go for the hostages. A bunch of civilians running around in the middle of a battle only ended one way, and it was not them making it out alive. Angelique held the two pistols with a firm grip, ready for the first blue helmet she could locate. The hallway was long and curved, which made it perfect for a person on a mission like Angelique. With every step, more of the hallway came into view, and it seemed to be teeming with blue helmets. Having no reservations about what needed to be done, Angelique took aim on the closest and pulled the trigger twice, both rounds striking the center of the UN soldier's chest. Almost as if on autopilot, she repeated the action, only stopping to change magazines, and each soldier she encountered received 2 bullets from her, regardless of age, sex, race, or creed. She was quite the fan of the double tap. To Angelique, they were one thing, unwanted guests in her country. Battling her way down the hall, Angelique marveled at how, with the exception of being turned into a prison to house the citizens of Rocktown, the school had not changed much since her graduation. She even thought that she had seen her history teacher's name, Miss Lee, on one of the doors. That caused the memories to come flooding back, when she had put her mark on Karnak by accident, but marked nonetheless, since he still possessed the black dot on the palm of his hand. With reflexes taking over, she fired 2 shots at the next soldier she spotted, ending the short walk down memory lane. Standing alongside the door of the next room she had approached, Angelique thought of how much easier it was to clear a room with just one other person, but it wasn't going to stop her from doing it herself once again. With the pistol still in hand, she pressed down on the L-shaped handle and felt the door open slightly. That was when she knew it was time to move. Since she was by herself, she found it safer to burst through while staying as low as she could get. Now that weapons fire sounded like thunder, anyone inside would be on high alert and aiming for chest or head height at the slightest movement of the door. No sooner did she begin to apply pressure to the door than bullets ripped through, throwing splinters of wood into the air. Only flinching slightly, Angelique continued her push through the door into the room, but instead of just going in at a squat, it was more of a diving action. Laying belly down on the floor, she fired into the room, striking 2 men on the other side who were firing directly at the door. Catching a glimpse of a foot on her way in, she immediately rolled to her side to see a soldier with a surprised expression on his face that seemed to say, "Foul play. You can't do that." Seeing that he was taking aim to fire, Angelique struck out with her boot, kicking the rifle free from his hands. Quickly retracting the same foot up toward her waist and striking out with all the force she could put behind it, she made contact with the side of his knee. Even over the roar of the gun battle outside, Angelique heard the cracking of tendons and bone. Before she could fully appreciate the damage she had caused by the kick, she placed 2 bullets in his chest as his body struck the floor. In what looked like a single motion, Angelique was back to her feet. She cleared the room, gathered what supplies she needed from the dead men, and moved on down the hall. Angelique had one purpose, and that was to eliminate any obstacle between her and her parents' freedom, and with each room cleared and each soldier left with 2 bullets in the chest, she felt she was that much closer. She just hoped that one of the corners she rounded would put Jonathan in her sights. The battle outside raged as hundreds of bullets per second passed from one side to the other. Beneath the canopy of lead, Karnak raced to the nearby building with his rifle up, scanning the area in front of him for any threats. With his back secure, facing the concrete wall, Karnak spotted Todd, whom he had assisted out of the rushing waters of the stream, moving his way as he fired up toward the roof of the main building. Even with Todd still 20 feet away, Karnak could see him smiling through the camouflaged paint on his face as he yelled, "Oh, hell yeah! Now we have got us a battle!" Turning to Todd as he stopped just before touching the wall, Karnak asked, "Why does that make you happy?" "Because I am retired." Todd laughed as he waved in others from the group who followed close behind. Knowing the soldiers of Weisser's squad were not as well trained, Todd couldn't help from keeping a close eye on them. At times, he even enjoyed training on the fly, especially when he'd seen them doing something stupid like placing their backs against a concrete wall. "Get off the wall!" The two soldiers looked at him, confused, and one asked, "Why?" "Because bullets travel down them. They don't magically stop just because they make contact," Todd shouted loud enough for the young soldier to hear as he ran his hand along the wall like a bullet. Seeing there were no more coming, and that a few were lying dead by the stream, Karnak focused on the next objective rather than on those who had fallen. Knowing that the large white building was not part of the school when he had attended, and that it had been built with funds from FEMA, Karnak calculated the quickest path to the building and then took point. Keeping at least 5 meters between each of them so that they didn't make for easy targets, Karnak led them around the building and across the open ground. Karnak could almost feel Robert watching him as he ran for the cover of the next building. It was mostly due to the number of bodies that lay in his way, and those that fell each time he took aim to fire. Reaching the cover of the next building over, Karnak continued walking along the wall and ducking as he passed windows, as those who followed did the same. Reaching the end of the wall, he took a glance back to see just how many were still behind him, and instantly he spotted Todd as a body fell from the roof above. Noticing that the dead man possessed grenades, Karnak watched Todd stop to collect them, and Kate quickly walked around. Turning back to the direction of travel, Karnak emerged from the limited safety of the wall and raced to the buses parked just outside the white building. Only this time the spot he wanted was already occupied by a half-dozen blue helmets. Karnak knew turning back would only get himself and everyone following him killed. With that understanding from years of training and service, his advance did not slow but continued moving forward as he fired into the group of men wearing blue helmets. He could hear firing coming from alongside of him and caught a glimpse of Kate as flames blossomed from the end of her rifle. Kate ran alongside Karnak, firing until the last man fell to the ground and they both stood between the two buses. "What are you doing, Kate?" Karnak asked, knowing she was just scared he would kill Jonathan before she could. Looking directly at Karnak with squinted eyes, Kate replied, "Killing the bad guys. And you?" Noticing that Todd was closing in fast, Karnak dropped the line of questioning and hoped that she had got the point. Walking over to the door of the bus, Karnak pushed in the center of it and slowly pushed it to one side. Keeping a close eye on the roofline of the buildings, Karnak took a step up and looked through the driver's side window of the bus. Spotting the door to the white building, he could only see a few soldiers moving between the open area between it and the main. Suddenly he watched as Jonathan exited the white building with 2 other men dressed all in black, heading across to the main building. Stepping backward off the bus, Karnak took a quick look around, and then stepped back up on the bus just in time to see Kate running for the entrance of the main building. Knowing she wouldn't last long by herself, Karnak followed, as did everyone else behind him. Approaching the glass doors where Kate had entered, Karnak caught the far side just as it was about to close and shoved it open for the others to enter. Before fully inside, he could feel the small shards of glass being cast outward as bullets missed him and struck the door. Karnak saw quickly where the bullets had come from and took aim. Both guards who had been following Jonathan were down, but only one was still firing. Squeezing the trigger of his M4 rifle, Karnak made the 2 men a matching set. Moving cautiously down the hall to where he heard gunfire being exchanged in one of the classrooms, not currently filled with civilian prisoners, he panicked when the shot stopped. Images of Kate lying dead with Jonathan towering above her filled his thoughts as he neared the door. He wanted nothing more than to run into the room, but instead he slowly rounded the corner. With the image of Kate starting to appear, he could feel his years of training begin to take over as he saw Jonathan's arm around her neck with his pistol to her head. Pushing his emotions to the side, Karnak stepped into the room with the red chevron reticle in his optics held steady at the top of Jonathan's head. Knowing his weapon was zeroed at 100 yards, that would place the bullet right through his nose. "I killed you!" Jonathan shouted as he realized it was Karnak who had come through the door. "His name was Sawyer! You bastard!" Kate cursed and struggled to break the death hold he had on her, causing him to push the barrel of the pistol deeper into her temple. Assured he still had control of her, Jonathan began to speak again. 3 days ago, I shot you from the bluff overlooking the camp you had just taken. I know I did. I saw you fall and take the blonde girl with... They heard breaking glass, a zip, and a thud as a bullet from Robert's rifle struck Jonathan, propelling him with Kate. Wanting to know what he was talking about and where he was keeping Angelique, Karnik released his rifle, allowing the sling to carry it to his side. He ran over, and with both hands snatched Jonathan from the floor. Being much larger than Jonathan and full of rage sprinkled with the need for vengeance, Karnik slammed him against the nearest wall, where he was pleased to see he was still alive. Angelique, where is she? Karnik could feel Jonathan's blood running over his hand and was happy to let him bleed out while he held him there. Pulling him away from the wall and slamming him against it one more time, Karnik shouted, "Where is she?" Instead of replying, Jonathan's face contorted in pain and his body tensed up. Looking down, Karnik could see the reason why. Kate had removed his K-bar knife and was slowly sliding it between his ribs into Jonathan's heart, ensuring he felt every bit as she pressed it in deeper. "You killed the man I love," Kate said through her teeth, giving the blade a final twist. Once she had pulled the blade free, Karnik threw his body off to the side and then looked to Kate. "You good now?" He knew there was no use in getting mad at her for killing him before he said what he had done with Angelique. Looking down at the blood pooling up around his body, Kate smiled and remarked, "Wish I could kill him again." Karnik quickly responded, "Well, since that isn't going to happen, can I have my knife back?" He held out his hand. With the K-bar back in the sheath, Karnik and Kate both exited the room to find Todd waiting with the rest of the group. "You two ready? It sounds like this battle is about over and I still have 4 full magazines." Everyone had noticed the level of fire had reduced to just the occasional skirmish. Karnik pulled up his rifle and without saying a word, began heading down the hallway that led to the front of the main building and the adjoining hall. Nearing the end of the hall, everyone moved a little faster after watching 2 men fall to the floor from around the corner, but that was only after hearing the 4 shots that were fired. Karnik posted up just a foot from the corner and waited for whoever approached. Seeing the muzzle of 2 pistols come into view, he then grabbed the nearest one where its owner's hand held the grip and pulled while sticking his leg out to trip the person who was attached. Within a few swift moves, Karnik found himself atop Angelique on the floor, shocked not by the swelling and bruising, but by the fact he had taken her down for the first time. While she was trying to make sense of what had just happened, Angelique could hear Karnik's voice say, "I took you down for the first time." Angelique could feel that things were safe, and what energy she had was quickly running out. Using the last over her strength, she responded, "But I had to be tortured for days in order for you to do so." Then she slipped off into a deep coma-style sleep. Karnik watched as her eyelids closed, and would have continued to watch her had 2 elderly hippies not been pounding on his back, yelling at him to get off their daughter. Chapter 23. Addicted to Danger. After hours of riding, Sierra knew they had to be getting close to their objective, but with the loss of the compass, they had no idea which direction they were heading. For most of the morning, she had guided the other 2 with the use of the sun, but now that it was approaching midday, she wasn't quite so sure. Exiting the woods into a small, open field, Sierra looked back to the others before speaking. "I need to find out what direction we are going, so let's take a break here for 15 minutes. More than happy to get off the horse, Carter rubbed his rear as he stared at his horse. "I swear that damn thing bounces me in the saddle just to get back at me for riding it. Why couldn't those assholes yesterday been driving something we could have used? You could have asked if you hadn't killed the one who was surrendering," Katie remarked. Picking up a stick, Sierra began sharpening the end of it with her pocket knife as she addressed the 2, speaking a little too loudly. "Would you 2 go back about 100 yards the way we came?" "Sure, will that help you figure out what direction we are heading?" Katie asked, trying to understand her request. Pushing the sharpened end of the stick in the ground, Sierra worked on straightening it as she replied softly, "No, but when the Chinese hear you, they will want to kill you, and I can continue on to the camp." Katie and Carter both instantly understood just what they had done wrong. Several quiet minutes later, with their horses secured just inside the tree line, the two walked over and sat down near Sierra, their attention drawn to the bare spot on the ground next to her. Even though neither of them knew what the two sticks were for, they pretended they did. Quietly, they sat for a little over 10 minutes, watching Sierra sharpen a stick like it was a pencil. "Okay, what is this for?" Carter asked, unable to figure it out. Before speaking, Sierra placed another small pointed stick just at the tip of where the taller stick cast its shadow onto the ground. "I get that you are using the sun to tell direction, but not sure how," Carter pointed out. Using the long, thin pencil-like stick she had sharpened for the last 10 minutes, Sierra drew a line between the two smaller sticks. The first stick marked where the shadow had started, and the other where it had moved to after 15 minutes. Next, she drew a line running perpendicular across, and drew an N at the far end and an S at the side closest to her. Instantly, Carter realized what she had drawn, even before she had placed the E for east and W for west by the sticks where the shadow had traveled. Trying not to show just how impressed he was, Carter continued, "Okay, from where we started this morning, we needed to travel southeast, so let's get moving. We must be getting close." Not waiting for the other two, he rose and began walking to the horse he hated riding. But it was nothing compared to the aggravation he felt towards Sierra, knowing so much more than he did about surviving in this new world. All three rode along in silence, not wanting to make any more noise than the horses they rode. Crossing fields, the horses made little noise since they mostly consisted of grass, but it made them very visible to others. The forest provided the cover and safety lacking in the fields, but created a great deal of noise as the horses tromped through the leaves covering the forest floor. When in the fields, they wanted the forest, and when in the forest, they wanted to travel in the fields. Sierra thought about how the journey had been so much easier when they'd only had to deal with the United Nations picking people up in areas around the camps, and not a military invasion by another world superpower. Something the United States ceased to be after the EMP. While in deep thought, she heard Carter whisper loudly to ensure his voice didn't travel beyond the three of them. "There." Sierra looked in the direction he was pointing, thankful they were still in the forest. She just knew that they would spot it for the first time while in the middle of an open field. It had taken almost a week, but they were finally at the next camp, and as Sierra spotted sections of guard towers between the trees, the memory and rage of what had happened to Carlos came flooding back. While fighting the urge to ride in with bullets flying, she understood that Katie had to be going through the same feelings, having lost her father freeing the first camp. Adding to that issue was the adrenaline addiction she knew Katie had developed, and because of that, she kept a close eye on her movements. "What now?" Katie asked, strengthening Sierra's concern for her. "First, we need to see how many of the UN troops are holding the camp," Sierra said while slapping the leather reins against Big Boy's neck. Almost as if the horse had read her mind, the large animal slowly moved forward with grace. With Big Boy taking the lead, the other two followed at much the same speed as they made their way through the forest to where it opened up to a field. Sierra's thoughts went back to the morning Carlos stood alongside her, checking her gear before they moved across the field to attack the first camp. "Things get rough. Stand behind me. I have a larger chest plate," she could hear him say once again. With more of the camp coming into view, Sierra began to wonder, who the hell is mowing the field? Everywhere they had traveled, even front yards looked like wild fields, but here the 100 yards between the forest and the camp looked to have been mowed recently. It didn't take long for her curiosity about the field to leave, once her eyes focused on 3 futuristic, large black military vehicles parked out in front of the camp. Mixed in around them were other smaller vehicles not nearly as dangerous looking. Sierra pulled back on Big Boy's reins, bringing him to a stop behind a group of cedar trees near the edge of the forest. "Those aren't UN vehicles," Carter whispered. Slightly turning her head so that her voice would be directed his way, Sierra replied. Really? I didn't get that by the red star on the door. Katie remained focused on the movement of the personnel as they came from the rear of the larger vehicles. Katie could feel her heart beating a little faster as adrenaline began pumping throughout her body. The small amount she felt from the thought of attacking the facility was nothing compared to the surge that came when she saw that not everyone coming from behind the black vehicles were Chinese soldiers. It was clear that at least 6 were prisoners, as they were struck and pushed along with their hands bound. "Move!" The Chinese soldiers ordered the 4 men and 2 women, striking out with the muzzles of their rifles. It was clear that, unlike the 3 of them, the Chinese were not concerned with others hearing them. "What do you think they're doing?" Katie asked Sierra, who she had noticed looked over her way more often. Sierra had no doubt what was getting ready to happen, and for once wasn't quite sure what to do about the situation, now that she had 2 others to be concerned for. The thought of leading them to their deaths was suddenly at the forefront of her thoughts, like it had never been before. All the times before, she felt that her decisions had only affected her, but now any she made would directly affect Katie and Carter, which was something she was not prepared to deal with while watching the prisoners being lined up side by side. "You will tell me where your base of operation is located," a woman in military clothing said with an accent as she walked to the center and stood facing the line of prisoners. Sierra started getting a bad feeling, as if she had seen this in a movie and already knew what was going to happen next. Just then, it happened as in the memory of a non-existent movie. With a point of her finger to the man at the end of the line, one of the Chinese soldiers raised his rifle. The back of the man's head exploded outward onto the ground as the shot echoed into the distance. With the shot, Sierra's doubts were pushed aside as she began formulating a plan of action. "I will not repeat questions. However, you will be allowed 1 minute before answering. No answer from you will cause a need for me to respond. It will not be with another question, I assure you." The woman finished her statement by looking down at the body lying on the ground, with only a portion of the head remaining. "Now I ask you, where is your base of operation?" she asked, looking down to the watch on her left wrist, while preparing to point to the next prisoner to be executed with her right. Unable to remain in the forest, Sierra drew her pistol and slapped her heels against Big Boy's sides. The entire time leading up to this moment, she had been concerned about Katie doing something impulsive, and now she found herself charging from the forest, quickly approaching the Chinese execution squad. To her left, she heard 2 powerful explosions. Taking a quick glance, she saw Katie with a smile on her face as she sent another bullet from her Ranger-proof carbine rifle, clearly satisfied she had traded out the shotgun. Sierra could tell they had caught the soldiers by surprise and watched 2 fall before the woman who seemed to be in charge began screaming something that she could assume meant, "Fire!" As the soldiers aimed in their direction, Sierra watched as the woman who had been giving the orders drew a pistol from her side and shot another prisoner. Feeling the anger inside of her wanting to strike out, Sierra slapped the reins hard against Big Boy's neck, urging him up to a speed she had never felt him run before. Firing at soldiers as the horse ran, she wanted nothing more than to crush the woman beneath his large hooves. Sierra watched the Chinese woman direct her aim to her as 3 other soldiers ran up behind her from a nearby vehicle that looked half jeep, half dune buggy. Not caring about the 3 soldiers focused on crushing the woman, Sierra slapped the reins once again to Big Boy's neck, only this time, instead of running faster, he let out a loud scream as he raised his front legs into the air as he came to a quick stop. Not sure what was happening, Sierra could feel him falling to his rear. Holding tight to the saddle horn with one hand, she jumped off the back of the animal while firing at one of the 3 soldiers she could see. Off to the side, she saw the woman lying on the ground with blood running from her head, where she had met the steel shoe of Big Boy's hoof, and it brought a smile to her face. Feeling Big Boy rocking forward rather than continuing to fall back as she had feared before dismounting, Sierra used his momentum forward to jump back into the saddle. With everything moving so fast and unplanned, Sierra had no idea where the other 2 were as she took aim at a Chinese soldier only to watch him fall before pulling the trigger. Looking around, she could see Katie lower her rifle with a smile on her face as she held out her hand to one of the female prisoners. "Jump on!" she heard Katie scream, as the woman quickly ran over and climbed up the side of her horse with Katie's help. Though she could not see them, Sierra just imagined the number of soldiers moving their way from the camp and felt the sudden urge to get out of the area. Just past Katie, she could see one of the prisoners standing on top of the mound of dirt that was going to be used to bury their bodies once the questioning was over. Quickly, she directed Big Boy toward him, and as she neared, he dropped the rifle in his bound-together hands in preparation to jump in behind her as she passed. By standing on the mound of dirt, the man was able to slide easily onto the horse, but as they picked up speed and the bouncing started, Sierra felt Big Boy struggling a little with the extra weight. Sierra followed Katie, who had started riding off after seeing her pick up one of the prisoners. Looking to the rear, she hoped Carter had noticed their retreat from the camp, but instead all she saw was his horse running off in another direction without him on the back, as a sick feeling came over her. Chapter 24. Regrouping. For the first time in months, Sam Crawford awakened to feeling that, even as bad as things were getting better. It was still early in the morning, but the wound he had suffered at the battle at Squire's farm on day one often acted much like an alarm clock, but instead of bells, it woke him with pain. Once the pain had set in, the only thing that could be done was stretch it out. Stretching that often went on for a half hour. But by now, Sam had figured out that if he didn't, the pain would be there until he did. Raising his arm up to the ceiling, back down to the floor, side to side, and sometimes in a windmill pattern, Sam walked around the hotel room he and many of the others had been provided with. Though there wasn't any electricity, and the only light that could be seen outside either came from the moon or the few cars that were out, Sam still enjoyed staring out the window to the city. Though in his mind it wasn't Kansas City he was looking out over, but rather his last memory of the light at night sparkling throughout Dallas. The minutes passed without any real measurement. All Sam knew was that the pain in his arm was about gone, and it was still dark. Running through the stretches for his arm one last time to ensure it had been properly stretched, he heard a knock at the door, but he had already begun walking to see what they wanted. In a world with no light, the man with a flashlight is a god, Sam thought, watching the light from whoever was on the other side pour into the room from all around the door, like the opening of a rock concert. "Yeah," Sam replied, reaching for the door handle and only then realizing he had not locked it the night before. "Sir, the General requests your presence," the voice responded. "Shit," Sam said lightly, quickly releasing the handle as he remembered he was not wearing any clothes. "What, sir?" the voice from the other side asked, a little concerned. "Nothing. Let me get dressed. I'll be right there." Sam turned and headed for his clothes lying on a chair in the corner. How the hell did I get so relaxed last night? Not like I'm home. He pondered the thought as he dressed and came to the conclusion that it was make-believe. He wanted to feel and believe that he was home. It did not take Sam long to dress and get back in touch with reality of the world around him as they drove down empty streets to the underground network. It was a reality that seemed more fiction than real at times, as he looked out the windows of a car made in the 1940s going to an underground facility. The drive only took minutes, but he tried to suck in every second, and as he did, one question kept coming to him as his eyes kept seeing small fires burning all over the neighborhoods. The fires had him confused as to their purpose, since it was warm out, so he felt he had to ask. "What is with all the fires?" he asked, hoping the driver would have an answer. "Shit, sir. Only a few of the sewer systems are operational, and in the areas they are not, the General set up a system for the waste to be burned," the driver answered. With his question answered, Sam lost all interest in continuing the discussion of burning shit, and was relieved to see they were at the facility gates, so the driver wouldn't have time to go more in depth on the subject. With the car parked in a long line of classic hot rods and jalopies, Sam walked across the parking lot to the entrance. The walk wasn't a long one, but it was a smelly one. He wished he would have never asked about what was burning, because now he knew just what he smelled. It was a smell that he felt following him through the door into the tunnel facility. Attempting to push the thought from his head was not a difficult thing to do as he made his way over to the control room. Even with only half the lights on, the place still looked immense. He could hear the roar of trucks moving deep within the facility and voices echoing from the far side. "Mr. Crawford, how are you this morning?" he made out one of the voices asking. Turning back in the direction he felt it had come from, he could see General Harwood walking his way. The man was so far away and yet sounded so close, he marveled at how great the acoustics were and felt like letting out a yodel-eye-hee-hoo. That was something that he was not going to do, but he put it on his bucket list. "Good morning, General," Sam said, greeting him as he neared. "Yes, it is, Mr. Crawford. Today we will see if your friends are in control, as you believe." Sam could hear the excitement in his voice. "Well, sir, they are a resourceful bunch, and from speaking with Commander Sawyer before the EMP, I am certain his men are in control of the city." The two men walked and talked as they made their way over to the lightly lit stairs leading up to the control room. "Then we will move over to the—" Harwood was cut short by a voice from the top of the stairs, a voice Sam recognized as the golf cart driver's the first day he arrived. "Halt! Who goes there?" the voice demanded. A little irritated that he had been interrupted, Harwood replied, "Superman." "Then fly your ass on up here," the guard replied. This was a challenge that Harwood had not expected, and he was now at a loss, unable to think of a reply through the sudden anger he felt at the lack of military discipline and procedure. Up the stairs, Harwood stomped, only to become more frustrated when he saw the guard and remembered that many of them were only recently brought into service, not regular army. He pushed on without even making eye contact with the soldier, with Sam only a few feet behind, trying to control his laughter. Entering the control room, Harwood was brought back to the army he was familiar with as someone shouted, "Attention!" and everyone stood straight with their arms down to their sides. "Carry on," Harwood ordered. Sam noticed instantly that the room held many more personnel than his last visit as orders were issued and received throughout the facility, all routing through this main control room. He could also tell by the way Harwood's voice sounded that he had already pushed past the experience with the guard just moments ago. "Battle Captain report," Harwood ordered. The two watched as a sergeant major made his way through the crowded control room until he was standing in front of Harwood. "Sir, everything is a go. The men are in the process of loading up the trucks, and the trucks from the Republic Army camp are en route," reported the sergeant major, who had apparently worked with the general for years and knew exactly what information he wanted to know. "Great work, Sergeant Major," Harwood replied, before turning back to Sam and giving him a slight wave of his hand to follow. After a short walk, the two entered the general's office. "Drink coffee, Mr. Crawford?" Harwood asked, making his way over to the freshly brewed pot sitting alongside bottles of cognac. "Sounds good, sir. Black, please," Sam said, eagerly anticipating a cup of coffee that had not been made over a campfire or from instant coffee. While pouring the coffee, Harwood got right to business. "Since we have spoken last, I have had our communications officer try to make contact with the depot in Jefferson City. They have been unsuccessful. It seems that we have lost a FEMA facility not far from there by tunnel," Harwood said as he handed Sam a cup of coffee. "Thanks, sir." Before saying anything else, Sam took a sip of the dark liquid and savored it before the warmth flowed down to his stomach. Once the moment had passed, he began, "Sir, I've been in one of those FEMA facilities, and if it is no longer there, then it could easily have been destroyed by those held captive inside, a town nearby, or a host of reasons other than the government of the East moving this way. Which is what I am assuming you are thinking." Harwood liked the way Sam's mind worked. "Yes, that is what I was thinking, and I do agree with you. When they began filling the facilities in this area, I quickly put a stop to it and had them dismantle the walls of fencing and barbed wire around them. Now they are used for public housing, just the way they were originally sold to the American people. Could you imagine if they would have told people they were going to build prisons to put them all in? Not even a brick would have been laid." Harwood had a little laugh at the thought. Sam took another drink of his coffee as he thought about how that scenario would have played out. I agree, sir. Will the facility you are talking about prevent us from going straight to Jefferson City? Walking around to take a seat at his desk, Harwood replied, No. It is a short offshoot of the tunnels and can be bypassed. Sam stood staring at the general and wondered just why he had sent for him when those coming from the Republic Army camp were scheduled to stop. He figured it was a good time to find out. General, just what did you want to see me about this morning if nothing has changed? Looking down into his cup in deep thought, Harwood wasn't sure if he was making the right call or not. But it was time. Sam, I want you to be the man out front on this. Normally I would, but if it is the UCM in control, we don't need a gunfight breaking out. Sam thought about what Harwood had said and then replied, And if it's not the UCM? With his most sincere expression on his face, Harwood said, Then you will most likely be the first to die. Chapter 25, Tight Spot. No matter how big, well-trained, or deadly a person was, the sea would make them feel like the smallest and weakest person in the room. The USS Forrest Sherman was a large ship, but to Adam's stomach, it was a roller coaster that never stopped. It had been days since he enjoyed a real meal without it racing out of his stomach with impressive speed. Now, looking at the 2 motion sickness tablets in the palm of his hand, he prayed to keep them down long enough to work. Mr. Rayner, the captain would like to see you, the petty officer informed him. Popping the tablets into his mouth and swallowing them, he said, I'll be right there. Adam figured by now everyone on the ship knew he had seasickness, so there was no longer any reason to hide the fact. Normally, he would have just followed the petty officer, but at the moment he could feel his stomach rumbling and wanting to eject the pills he had just swallowed. After a few minutes had passed and a glass of water was retained along with the motion sickness tablets, Adam began making his way to the logistics room where he knew the captain would be. Making one turn, going through a hatch, and then another turn, Adam wondered if they designed the ship to treat men like rats in a maze. At times he believed that at any minute he would make a turn down yet another corridor and find a block of cheese waiting for him. Somehow he was always able to get where he needed to be. And this time, unlike the many times before, he was happy for the extra time wandering around bouncing off walls. By the time he had made it to the logistics room, Adam could feel his stomach beginning to calm down. Knowing there would be little space once inside, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a breath mint, just in case the 5th time brushing his teeth didn't help. Entering the room was much different this time. The monitors on the wall were active and beaming with information. Excited and concerned about the new development, Adam made his way through the room to Captain Johnson. Captain, I thought the chips painted a bullseye on the ship for the Chinese missiles, Adam asked, looking around at all the technicians buzzing around the room and even down by his feet. Johnson finished looking over papers that had been given to him by a technician, one that was obviously not part of the Sherman's crew. Due to his many years working in the Pacific region of the world, it only took him a second to identify the tech as Japanese. Mr. Rayner, believe it or not, we did not take that cargo ship just to save your ass. It contained the supplies we desperately needed to insulate, and in some cases replace the sabotaged parts. Though I do not know the specifics of what our allies here are doing, I have complete faith they want to stop China the same as we do. Captain Johnson spoke without taking his focus from the papers that were constantly being handed to him, while trying to make sense of everything that was happening in the room as the monitors displayed updated information. Adam listened to the radio operators on the far end of the room. Each of the operators received information along internal phone lines from the radio room, and the information was non-stop. Unable to make out what they were saying due to all the activity in the room, he decided it was time to find out why he had been called. The petty officer said you wanted to see me. Before replying, Johnson pressed a few keys on a keyboard, and the monitor close by changed to a map of the Korean peninsula. Assuming Adam knew what he was looking at, the captain began, "We do not have satellite communications yet. Most of what we are receiving is being retransmitted from shore. From the reports, there are anywhere from 10 to 20,000 of our soldiers holding about 100 square miles around Busan. It is difficult to get a hard number. What I need from you is information on the area and possible supplies. They are running low, and they have been in retreat for over a month now. Their backs are literally to the water." Adam thought hard about the many years of operations he had conducted in the region, and nothing useful came to mind. Though he knew of many ammunition, fuel, and various other supply depots, none of them were even remotely in reach of the Americans still on the peninsula. The more he thought about the situation, the more he felt the need to get to land. On board this ship, his skill provided no use, but on land, he could work magic. "Captain, I do know of a few areas, but none in the area they are located. However, get me there, and my knowledge can be of some use." "That is out of the question, Mr. Rayner. I might as well execute you now. It would be the same as letting you go ashore," Johnson stated, without even considering his request. Adam knew he was going with or without Johnson's permission. "Sir, I am a ground guy. With my knowledge, maybe they will be able to last a little longer. Might I also remind you that being on board a Navy ship doesn't mean you're safe," he said, pointing to the post-its on a map listing the names of all the ships that had been destroyed, many within a matter of a few seconds. Johnson understood the point all too well, having seen one of the aircraft carriers and its crew of almost 6,000 vanish from the surface of the ocean before his eyes. He also knew that it was truly a moment that would haunt him to his last breath. "You're correct, Mr. Rayner." "Petty officer!" Johnson called out, and within seconds one was standing facing him. "Petty officer, escort this man to the armory and ensure he is on the next chopper. I assume you are ready to leave, Mr. Rayner. After all, it would end your sickness." Adam could see the petty officer begin developing a smirk, one that quickly vanished soon as they made eye contact. "Yes, Captain," Adam answered, staring at the petty officer, daring him to laugh. Handing the papers in his hands over to one of the technicians, Johnson looked directly at Adam. "The reports coming in are not good, not one out of thousands. There is heavy fighting and you may not even make it to land. I ask you one last time, do you still want to go?" There was no question in Adam's mind of what he was going to do. Korea was going to be the earth under his feet within the next few hours. It was not due to guilt for having a hand in creating the new world of death, but for the same reason he had become part of the CIA, to protect the United States. At the moment, the men and women fighting for their lives with their backs pressed up against a wall of water needed that help most. Only after ensuring they had every chance of survival would he then be able to hunt down and kill Chi. The thought brought Adam great joy as he replied without a second's delay to Captain Johnson's question. "Yes." Seeing an almost joyful expression on Adam's face, Johnson was convinced there was no talking him out of it. "Very well, Mr. Rayner. The chopper will take you from here to the supply ship we found you on, and then to Busan as they fly in with supplies and bring out wounded. Any questions?" Wanting to get moving, Adam answered, "No, sir, and thanks for the help." Then he looked over to the petty officer before turning to walk out, making sure he knew it was time to go. What Adam had thought would be a quick journey to Busan turned into an all-day event. Little time was spent gathering what was needed from the USS Forrest Sherman, something that would not have gone so expediently had it not been for the petty officer leading the way through the maze. Next, the flight to the cargo ship was slow as they flew just feet above the water beneath them. At least that was the way it looked to Adam while pulling another motion sickness tablet from his pocket. Once aboard the cargo ship, he could not believe the number of wounded they had already brought on board, or the number of burials at sea he witnessed. After just a few hours waiting for the next chopper to arrive, Adam thought if he spent much longer on the ship, he too would be thrown over the side to a watery grave. How the hell do they have so many on board when so many are buried at sea? He thought, as his ears picked up the sound of a chopper in the distance. Scanning the sky, he he instantly spotted a black dot growing larger as it neared, along with others following some distance behind. It seemed the choppers were moving at an extremely slow speed as the minutes passed, but Adam understood it was only due to spotting them from up to 18 miles from the ship. Out at sea, there wasn't anything other than waves and the curvature of the earth to keep a person from spotting objects at great distances. Now that the first of those objects was about to land, Adam envisioned what it must have been like in Vietnam, as soldiers watched in wait to board the choppers while the Japanese variant of the Huey helicopter made its landing. Adam watched as a seemingly endless number of wounded were pulled from the open sides of the helicopter and carted off. At the same time the wounded were being removed, others moved in and began refueling. Every second the chopper was on the ground. It was used for something. "You getting on, bloke?" The chopper pilot hollered out the window beside him, catching Adam off guard. Australian, Adam thought, taking another look at the big red circle painted on the chopper representing the Japanese military. "Not the strangest thing I have seen," Adam said, stepping up onto the chopper and paying close attention to his foot placement so as not to slip on the blood-covered metal. "Chalkers?" the pilot asked the fueling team as they began pulling back their tanks and other gear. Adam could only assume that the pilot was asking if he was full of fuel. Even though Adam spoke many languages, Australian slang never made any sense to him. With the chopper lifting up from the deck of the cargo ship, Adam hoped the next stop would be Korean soil under his boots. The longer they flew, the more he began to understand how there were so many wounded on board the cargo ship. He watched as choppers carrying them from the battlefield flew by at regular intervals. Curious as to how long the lines of choppers were, Adam looked out through the front of the chopper. Instead of having his curiosity answered, his eyes grew wide at the sight that lay ahead. From the distance and height they were at, the Korean peninsula appeared to be on fire, with black smoke rising up, dirtying the clouds above. Only then did he feel that Captain Johnson might have been right to just shoot him in the head. Chapter 26. On the run. Sierra could feel the sweat soaking her pant legs as it flew from Big Boy with every strike of his hooves to the ground. With the horse running at full speed and carrying more than double the weight he was used to, she knew his strength wouldn't last long at the current pace. Sierra also did not want to have the Chinese to have a chance to find them after regrouping. Her mind raced as thoughts jumped from Big Boy to Katie, the man holding on tightly to her, how many shots she had left, and then Carter. She'd had the feeling somebody was going to be lost before charging in, but all that was set aside after witnessing the first execution. Now, miles away, Sierra could feel Big Boy slowing as his breathing became labored. She felt her legs push outward as he drew air into his lungs. "Good boy," Sierra said as she patted him on the side of his long, golden neck, letting him know she was okay with the slower speed. Not far ahead, Sierra saw Katie had also slowed and was making her way back around to her through the trees. Sierra could feel Big Boy taking a few quick breaths. "I know, boy. It was a hard run at your age." Again, she patted him on the neck. "Sierra," Katie said in a low, panicked voice. Instinctively, Sierra reached for her pistol and looked around, and then back to Katie, who was staring blankly at Big Boy's chest. Looking down, Sierra saw that what she had thought was sweat blowing back on her pant legs were blood. Big Boy's golden coat leading around to just below his neck had been dyed red from blood exiting bullet holes. Sierra quickly brought up her arm and spun in her saddle, knocking her passenger off to the ground, and then jumped to the ground herself. Fighting to control her feelings, she gently began unstrapping the saddle and slid it from Big Boy's high back, along with the blanket beneath it. Stroking the wet hair of his coat, Sierra made her way around and stood directly in front of him with her right hand behind her back. "There now, my big boy," Sierra repeated in a soothing tone as she stroked him with her left hand while softly removing the bridle from around his head, allowing him to stand free of any restraints. With the bridle free, Sierra ran her fingers through the long hair of his mane that hung over his forehead and between his ears, and then ran her fingers down between his eyes to his nose. Placing her hand just under his chin, she looked him in the eyes and said, "Take care of Carlos as well as you did me, big boy." An explosion rang out through the forest as she pulled the trigger on the .357 Magnum hidden in her right hand, so he would not see. To those around her, it seemed that shooting the animal she loved made no difference to her, yet Katie understood what Sierra was truly feeling inside. Since the day Sierra appeared alongside her father's grave, she had worn a mask. It was a mask that hid her sorrow and agony from the world around her, to present a strong, confident warrior. At times she could feel the mask begin to crack, and this was one of them, as she watched the beautiful horse's legs fold up underneath him and drop to the ground. "We must keep moving," Sierra said in a commanding voice, giving up the battle not to be the leader of the group, even though only one remained in her original group. Stepping over to where she had placed Big Boy's saddle, Sierra took a better look at the man they had saved. "Another damn cop!" Sierra exclaimed, noticing the clothing and patch on his sleeves that read St. Louis Police Department, though none of it was very easy to make out under all the dirt and grime. "Not for many months now," the man growled as he began running through systems check on the weapon he had taken from a dead guard. "What the hell was that back there?" Sierra asked while unstrapping her pistols from the saddle. "The bitch tried blowing me up. When that didn't work, I found myself tied up with the others, and then you came along. That's my story. What's yours?" he asked, not even wondering how two beautiful young women became horseback riding gunslingers. In no way did it feel strange. Sliding the two revolvers into the saddlebags, Sierra replied, "I'm Sierra. That's Katie. Save the getting to know you shit for later." Throwing the bag over her shoulder, she stood and took a look around. "Blankenship," he replied, not really wanting to get to know others. Katie wondered if she should at least ask the name of the girl holding on behind her. Before she spoke one word, her ears perked up at the sound of a distant motor. "They're coming," Katie informed the others as she turned her horse in the direction away from the motor. Sierra began to run, with Blankenship close behind, as she also heard a vehicle making its way over the hills. With the extra weight that Big Boy had carried now on her own back, she appreciated the distance he had carried them with a bullet buried deep in his chest even more. Keeping a steady pace, Sierra frantically tried to think of a way out of the situation as her thigh muscles began to burn. Glancing back over her shoulder, she could see the vehicle was catching up with them. From what she could tell, the only thing that slowed it down was choosing a path between the trees, and sometimes it simply ran over the smaller, more flexible trees. Seeing a slight washed-out area ahead, she had an idea, and none too soon, since the muscles in her legs were beginning to no longer communicate with her brain. "Katie!" Sierra shouted as she pointed to the area ahead. Seeing just what Sierra was pointing to from atop her horse, Katie sped up and reached the spot well ahead of the two running on foot. Quickly dismounting, Katie looked to the girl who had been riding behind her. "Katie, what's your name?" "Steph." "Well, Steph, you have the right clothes on for this. You ready to fight?" Katie asked, looking at the military-style clothing Steph was wearing. "Just give me a weapon." Katie tossed her a pistol from her saddlebag while tying the horse up behind a thick clump of brush. "What is his name?" Steph asked in regard to the horse. "Horse," Katie answered, walking by Steph in the direction she had last spotted Sierra. Sierra dropped to the ground the instant her feet landed in the washed-out section of earth. Taking a second to catch her breath, Sierra was relieved to no longer be running with the saddlebag slapping against her back, fighting to keep her legs moving. Rolling over, she looked back for the vehicle pursuing them, hearing it grow louder as it neared. Only catching a glimpse as it drove around trees, Sierra was thankful that only one was after them as she made out the many machine guns mounted on top, and one on the hood just in front of the passenger seat. "Spread out 15 meters, she shouted, recalling what Robert had told her about not wanting to have everyone in a tight group during situations such as this. Though she never imagined at the time ever really needing to use it, she was very happy now to have paid attention. Sierra turned her M4 rifle slightly to the left and slowly pulled back the charging hammer. As the bolt slid back, exposing the brass case of the round inside the chamber, she released the charging handle. Satisfied there was a round in the chamber, she then began scanning the forest for a target, knowing the best chance they had was to catch them off guard and take them out quickly as they approached. Looking to her left, she saw the cop buried into the dirt as if he had done this before. To her right was a girl she did not know, and from the way she lay, Sierra could see she was somebody who was fresh to the fighting. Unable to see Katie due to the terrain, Sierra had faith that she was in a good spot and ready. Waiting for the right opportunity to strike became agonizing, but Sierra knew if they attacked too soon, the machine guns would cut them down. Raising up just a little to see above the foliage on the forest floor, Sierra caught a glimpse of it and felt the time to attack approaching any second. That second passed as quickly as the motor of the vehicle fell silent. "Shit," Sierra whispered, hoping they had not spotted them and were preparing to open up with the machine guns. To her left and right, both the recently freed were preparing to charge out, looking for the vehicle, a charge that in her mind would most likely end in a hellstorm of lead. But at this point, it wasn't as if she could run away, so she too prepared for the charge. "Hey, where are you?" "Carter!" Sierra exclaimed, very confused as she recognized his voice. Getting to her feet with her rifle pulled tight to her shoulder, she watched Katie running from a pile of brush. Slowing very little as she neared Carter, Katie wrapped her arms around him before he stumbled back into the vehicle. "Ah, I thought she wanted to shoot him," Sierra said, looking over to Blankenship. Thankful to see Carter alive, and that he had 2 more people with him whom the Chinese woman had been planning to execute for information, Sierra turned her attention to focus on the vehicle he was driving. "I didn't see this," Sierra stated while looking it over. As Katie released him from her death hug, Carter replied, "When all the shooting started, that damn horse threw me off, so I ran for cover behind one of the larger black vehicles, and there it was, still running." Then his expression changed. "I know how much you loved Big Boy. When I saw him take those hits after kicking her in the head, well, I knew we would need another ride. These 2 jumped in and we were off." Carter pointed at the man and woman now pulling weapons from the rear of the vehicle to arm themselves. "Kaylee?" the man asked, reading the name on the stock of a rifle after pulling it from the vehicle. Blankenship's eyes grew wide as he repeated, "Kaylee!" Running over, Blankenship snatched the rifle from the guy's hands. "Sorry, but that one is mine," he said as he began brushing the dust off it. Watching Blankenship's reaction, Sierra figured that was a story she didn't care to know, and continued with her inspection of the vehicle. Happy with what she saw, she asked, "Anyone know how to work the guns on this?" The young man sifting through the weapons in the rear raised his hand like he was in school. "Well then, Timmy, get on that upper gun. Carter, you take the one in the passenger seat. We're getting out of here." With a dazed look on his face, the man replied, "My name is James." Feeling the weakness of her leg muscles as she climbed behind the steering wheel, Sierra replied, "I don't give a shit. Just get on that gun." Chapter 27. Finished resting. Angelique looked deep into Karnik's eyes as the tip of their noses touched. She could feel the warmth of his battle-scarred hands as they slid up under her shirt, making contact with her skin, coming to a rest just above the hip. Feeling the energy and passion contained in each of his breaths, she wanted it all to be hers. Timing her breathing to inhale when Karnik exhaled, she made it so. Then it happened, like the energy released from 2 celestial bodies colliding in space. Their lips touched, pressing together until they were one. Feeling Karnik's hands moving closer together, while never breaking contact with her body, Angelique could feel him pulling her in tighter. In an instant, fear replaced the passion she felt at the moment. Fear that she might kill the man she loved with the electricity that continued to build throughout her body, the more their bodies pressed together. Everything began to fade away to darkness as Angelique's mind woke up from the dream. Before opening her eyes, she wondered what world she was going to be waking up to, one strapped into a torture chair, one with her parents dead, maybe where Karnak was killed, or one where she would be waking up from a bad dream in her childhood bedroom still on vacation. Angelique did a mental check of her body, slightly moving one leg and then the other. Next, she did the same with her arms and then thought, okay, not strapped to a chair. At least I have that going for me. With eyelids opening slowly to let in the light of day, Angelique could feel a smile forming on her face as she spotted her mother looking back at her. So far, so good. Her attention was then drawn in the direction of two men chatting in the corner of the room. Even better, Angelique thought, seeing her father and Karnak together. "She's awake!" Mrs. Carringer announced, full of joy. Angelique could still feel the effects from unknown days of being tortured, but it was not that difficult to make out that the conversation Karnak and her father were having was not a peaceful one. "Can I get you anything, my dear?" her mother asked, with eyes twinkling as she looked upon Angelique like a newborn child. Angelique said one word that had almost become instinct when waking, even more when recovering from torture. "Coffee." While her mother quickly exited the room in search of coffee, Karnak remained where he stood while her father visited with her. Karnak watched Angelique's slightly bruised face brighten as her father leaned over her bed to give her a kiss on the forehead. He didn't know if it was because Angelique was his first love or all they had recently gone through, but Karnak could not remember ever having the feelings for another person, such as he did now. It was at that moment he swore, no more lengthy time apart, revolution or World War III be damned. "Rest now, little flower," Angelique's father said while giving her another kiss on the forehead, and then he moved back over to where Karnak stood, making room for her mother. "Here you go. I found the blackest coffee they have here." Angelique's mouth began to salivate in anticipation. "Thanks, Mom." Taking a deep breath as the cup came closer to her lips, she had thought about how much she had missed the smell. The aroma was quickly replaced by its taste as it rushed over her tongue and into her system. Within seconds, she felt more alive than she had in days. After taking a few sips while watching Karnak and her father in a heated debate, she looked to her mother and asked, "What is that about? And why is Dad calling me his little flower? He hasn't done that since I was 13. The smile on her mother's face grew a little larger before saying, "You, sweetie." "What issue does Dad have with Karnak regarding me?" Angelique asked, a little confused by the situation, but not so much that she was going to let her coffee get cold. "Oh, sweetie, his issue isn't with Karnak. It is with you, but your father doesn't want me to talk about it." Angelique could not believe the smile on her mother's face could get even bigger, but it had as she spoke. "Your father is still bothered by the fact you broke a man's neck in front of him and shot 2 others. He always imagined you doing paperwork, not killing men with your bare hands." As her mother explained, Angelique could feel the energy in her voice. "Okay, Mom, I get it. I'm Daddy's little girl." "Yeah, but Mama's ass kicker," Mrs. Carringer said a little too loudly, since she had been attempting to keep the conversation from Angelique's father. Karnak listened to Angelique's father express his concerns on the mental and spiritual health of his daughter after the negative experience she had gone through. It was a conversation he really did not want to have with anyone, but it kept her from being overwhelmed by both her parents at once. Karnak thought of it more as entertaining guests, though he would have preferred to just call for guards to hold him in the hallway until his turn to visit his daughter. The time slowly ticked by until it finally happened. Angelique's parents were on their way out of the room. He could feel his heart begin beating a little faster as he watched them exit the room, and then the door closed behind them. The instant they heard the latch activate, their eyes locked, and Karnak calmly placed one foot in front of the other until he came to the side of Angelique's bed. No words were whispered, and their eyes stayed locked until the battle for each other's lips began. A few hours later, Karnak walked across the lawn of the armory, with the feeling that everything was right in the world. "Commander, we have reports of activity in the tunnels," Sergeant Smith informed him as he quickly approached. "Shit. Should have known that wouldn't last long," Karnak thought, as he returned to the stark reality of the world around him. "What kind of activity, Sergeant?" Karnak asked, snapping back into the command role. Smith had known Karnak for a great number of years, and this was the first time that he had felt there was something strange about the way he was acting. "Commander, we have communications operational between the camp and main tunnel." Smith stopped at the sight of Karnak raising his hand. "Sergeant, they need new names. Just calling them the camp and tunnel bring back the thoughts of gloom. From here on out, they will be Camp Carlos and Bellamy's Hole, or Car and Bell for short." "Roger?" Smith again wondered what had changed for Karnak. Not once in the dozens of operations they had planned did he ever want to name something, but he did like the sound of the new names for the sites. Smith replied to Karnak as he began again. "Roger, Commander. Reports coming in from Camp Carlos indicate movement heading their way from farther down the tunnel, and they are preparing to hold. Sergeant Becker is also preparing troops to assist if necessary, and hold the ton, Bellamy's Hole." Smith caught himself, remembering the tunnel's new designation. Karnak thought about the situation for a second, and came to the conclusion that it was time to make his own moves and stop waiting for others to attack. "Just attack," he unconsciously mumbled to himself. "What was that, Commander?" Smith asked, confused by the comment. Dismissing the question regarding his comment, Karnak began. "We are going to attack first. Have Robert and his liberators meet me at the battle wagon. He needs something to take his mind off that crazy sister of his. Get drivers for the buses and other transports. We're going to take the fight to whoever is heading our way. Have them ready in 15 mics." While he watched Smith run off to carry out his orders, Karnak made his way back to the room where he had left Angelique to rest. As he walked, he studied the black dot in his palm where she had accidentally driven a pencil the first day they met. Images of their time together flooded his thoughts, and as he approached the room, even more recent thoughts were present. Karnak began to wonder just how he would be able to leave her alone to rest by herself. A smile stretched across his face as he turned the knob and entered. Shock ran throughout his body as he stood looking at an empty bed. Beside the bed was a table where her pistols had been, but the only item it held now was an empty coffee cup. Turning back to the hallway, he knew just where she had gone and began walking with speed. Those who didn't see him coming heard him as his boot struck the floor, his path down the hall cleared without the need to utter a single word. After walking the length of the building, Karnak spotted the room Angelique's team had been using from day one, a room that looked much like the arms room because of the firearms, ammunition, and other weapons Todd had brought with him. Karnak spotted Cameron standing outside the door looking in, and knew instantly his suspicion was correct. Keeping the same pace, he had walked most of the way. Karnak surprised Cameron when he quickly came to a stop next to him and peered into the room. There, standing with Todd, Gabe, Darian, and Ken around her as she loaded magazines, was Angelique. The deep desire to protect her quickly vanished as he watched her slam a full magazine into her Colt 1911 and rack the slide to the rear. No, a person like Angelique didn't need protecting. She needed ammunition. Chapter 28. Body Count. Feeling the wind flow through her hair, Sierra pictured Big Boy carrying her across the ranch when she was very young. Even though Big Boy was a very large horse, he was the gentlest the family owned, and that made him the one always chosen for children to learn to ride. Sorrow filled Sierra as the image faded away, shaken from her thoughts as the Chinese assault vehicle crossed railroad tracks. "Woo-hoo! Damn, this thing will go anywhere!" Carter screamed, happy with the way the vehicle drove. Looking back, Sierra could barely see Katie following on horseback. "Slow it down. The horse can't move as fast." Carter reluctantly eased up on the accelerator that he wanted to smash to the floor so badly. He wanted to make a comment about how much better the vehicle was than a horse, but after what had happened to Big Boy, he asked instead, "So where are we headed?" Sierra knew the question would be asked, and even though there was no set plan, she replied, "Follow the tracks for now." Hearing the short conversation between Carter and Sierra, Blankenship felt the need to express his intentions. "If you are heading away from the Chinese forces, then let me out. Kaylee and I will not be going." Sierra really had no idea if they were heading away from or toward the invading force, but she was always looking for new information. With the back of her left hand, she extended it, striking Carter on the upper arm and signaling for him to stop and turn off the motor. Turning in her seat, she looked back at Blankenship, seated to the left of the machine gun manned by one of the females rescued from execution. "Okay, Blank, here is the deal. We are not running away from this fight, but at this point, we have no plan. We're just driving around the countryside looking for soldiers of the Red Army to put bullets in. You know where any are?" The response wasn't what he had expected, but one that he liked so much, it didn't even register that she had nicknamed him. "We're just outside of Gray's Summit, so there are large caves and abandoned railroad tunnels in the area. They should make for great rally points and safe places to rest. I believe we're close to one of the tunnels now." Sierra relished the thought of a secure place to park the vehicle out of sight and rest without keeping watch in all directions for someone sneaking up on them. "Are we moving in the right direction?" she asked, hoping the answer was yes. Blankenship looked around and quickly responded, "I don't know the area that well, but this looks right. A few other things you should be aware of. A militia group calling themselves the Ozark Mountaineers populated the area just east of here, in hopes of keeping the Chinese from moving out of the city." Blankenship paused as the memories of that day flashed through his thoughts, and he fought to push them down deep. Unsure what he was thinking, Sierra did notice his grip tighten on around the rifle in his hands before he continued, "They were mostly killed by artillery, and those who survived began moving west in hopes of connecting with a group calling themselves the United Constitutional Militia. Also, there are those who work for the Chinese gathering up people in cages, but few survive for long." Carter and Sierra looked at each other, shocked to hear him talk about those in the group they had just left. Sierra didn't want to go into detail, but commented briefly, "Yeah, we've heard of them. We ran into a group with a cage full of women. So the Mountaineers moved west? That explains the paratroopers we encountered outside of Union." Sierra went on to explain the events of a few days ago. When Sierra had finished, Blankenship wondered if the troops who parachuted in were new or part of those already in St. Louis. Either way, it didn't matter to him, for one just meant there were more to kill, and the other meant he was closer to killing the last one. Both thoughts gave him a warm feeling. "Sierra, you hearing that?" Katie asked, turning her head side to side in order to determine what direction the sound was coming from. Sierra did hear the sound of humming, but had been too caught up in conversation to take notice. She could hear it getting louder, but could not tell where it was coming from because of sitting in a large valley. Suddenly, the humming drastically increased in volume as a motorcycle with 2 Chinese soldiers flew through the air in front of them. The humming noise the motorcycle made was drawn out by the rider firing a pistol in their direction. As he fired, Sierra felt a warm wetness come from above as she grabbed hold of the machine gun mounted in front of her and took aim. She knew what the warm substance was all too well and chose to focus on the target, but it had happened so fast that no sooner did she place her hands on the gun than the motorcycle had vanished into the woods. Carter fired up the vehicle to give chase. Turning around, Sierra looked back to address the gunner behind her, only to see the gun pointing to the sky. Sierra watched as Blankenship and Timmy moved the woman's body off to one side before Timmy stood up to take control of the weapon. Just as he settled in place, Sierra heard the motorcycle once again, only this time it was behind them. Knowing what to listen for even with the sound of their vehicle running, Katie sat motionless on top of her horse with her eyes closed. Across her chest was the rifle she loved using most in 3-gun matches, a Ranger-proof carbine. With the rifle held firmly in her hands, she tracked the motorcycle through the woods by its sound, ready for it to appear once again. Hearing the motorcycle increase in acceleration, Katie felt it was time and knew just where it was going to appear. Her head bobbed up and down slightly as she counted 1, 2, 3, without saying a word, and then she sprang into action. Katie arched her back as she fell backward with ease, bringing the Ranger-proof rifle up just inches from her chest, and fired rapidly, causing the semi-automatic rifle to sound as if it was full auto. The first few rounds passed by without making contact with the riders, but their luck ran out when it came to the 3 that followed. Katie watched as the 2 soldiers fell from the motorcycle as it struck the ground and crashed into a tree. "What the hell, no explosion? That shit always explodes in the movies!" Katie shouted disappointedly as she sat up in the saddle. Sierra couldn't help but be impressed, but she knew there wasn't any time to stick around. Gesturing to Carter to get the vehicle moving, Sierra spotted 2 more motorcycles heading toward them from about 100 yards up the track. How stupid, Sierra thought, as she gripped the machine gun in front of her and prepared to fire. "I got him!" As she was taking aim, Sierra watched as the rider stood up behind the driver and took aim with a pistol. "You're already dead, dumbass." Before she had the trigger fully pressed, Sierra heard a shot fire from above her, and the rider on the motorcycle tumbled to the ground with the driver following a split second later as her bullet struck. The same scenario occurred with the second motorcycle. Sierra looked up over her left shoulder to where Blankenship had used the roll bars to brace his rifle. "I said I had it, Blank," Sierra repeated. With a calm voice, Blankenship looked down at Sierra and said, "And I said I am here to kill them, not watch others do it." Sierra smiled and then slapped Carter on the arm to get moving. "Hold it," Blankenship ordered. Carter stopped the vehicle and looked over to Sierra for approval. He felt the fact that she didn't react to him was his approval. "We need the gear these guys have, and if you didn't shoot the shit out of those bikes, we can use them," Blankenship urgently explained. Feeling as if she should be upset by the comment, Sierra merely thought about how much fun it was pulling the trigger on the bullet eater before responding. "Somebody get the guys in the woods and then meet me up there." Sierra exited the vehicle, pulled her pistol from its holster, and began walking to the 2 motorcycles on the track in front of them. After gathering all the useful gear from the dead soldiers and burying their fallen machine gunner, they only knew as April, the 6 of them prepared to move. Katie watched as Sierra and Blankenship strapped their personal gear onto the scratched-up motorcycles. She could not help from feeling a little left out since everyone was now on something much faster than the horse she was on, and she knew they would all be waiting on her as she rode along. That was something she could not handle, and as Sierra neared, she presented her solution. "Sierra, since you now have the bikes, why don't you 2 go find the tunnel we are going to use? That way you can make sure it's all clear, and if not, you can get away without waiting on me and the horse. Carter and I will stick with the tracks here and just hope that it isn't much farther, but at least we will know. What do you think?" Sierra and Blankenship looked at each other and agreed, having just discussed that same strategy when they were picking up the bikes from where they had crashed. "There isn't much track left to follow, so try not to get lost. If you do lose sight of where the tracks were, then stop, and we'll find you. Okay?" Sierra watched for a response from each of the 4, and then slung her leg over the motorcycle. "If we don't find anything in 5 miles, we will head back to you," Blankenship added before firing up his motorcycle. It had been some time since Robert had taught her how to ride, but Sierra had no problem remembering. The motorcycle was nearly the same size, but had a great deal more power. That, however, was something she really liked. Following the old railway system provided many different obstacles to brush their skills up, and that was something both of them needed. Much of the track was still in place, while other sections were nothing but a tangled mess where it had been removed or buried by years of neglect. Sierra looked down at the numbers on the odometer and could not understand how they had almost reached the 5-mile mark they agreed upon. She looked ahead, seeing nothing but trees, and hoped the tunnel would soon appear. After over a week of being on the move, Sierra felt a base of operation was something they truly needed, having ventured into something more massive than it had been. She had learned from history that a smaller force could defeat a larger force by hitting it and running, otherwise known as guerrilla warfare. That was what she had in mind, to not necessarily defeat them, but hurt them badly while using their own equipment. Pressing down on the brake pedal, Sierra sat facing nothing but woods as the tracks seemed to just end. Coming to a stop alongside her, Blankenship scrutinized the terrain that lay before them. Could we have gone the wrong way? Some of this track isn't even here anymore, and we have reached the 5-mile mark to turn around, Sierra asked, looking back the way they had come. Blankenship believed they were on the right path and was determined to figure it out. We have only gone 3. The gauge is in kilometers. Look at the way those trees are leaning. Blankenship put down the kickstand of his bike and started walking forward with his hands slightly out to his sides. Seeing what Blankenship was doing, Sierra followed, doing the same thing, only keeping her right hand a little closer to the pistol on her side. Hey, Blank, you gonna let me in on what you got going on? Instead of answering her question, Blankenship called out, "Fellow travelers approaching." Sierra was starting to make out what he had been talking about with the angles of the trees. They were all standing like they had been planted crooked while fully grown, and the more she stared at them, the stranger they looked. "What business do you have here?" A voice filled the valley from high above the ridge. "Refuge!" Blankenship hollered back. From between the trees at ground level, 4 men walked out into the open. Only one carried a pistol, and the other 3 were armed with what looked like hand-carved clubs. None of the 4 looked to have been around civilization much in the last few years, and Sierra began to wonder if they even knew about the invasion taking place. "I would ask that you hand over the weapons, but that doesn't look like something you would be willing to do. So, setting that aside, how about you tell us where you got those bikes from?" The man with the pistol seemed to be the one who spoke for the others. To Sierra's surprise, he didn't sound like the hillbilly she was expecting, though he was dressed for the part. "We killed the bastards who were on them. So we good?" Sierra replied, already tired of wasting time. Her response sent the 4 men into a laughing frenzy as they began waving for them to follow. They made their way back through the trees. Hesitantly, Blankenship stepped forward, but picked up his pace once he saw Sierra walking fast for the same spot they entered. As they approached the trees, it became clear by the ropes holding them upright as to why they looked odd. Stepping between the trees, Sierra's eyes took a moment to adjust to the darkness, but once they had, she knew instantly this was going to be their new base of operation. Candles burned all along the tunnel that seemed to have no end. "I have lived here for many years, and never have there been so many people as of late. By the way, you can call me Bottle." Bottle walked over to a small group of people who had gathered around. Even in the darkness, Sierra could tell they needed food and soap. Though it had been days since she had bathed, she was not going to cast that stone. "Well, Bottle, that would most likely be due to the Chinese military destroying and invading St. Louis and people running for their lives," Sierra said, not just to be sarcastic but to find out just what information they possessed. "You are not wrong. A few of us lived in here as outcasts of society, but now we have become the blessed. It is amazing what people realize they no longer need when they must carry it with them, or how little they know about survival. Those city people still try to give us money for what food we have, like it is worth anything. Hell, I remember years ago when I had a place in the city, and people would say, 'If anything happens, I'll just go out to the country and shoot me a deer.' Well, they didn't factor in the other million who had that same idea." Bottle broke out in uncontrollable laughter while trying to say, They done ate it all now." Sierra thought this group might be a bullet short of a full load, but they knew what they were doing with camouflage. "Here's the deal, fellas. We need this place for security from the enemy soldiers, and in return, we can help with supplies. How does that sound?" Bottle turned back to the 4 men who had been outside with him and discussed the offer. After a minute, the discussion was over, and Bottle made his counteroffer. "When you say supplies, you mean food and stuff, correct?" "Yes," Sierra replied. The area over there is ours and cannot be used for anything else. Clear? Yes, Sierra again replied. One last thing. Bottle paused and looked to those around him before continuing. As each of them focused on Sierra and Blankenship, he made their final request. We want a kiss or no deal. Sierra heard Blankenship snicker from where he stood beside her. Slightly turning her head, she whispered, What makes you think they want it from me? Chapter 29. History Down Below. Once more, Jim sat in the back of a truck with rifle in hand, waiting to see where it was going to take him. After being on the move for so long, he had lost count. It was becoming natural to jump in and take in the sights. Right now, he was enjoying what he saw as he tried not to be obvious while studying Dawn's features in her military uniform. The three of them, Kevin, Dawn, and Jim, had made it official while at camp, waiting for Sam to return with the news about today's mission. They were now sworn members of the Republic Army of America, RAA, and here he was. Just 3 months ago, he would have thought someone crazy or a conspiracy nut had he or she spoken of an underground highway. Jim thought about how all this new excitement and adventure in his life had come at a price. For many, like Larry, Mary, and his family, that price had been death. Seeing that Dawn was shuffling her way over next to him, Jim's heart began beating a little faster. His rule of not allowing any new relationships had vanished about as fast as it was conceived. While squeezing between him and the next guy, Dawn asked, You scared, Callie? Jim thought, Hell yes I am, but he said, Hell no, let's light this firecracker. Slow down there, Trigger, and rest your safety. You know we are hoping for the good guys to be in control, right? Dawn asked, playing along with his fake bravado. Kevin, who was listening to the conversation from alongside Jim, jumped in. I hear this Captain Sawyer led his men all over the state and took over the state capitol before being shot and killed. Remembering the last thing he saw on any television, the breaking news broadcast of Sawyer giving a speech, Jim felt the need to make a correction. I saw him speaking before he was shot, but the power went out. Apparently it wasn't that bad if we're meeting him now. Jim tried replaying the broadcast in his mind, but could not remember enough details to glean any useful information. As Dawn and Kevin debated the topic, Jim lost himself in the magnificent underground world he was now in, and what it had to have taken to build. Guess this could be a big part of the reason the national debt was so high. Wonder how many more conspiracy theories are true. Aliens? It didn't take long for Jim's thoughts to make their way back around to Dawn, especially since her face was so close to his as she leaned in front of him to argue with Kevin. Staring at her cheek just inches away from his lips, the urge to strike out with a kiss became so great that he caught himself wetting his lips in preparation. Why not? Jim thought, closed his eyes, moistened his lips one last time, and then made his move. Nothing but air. Suddenly, the brakes of the truck engaged, and the momentum propelled her past his readied lips. Quickly, he leaned back in hopes of covering up his missed attempt, but that was not to be the case as Kevin elbowed him in the side, having seen what had just taken place. Dawn pulled herself back into the seat and looked around, none the wiser of what almost happened. We shouldn't be there yet. What's going on? Dawn asked, stretching her neck out while attempting to see over the top of the truck. Damn, Jim, you looked like a prairie dog sniffing the wind. Shut up, Kevin, Jim replied as forceful as he could make a whisper. Quiet and be ready, an officer shouted from the cab of the truck. Sam stared out from behind the lead Humvee's windshield as it brought the convoy to a stop on the underground highway. The sight was something he had not expected, and had he not had confidence that he was right about who it was, the situation would have frightened him as well. Why have we stopped? General Harwood's voice came over the radio beside him. Captivated by the force ahead of him, and just how any rifles were pointing his way, Sam could not imagine anyone living through the first few seconds once the triggers had been pressed. Again, Harwood's voice came from the speakers. "What's going on, Mr. Crawford?" Reaching over slowly, Sam picked up and keyed the mic. "General, we have contact, and I'm moving forward. Out." Sam signed off and concentrated on every movement he made as he exited the Humvee. Once his feet had touched the pavement, he raised his hands high above his head to show he held nothing that could be considered a weapon. Unable to shield his eyes from the blinding lights aimed his way, he stared down to the ground and walked forward until he received the command. "You can put your hands down," Karnak said, as the lights behind him were shut off to allow him to be seen. "Thanks," Sam said, thankful to be able to see the person he was to negotiate with. "State your business." Karnak wanted to keep things clear and had no room for idle conversation. It was time to be the aggressor. "I would like to speak with Captain Sawyer about joining forces." "Sawyer is dead," Karnak informed the man standing in front of him. Now Sam suddenly felt the fear creeping in as his confidence on who was actually standing before him left. "Sorry to hear that. May I inquire as to whom I am speaking?" "After you tell me what you want," Karnak quickly responded, figuring he had nothing to lose at this point since he couldn't just gather up his toys and go home. Sam said a little more aggressively. "I am Sam Crawford, formerly of the FBI and now part of the Republic Army of America. We are moving our forces west." Sam, is that you?" Robert asked as he walked around Karnak to greet Sam. "Robert Squires?" Sam shouted, reaching out to shake Robert's outstretched hand. "Wow, man, I didn't think we would meet again after the EMP. Hell, I didn't even recognize you," Robert said, excited about the reunion. "That's because you only saw me through a scope," Sam said jokingly as he rubbed his sore arm. Karnak looked back to Angelique, who had insisted on coming with her team. "Now don't you wish you would have stayed in bed and rested?" Then he turned back to the two catching up as hundreds of men pointed weapons at each other. "Where is that scary sister of yours and that damn ranger?" Sam asked, looking past Robert in hopes of seeing them. Not wanting to get into what had all taken place, Robert was happy when Karnak interrupted. Speaking a little more relaxed, Karnak asked once again, "So Sam, what is all this?" Happy to have been right about Robert and the military unit, Sam began. "This is the RAA and the Kansas National Guard mixed with some Missouri National Guard and soldiers from Fort Leavenworth heading east to remove the Chinese. Then we plan on getting this country back on its feet. You in?" Karnak stood and thought for a second about what was unfolding here hundreds of feet underground. His main thought was how better things were when all he had to do was execute orders handed down, as the decisions had already been made by higher-ups. Now being the commander of the UCM, he made the calls that others carried out, regardless if they were the right ones or not. "Sam, I like what you say your mission is, but who is in charge of your group of merry men?" "That would be me." Karnak turned his attention in the direction of the voice as a figure walked toward them, but the Humvee light preventing Karnak from getting a clear look at who had spoken. Figuring the proper thing to do at this point would be to introduce himself, Karnak started speaking before the figure had stepped full from the light. "I am Commander Carl E. Karnak of the United Constitutional Millie." Just then the face of the man appeared to him, and from the frightened look on the general's face, he had recognized Karnak as well. With 3 long, swift strides, Karnak closed the distance between them, and with each step, the rage at seeing Harwood's face built up inside. With all the power he could summon, Karnak struck out for Harwood's throat as he stood in fear. Just before Karnak's potentially lethal blow made contact, Angelique deflected it with lightning speed. "You're supposed to be dead!" the general cried out in fear, though only those nearby could hear what he had said over the sound of safety switches being flicked to fire. Having deflected the blow, Angelique stood between Karnak and the general, staring into Karnak's eyes. "Who said I needed rest?" she said, giving him a big smile. Taking in a few deep breaths, Karnak started thinking a little more clearly, and could feel the tension in the air from hundreds of nervous fingers rested on triggers. Raising his hand, Karnak signaled for his men to lower their weapons, and slowly he heard them being switched back to safe. Continuing to look into Angelique's beautiful blue eyes, Karnak's mind began making connections. He turned back to Harwood. "You're the reason my company was arrested. You're also the reason Sawyer is dead. It was supposed to have been me. That is why nobody came to retake the tunnel. You wanted to make sure I was dead first. Then you thought your lackey had killed me at the camp. Well, once again, your guy missed." By the time Karnak had finished, he was breathing heavily and had to turn and walk away. Seeing that Karnak had finished and was now walking away, Angelique turned to Harwood and asked calmly, "Is that all true?" "There are greater things at stake." Harwood didn't know how to answer. The shock of seeing Karnak had short-circuited his ability to think clearly. Having never met Harwood before, Angelique only knew what Karnak had said about him, and only stopped Karnak from killing the man because of the belief that something could be worked out between the two. With the avoidance of her question, she came to the same conclusion Karnak had, and Angelique balled her fist up and jabbed the general in the stomach, causing him to double over. As he bent over, Angelique helped him along by grasping both hands behind his head, pulling him down rapidly into her rising knee and shattering his nose on contact. Karnak spun back around at hearing the cracking of bone, just in time to see Harwood fall limp on the pavement. Turning back to Sam, who had little idea of what was happening, he said in a commanding tone, "Pick him up or run over his ass. I don't care. We need to join forces, but we don't need murderous bastards like him in charge. That's what got us here in the first place." Sam stood with his hand up in the air, signaling for those in the convoy to hold fire in case any of them felt the need to back the general. Little did he know the new information provided by Karnak about the general had spread like wildfire throughout. Finally getting a vantage point by standing on her seat, Dawn had been giving those in her truck a play-by-play. Those around her had a difficult time believing what she was saying, or were unwilling, and began jockeying for the best view while remaining as silent as possible. Each became a believer by the time they saw the woman who had protected the general drop him to the ground like a sack of manure. Jim began shaking his head side to side in disbelief. "Just great. Travel thousands of miles just to join up with the bad guys." Chapter 30. From the sky. After days spent running from building to blown-out craters, and then to anything else that provided some protection from the constant artillery barrage that rained down, Raynor had begun to tire. Everywhere he had searched was total chaos, destruction and death while the fighting continued. Since setting foot from the chopper, Raynor had been in search of the Central Command, something that had not seemed to survive the Allied troops constantly retreating from the north, to be free of not only the Chinese and North Korean troops, but also the radiation from Seoul. From the men and women he had spoken to, the Chinese and North Korean soldiers crossed the radiated lands by the thousands with no concern for their own safety. Raynor knew exactly what that was about, as did most. Troops sent through the areas were counted as a loss before entering. The governments of China and North Korea had no need for them to survive, just to live long enough to push the Americans and South Koreans into the Pacific Ocean. That was something that they were close to accomplishing if things did not change. Raynor ran from one group of soldiers to the next, still in search of some type of command structure that was at least attempting to organize the mayhem. Diving down into yet another crater to avoid shrapnel flying from a nearby artillery strike, Raynor rolled over onto his back to catch his breath. With the way the crater had formed, it left a V shape on the backside facing Busan. Never one who had been into art, he wanted badly to take a picture of how the V shape framed the destruction of the once beautiful city skyscrapers. The thought left as fast as it had occurred to him, with another artillery round exploding nearby, throwing buckets of dirt and rock into the hole. Shaking it from his face while spitting out what had gone into his mouth, he prepared to move. Picking up over the side, he could see soldiers dug in all along the ridgeline, with many firing at the enemy down below as they attempted to cross the valley. Holding tight to his rifle, Raynor pushed up from the ground, exiting the hole at a crouched run. Except for the artillery coming down from above, he was fairly certain the bullets fired from the valley below could not reach him, but there was always the unexpected sniper. While making the crossing from his hole to the trench, Raynor began to really miss the days of manipulating arms dealers and dictators. Even if they wanted to kill him at the time, at least he knew only a dozen or so people would be sent rather than an entire army. Just before jumping down alongside the soldiers, Raynor caught a glimpse of the valley, and now could understand just what the Bible spoke of in Psalms 23:4. "Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death," he said lightly before forcing himself to look away. The image from within the valley would forever be burned into his memory. Never had he seen so many people running down the side of a hill. Such a large number, it no longer looked like people, but rather that the mountain was turning to liquid. The rocky terrain on which they traveled was dyed red from the blood of thousands whom the soldiers around him had dispatched. Curious as to why the ground below his feet seemed to shift slightly, Raynor looked down, seeing nothing but empty brass casings as more fell down on top of them. Slapping the soldier in front of him on the upper arm to get his attention, Raynor began speaking as soon as he began to turn. "Who is in charge here?" "What?" the man shouted. Noticing blood trickling from his ears, Raynor waved him back to the fight as he shook his head, thankful for having grabbed a set of amplified ear protection from the ship's armory before leaving. Working his way down the line and stopping once he came to a soldier with hearing protection, again he slapped the soldier's upper arm. "Soldier, who is in charge?" Raynor shouted. Signaling for Raynor to follow him, the soldier squatted down low in the trench and then leaned in ear first toward Raynor for him to repeat the question. "Who is in charge?" Raynor shouted once more. Shaking his head up and down, letting Raynor know he understood, the soldier half stood and began walking behind the long row of soldiers firing. From what Raynor could make out, the firing line traveled along the entire distance of the ridge, with the only gaps being where it turned into a non-traversable slope. After what seemed to be a mile's walk, the soldier pointed down to the backside of the hill to a cave entrance that had apparently been a tourist destination prior to the death of millions. "Thanks," Raynor said, but the soldier still did not say a word, only turned to head back to the trenches. Finally, he thought, making his way down the steep slope to what he hoped would finally be some sort of command center. "Stop and state your business, sir," one of many guards behind stacks of sandbags placed around the entrance demanded. "Yeah, I am at the right place," Raynor thought before replying. "I'm Adam Raynor with the Central Intelligence Agency, and I need to speak with whoever is in charge." "ID," the guard then requested. Raynor had wondered when this was going to become an issue. "Identification isn't something we really carry around, soldier." The guard laughed a little and then began speaking. "So you expect us to just believe you're CIA because you say you are? Soldier, who the hell would make that up in the middle of this shit? Now we can stand out here and wait for one of these damn artillery rounds to blow us to hell while debating why the CIA doesn't demand their field agents to carry identification. Or you can take me to the person in charge of this rodeo so I can see what I can do in order to keep you alive a little longer. What is it going to be?" By the time Raynor had finished, the soldiers had already ducked back behind the sandbags as debris flew from a nearby explosion. Watching Raynor continue without missing a beat of his speech as rock and dirt struck him, one of the soldiers had already started reaching for the door. Not believing the speech worked, Raynor wished he could remember what he had said just in case it was needed again. Stepping through the entrance, Raynor found it difficult to breathe from the smell of bile, burnt flesh, and blood that filled the air. All along the walls, wounded men and women sat trying to make room for the others that lay on the floor. From what Raynor could see, the only people treating the wounded were other wounded soldiers. The cave system went deep inside the mountain, as did the wounded. While venturing deeper into the cave, he wondered if at this point the wounded wouldn't be better off outside, rather than in the damp, moldy environment they now sat. "Mr. Raynor, I am presuming?" a full-bird colonel asked, walking quickly toward him between the rows of wounded with 3 others following closely behind. Stopping in his tracks, interested in knowing just how the colonel knew him, he pushed that aside and instead responded with, "Yes, Colonel. I wanted to speak with you about a supply bunker to the west of here that would be very useful." Raynor could see the stoutly built man studying him in the dim light before speaking. "Normally I cannot tolerate spooks," but any man who would risk flying in here with a crazy Aussie behind the controls is worth hearing out. I am Colonel Richardson, and we can use all the supplies we can get. Hell, I have men going through the thousands of cargo containers down at the docks, looking for just one more bullet to fire. The Australian in a Japanese chopper. That's how, Raynor thought in response to how the colonel knew him, happy to not have that question itching at his brain. Well, sir, if you have a map, I can provide you with location, and then we can scout the area. A gloomy look came over Richardson's face as he looked around the cave at all the wounded unable to fight before addressing his request. Mr. Raynor, I'm afraid there is no west from here, and there is no more retreating. You and I, like these soldiers, are going to die on this hill, but not before putting up one hell of a fight. I'm sure you have seen the wave of enemy soldiers heading this way. Richardson paused for Raynor to respond. Yes. Well, they sent more people than we have bullets, and we had a shitload of bullets. Hell, they are no longer walking on solid ground at the bottom of that valley. They are walking on their dead. Not far west of here is another valley with much the same as this one, and nobody from this side is crossing. Richardson quit speaking after spotting a soldier approaching. Raynor assumed he was from deep within the cave, where the command center was located. With urgency in his voice, he shouted, "Colonel, we just received reports of aircraft approaching from the north." "Sergeant, they have been for months now. That is nothing new," Richardson said, almost bothered they would send a runner to give such a report. The sergeant stopped next to Richardson before continuing. "Sir, they are coming in from over the Sea of Japan, and there were a large number of them reported." The sergeant seemed to hesitate and clear his throat before finishing with, "Sir, it's the Russians." Raynor and the colonel both looked at each other with studied expressions on their faces. "How soon before they reach us, Sergeant?" Richardson finally asked. "Now, sir," the sergeant said, knowing just what it meant to have another large enemy force attacking. "Well, Mr. Raynor, it looks as if death is going to come sooner than we anticipated." Richardson looked around at the wounded soldiers and knew exactly what was going to become of them. Unwilling to die without putting up a fight, Raynor turned and headed for the exit of the cave while checking his rifle and ammunition. The closer he got to the exit, the more soldiers did their best to rise from the floor of the cave and follow. From the outside of the cave, it looked as if a rock concert had just let out as soldiers walked, crawled, and assisted each other to the fight. By the time the persuasion of wounded soldiers neared the trench, the sound of jet engines could be heard over the roar of enemy soldiers, weapons fire, and artillery explosions. Standing side by side, Raynor and Richardson both spotted the black mass of Russian aircraft as they closed in on their position. "Ever wondered what the German soldiers must have felt like on the beaches of Normandy on D-Day?" Raynor asked, feeling the pressure of an overwhelming force approaching. He wasn't sure if the colonel had not heard him or just didn't want to answer, but in a few minutes, it wasn't going to matter. Seconds later, they watched as thousands of paratroopers exited the plains over the Chinese side of the valley. So many Russian soldiers and supplies were floating down to the earth with large white parachutes deployed that it looked like the clear blue sky had been draped in white cloth. Every man on the line lost any sense of hope they had of making it out of Korea alive, yet they still fired at the enemy down below. Spotting a large formation of jets flying low and in line with the ridge, Raynor shouted, "Take cover! Get down!" He then began helping some of the wounded soldiers to the relative safety of the trench. Hearing the Russian jets almost on him, Raynor raised his rifle up to the sky and took aim. Knowing the action would be futile, he pulled the trigger just to at least die fighting. The jets vanished in a fog of smoke as they fired their countless missiles, yet Raynor still fired, hoping to get a lucky hit. Feeling the bolt of his rifle lock open, he lowered it, knowing there wouldn't be time to reload before the missiles removed the ridge and everyone on it. Instead, he took in a deep breath and relaxed. Even with his hearing protection in place, his ears rang, and he felt the earth moving beneath his boots as he waited for the one that would take his life. With his arms down to his sides, he opened his eyes after hearing a roar of cheering coming from all around. Turning back to the valley, Raynor couldn't understand what had happened as he witnessed the last of the missiles strike, turning the valley and enemy ridge into a massive grave. Beyond the enemy ridge, the Russian paratroopers began raining bullets down on the Chinese and North Korean troops while drifting down to earth. "What the hell just happened?" Colonel Richardson asked, not believing what he had just seen. Looking up at other large aircraft releasing cargo-netted supplies just above them, Raynor replied, "Sure glad I didn't get lucky and take one down. Colonel, it looks like we might just live a little longer." Richardson turned to Raynor. That's if they knew what ridge they were supposed to be shooting at. Chapter 31. Snitch. Sitting along the wall of their new headquarters, Blankenship worked hard at giving his rifle a good deep cleaning. Even in the safety of the abandoned railroad tunnel with 50-foot-tall trees camouflaging the entrance, he kept his pistol alongside him for easy access. With a rag that had at one time been the t-shirt of a Chinese soldier whom he had killed, Blankenship wiped the dirt and grime from the bolt of the rifle. Not only was he amazed by how much had made its way into the weapon, but he was also amazed to have lived after the artillery rounds collapsed the building. Cleaning the rifle put him at ease, and it was the first calm moment he had to really think about how lucky he had been. He went over many different scenarios in his mind, all of them ending with his death, had he been standing anywhere else at the time of the explosion. He couldn't remember what it must have felt like for the human cannonball at the circus, but now he had related knowledge as he recalled the event. The segments he did remember were short, starting with standing on the floor where the building had previously been destroyed, flying up through the air, and landing on the rooftop as it slowly fell to the ground as the building crumbled underneath. "Hey, Blank, you about ready to move out?" Sierra asked, slightly startling him with her stealthy movements. Looking at the rifle parts he had laid out in front of him, knowing he was on his third round of cleaning, and it would only take a few minutes to reassemble, he shook his head yes. "Great. Bottle heard passers-by talking of a small base south of here. Sounds like a great place to dirty that rifle back up. What do you think?" Sierra had not heard Blankenship say much since arriving at the tunnel, and did her best to get him talking. The idea of killing Chinese seemed to perk him up no matter what state of depression his memories turned him to. Continuing to put the rifle back together, he looked to her only for a second as he said, "I could use a new cleaning rag." Unaware of where the rag he currently used had come from, Sierra smiled. "We'll move out in 10 minutes. We'll take our bikes, and the others will take the rat." Blankenship's curiosity piqued, having heard the term used often in law enforcement as somebody who snitched on others. Why rat? Having thought he had already found out from one of the others, Sierra wondered how he had not known. "They didn't tell you? While we were searching for this place, Carter thought it was a little strange how the motorcycling soldiers found us, so he searched the vehicle. The damn thing was low-jacked. Can you believe that? So if we don't find the outpost, we will just flip it on and see what happens. Either way, should be fun." Even in Blankenship's current state of mind, nothing about it sounded like fun. Half an hour later, they were driving down back roads hunting for an enemy outpost. To Katie, it wasn't the fact she was riding along in a Chinese military assault vehicle or sitting behind the machine gun mounted on the dash a foot away, a machine gun she wanted very much to pull the trigger on. Even at 16, neither seemed strange anymore. What seemed strange to her was that they were on a mission with information given to them by an old hobo living in an abandoned tunnel. Then again, at this point she wondered if it would even be strange to her if aliens attacked. While thinking about how her perception of what was strange in the world had changed over the last few months, Katie kept a close watch on the surrounding woods for enemy activity. "Have you tried this?" Steph asked, having grown attached to her after she saved her from being executed. She had discovered a package stuffed between the seats that looked like the military MRE's, meal ready to eat, back at the Mountaineers base camp before it had been destroyed. With little to eat, she had opened it and removed what looked to be a thick cookie with a swirling pat turn, leading to a heart in the middle. The irony of a murderous invading force having hearts baked into their cookies did not go unnoticed. Katie looked back to Steph. Really? You're just going to eat stuff you find in here? Just then, Katie thought, again, no longer strange. What does it taste like? She asked. Looking at the inside, confused, Steph began. Well, I thought it was a cookie, but with the raisins, nuts, and some strange thing inside it, I'm moving to scone. Doesn't matter, though, because it's good. She then broke off a piece to give Katie. Excited about not only trying the food, but also having something in her stomach other than water, Katie reached back. Everything slowed the instant Katie felt Carter hit a bump, and Steph's hand with the scone bounced up, striking the roll bar and causing her hand to release the scone. Watching it vanish in the dust kicked up by the rat, Katie suddenly felt her stomach twist in a knot. The entire experience just caused her to become hungrier than she had been. Lashing out, Katie balled her fingers up into a fist and struck Carter in the shoulder. "Hey, what the hell was that for?" he asked, grabbing the sore spot with his left hand. Knowing he had not done it on purpose, Katie sat back in her seat and continued scanning the area, as her stomach growled louder now after being teased with food. Each of them began doubting the usefulness of the hobo intelligence as time passed, and they drove farther from their new base camp. Sierra began debating whether or not to turn back and just flip the switch on the rat and wait to see what happened. But the idea of going back with supplies remained the great attraction. Each mile traveled without any signs made it much more difficult to pursue. She knew Blankenship, riding alongside her, would be happy staying out here searching for the Chinese, but the time neared when the decision would have to be made. After a few more miles, Sierra spotted a farmhouse off the road in the woods and decided they needed more information. Pulling down the rocky driveway, Sierra gave the motorcycle just enough gas to keep it upright so as not to seem so threatening to anyone who may be inside. The closer she got to the house, the stronger the smell of something dead drifted to her nose. Pulling up by the steps of the porch with the others close behind, Sierra understood what they were going to find inside, because of not only the increased strength of the odor, but also the enormous amount of bullet holes scattered all over the outside of the house. Looking down to the ground, she picked up one of the steel casings from the spent ammunition lying on the ground. It was not difficult to conclude that somebody had knocked on the wrong country house door. Whether it was the Chinese or the UN troops, I think you all know what we're going to find inside. Search the area for whatever we can use and meet back here in 15 minutes. Sierra thought about how nice it was having a working watch once again. She really liked that it had a small compass attached to the wristband, and had it not been for the 2 Communist Party red stars on it, she would have liked it much more. The search of the property turned up very little that was useful, since it appeared everything had been picked over many times prior to their arrival. Like with many homes, if something could be eaten or drunk, it already had been, by the thousands that had fled the cities because of not only the Chinese invasion, but also the loss of electricity. "The 15 minutes up yet?" Steph asked, dry heaving from the smell of decaying flesh coming from the house, after throwing up the little food she had in her stomach. "Soon. Take a walk back toward the road. We will pick you up on the way out," Sierra suggested during a pause in Steph's heaving. It was advice she was happy to follow, keeping watch and listening for the others. Sierra studied a map of Missouri. The now-deceased owners of the house had kept in an old camper that most likely stopped running years before the EMP. Once again, Sierra found herself thankful for the years Robert forced her to learn skills she never thought she would use. She remembered telling him, "I'll just use my phone to find out where I am." Now she found it ironic that he had replied, "What if an electromagnetic pulse takes it all away or your battery dies?" Laughing on the inside, Sierra thought, did he know? "What you got there, Si?" James asked in an attempt to give Sierra a nickname like she had him. Without taking her eyes off the map, Sierra responded, "Bad, Timmy," and said nothing more. Sierra focused on a road that traveled parallel to the one they were just on, and thought it time to move on with Plan B. "Carter!" Sierra called out. From an upstairs window he replied, "There isn't shit in this place." Looking up, Sierra asked, "How long will it take to reactivate the tracker?" Just a minute. You want to do that here? Looking around, Sierra couldn't see any use in searching the property any longer. No. Gather everyone up and let's head back. We'll find a good spot first. According to this map, there should be a creek a few miles from here on an adjoining road that will do. With Carter ducking back into the window, Sierra folded up the map and placed it in the saddlebags from Big Boy that she had modified for the motorcycle. It did not take Carter long to inform everyone of the new plan. Before Sierra had finished taking a drink from her canteen, they were ready to move out. Quickly, she told everyone of her plan, and then they were once again driving down the road after picking up Steph at the end of the driveway. Sierra found that she was becoming very comfortable on the motorcycle and enjoying having the speed, but it still would never replace Big Boy. Just a few miles from the bridge, Sierra brought her motorcycle to a stop and looked over to Carter as he rolled up behind her. Seeing that he was making eye contact, she then gave him a thumbs up, signaling him it was time to reconnect the rat's tracker. Carter then twisted to the rear and reached to the floor behind the passenger seat, and after a few minutes, he turned back with a thumbs up in return. They were now broadcasting, and Sierra looked to Blankenship and nodded before throttling up her motorcycle. Sierra began calculating just how far the bridge was and hoped there didn't happen to be any enemy forces in the area. The plan was simple. Make the Chinese think they had been traveling and stop to rest at the bridge, but instead of resting, they would be lying in wait. Leading the others with Blankenship riding alongside, Sierra started getting the feeling in her gut she knew all too well over the last few months. For the first time, she decided it was time to listen, and she started by slowing down her motorcycle. Seeing an open area surrounded by cover in the woods, she pulled off the road and drove over and led everyone into a large circle facing back to the road. "Carter, turn off the rat's tracker," she said, after all of them had followed her lead with shutting down their motors. "That was fast. You see something?" Blankenship remarked, looking out between the trees. "Not yet, but we do need to do some scouting on foot," Sierra replied, not wanting to say the real reason for stopping the mission. Robert had told her many times that he always listened to his gut, and that was what she had decided to do moving forward. Dismounting her motorcycle, she signaled for Blankenship to follow her and the others to remain. The two made their way through the forest in the same direction they had been traveling on the road. Blankenship followed close, curious as to what had caused Sierra to stop the mission. They were on for a walk through the woods. After a few more minutes, he began seeing a structure through the trees. The closer they got, the more he wanted to know how the hell she knew it would be here, but not so much that he was going to ask. The closer they came to the end of the forest, the more of the facility they could make out. Keeping concealed, they watched as supplies were moved from cargo containers onto very large trucks. After a few minutes, Sierra signaled to Blankenship to begin heading back, and she followed closely behind. Neither one spoke a word until they were a safe distance away, in fear of being heard by a roaming patrol that might not have been seen. With a mile or so between them and the Chinese supply area, Sierra stopped. "Hey, Blank." She waited for him to turn and face her. Once he had focused on her, she continued. "We're taking those trucks. Stay back and find a good spot to provide cover as we ride in. I'll have Timmy ride your motorcycle in so we don't have to go back for it." Feeling she was through speaking, he started his return to the supply area with a slight smile on his face, one that Sierra could only assume was because he was about to get his first kill of the day. Chapter 32. Crunch time. "Yes, Sam, it all checks out. We will see you and your men tomorrow." Karnik hung up the phone in the communications room at Bellamy's Hole. Karnik thought about how much he had missed being able to communicate without sending a runner with the information. Now he had one last call to make. Holding the phone up and hitting the connecting extension, Karnik listened to the rings right before the RTO on the other end answered. "Camp Carlos, Buck speaking." A little surprised to hear Buck's voice, he began. "Hey, Buck, this is Commander Karnik. Can you have Sergeant Smith give me a call ASAP?" No need, Commander. He is right here, Buck replied almost before he had finished with his request. Sergeant Smith here. Smith, you in there tying up the phone lines trying to book a date for the prom? Karnak joked. Well, Commander, a guy has to have his priorities in line. Smith and Karnak enjoyed harassing each other, but it was time for business. How many can we expect from the Carlos? Karnak had requested a head count of volunteers for the battle soon to take place in St. Louis. 3,631, Commander. Almost all volunteered, but that is all who are able to fight at this time, Smith informed Karnak, with a noticeable disgust in his voice at the thought of how the men had been treated. The number was much higher than Karnak had anticipated, knowing the conditions the men had been held in. Great. Start transporting them here. I want everyone loaded up by 1800 tomorrow. Roger? Roger, Commander. Karnak out. Signing off and hanging the phone up, he began going over the plan on the map in front of him once more to ensure he had thought of every advantage. Planning attacks such as those to take the tunnels or the camp were child's play compared to the one laid out before him now. On the desk lay a map of Missouri, the place where he and his soldiers would fight World War III. Even though he had planned it from top to bottom, he searched for any way to improve its chances of success. Repeatedly, he visualized just how the battle would unfold from beginning to end, each time feeling that something was missing. Right before starting the entire process once again, there was a knocking at the door. Enter! Through the door stepped Robert with one of his men. Upon seeing him, a spark flickered in Karnak's mind. Commander! That was all Robert was able to say before Karnak raised his hand to stop him from continuing. Looking down at the map with the attack plan drawn out, he picked up the piece that represented Robert's unit and set it in the middle of the Mississippi River. I need you and your men here, Karnak said, as he tapped on the night chess piece he used to visualize different groups on the map. Seeing that Karnak was pointing to the far side of occupied St. Louis, Robert remarked, We're going to need something other than the cargo barges. The troops are going to move down the river in. What do you want if we can get there? My men are good, but taking on an entire army with the 15 I currently have is simply suicide. Sabotage and guerrilla warfare. Break up in teams of 2 and raise hell all along the banks of the river. Do whatever you can to pull troops your way, and then get the hell out of the area. From the intelligence Angelique brought back, it's hard for even them to move with the devastation, so trap them there while our forces move in from the west. Robert looked at the map, and then to the man standing next to him. After pointing and discussing the possibilities for several minutes, Robert said, We can do that, but only if we can find something big and fast enough to get us in and out of the area. It must be bigger than the fishing boats Marks has gathered to push the barges. Karnak ran through the inventory of equipment they had up until now. Nothing he could think of would be useful, but he knew whom to ask. Grabbing his rifle, he asked Robert on the way out of the room, What did you need? Having come to ask about their part in the mission, Robert replied, You already answered it. Good. Then follow me, Karnak replied. Karnak led the 2 men over to the old Willie Jeep. Marks's men had been able to get running with little effort from the museum. For months they had worked day and night bringing equipment back to life that had been deemed no longer useful. Well, now they were about to find out what else he had created or salvaged. As Karnak drove along, he thought of how the city was beginning to pull together since food and other necessities were being rationed at many different centers. After dealing with people attempting to steal food or sell it at a very high cost, Karnak had kitchens set up all over the city, removing most of the criminal temptations. Even with people killing each other less often for food and water, Karnak knew it would be more than a decade before the country ever resembled the image it once was. Pulling into the armory, Karnak drove straight for the repair shops where Mark spent most of his life now. With the old brakes of the Jeep squealing as they stopped out front of the open doors, Karnak called out, Colonel Marks in there? Yes, Commander, one of the mechanics yelled back. Happy with the quick answer, he looked over to the passenger side. Well, Robert, let's see what is on the showroom floor, Karnak joked, exiting the Jeep. As soon as Mark spotted Karnak, he reacted. Damn it, Karnak. I'm not going to try and convince you again how the little 15 horsepower and 25 horsepower John boat motors are going to maneuver the barges in the river. Just trust me when I say they can, Colonel Marks stressed, believing that discussion was why Karnak was here now. No, that isn't it. I do need to know if you have anything bigger. Not for the barges, but to move 15 men down this river and into the Mississippi, Karnak added so as not to hear the speech about water currents and the motors only being needed to steer. A big smile came across Marks's face. I have just what you need. Follow me. He started walking and led them through the shop and out the back door to the supply and storage yard. Once through the rear door, he continued. Was wanting to take her out myself, but I'm guessing you will be able to handle her. Marks pointed over to the large craft on a trailer. Soon as they laid eyes upon the craft, they became speechless as they stared, unable to describe how perfect it was for what they needed. Where the hell did you get that? Robert asked, running over to get a closer look. Marks answered. She's a beauty, right? Vietnam-era swift boat, aluminum hull, but don't let that fool you. She can take a beating. Need power? She has it with twin General Motors Detroit Marine diesel engines pushing 480 horsepower. Robert was almost ecstatic but decided to play along, since Marks sounded like he was trying to sell it to him like a used car dealer. I don't know. How's the mileage? Marks smiled. Oh, she'll get you to Louis and back with one fill-up, no problem. And just for shits and giggles, I'll throw in 2 barrels of fuel. Jumping down from the rear of the trailer, Robert remarked, Throw in an 80mm mortar and 2 machine guns, and you got yourself a deal, mister. Karnak enjoyed the show even though he didn't display it. So where the hell did you get a swift boat? It looks like it still belongs to the U.S. Navy. Marina repair shop when we were looking for batteries, parts, motors, and tools. I'm guessing somebody was having it restored, and from the looks of it, they were close to being complete. You've got to see those engines, truly impressive, Mark said, almost drooling. Robert, get your men and put it in the water. Be ready to move out by 2000 tomorrow, Karnak ordered, now satisfied that the plan had all the parts needed for success, and come 2000 hours tomorrow, the offensive would begin. Chapter 33. Vendetta. Anticipation ran throughout Sierra as she followed behind Carter down the road. The thought of capturing the 2 trucks with supplies was all she could think about at the moment. She believed that if the Chinese thought it important enough to ship in large containers and distribute by trucks, then it was important enough to take from them. To her right, Sierra kept Timmy in sight, happy to see that he could handle the motorcycle with ease. Katie had insisted on being behind the passenger side machine gun, leaving Carter to drive and Steph on the upper gun. Without formal military training, Sierra felt that this was the best attack formation for what vehicles they had at their disposal. Nearing the point they would be fully committed to, Sierra rested the barrel of her rifle between the handlebars with her left hand, while working the throttle and steering with her right. Before the trucks were fully in sight, she could hear gunfire coming from Blankenship in the woods. A few seconds later, she knew Katie had to be getting the surge of adrenaline she so desired, as her finger caused the machine gun to scream. Katie's burst of fire was followed closely by Steph on the upper gun. Carter slowed the rat to allow them to fire the weapons more accurately, but never coming to a complete stop. Sierra accelerated around the rat and headed for the far side of the trucks and cargo containers with Timmy following closely behind. Sierra fired her rifle from the motorcycle the second a soldier, who had been using the truck for cover, came into sight. Finding it difficult to ride and fire, she stopped the motorcycle just inches from the front of the large cargo truck, allowing it to lie against it as she jumped off. As she did, Timmy flew down between the trucks, firing his rifle from his left hand. Having just seen the number of soldiers who were taking cover there, Sierra wanted to scream for him to stop, but knew it would have been of no use over the rifle's firing. Quickly, she worked her way around to the front of the truck and began firing the second the first soldier came into sight. Before she had realized it, the bolt on her rifle locked open, and more than a dozen Chinese soldiers lay dead on the ground. To her amazement, Timmy was not among the dead. Where the hell did he go? Sierra thought as she swiftly replaced the empty magazine with a full one. After releasing the bolt to chamber a round, she fired it into one of the soldiers still moving. He would have died without the extra bullet, Timmy said from behind her. I am a humanitarian, what can I say? Sierra shrugged her shoulders before asking, How the hell did you get here? Laid it down when I rounded the front of the truck and saw all the soldiers. The momentum took me under the truck onto the other side. Could never get that lucky again. Timmy laughed until he remembered that Blankenship liked the bike and that he had just crashed it. Hearing the rate of fire drop to almost nothing, Sierra moved quickly to the rear of the truck and looked inside. Having lowered her weapon and only concentrating on the cargo, not the fight, she found herself staring up at a soldier pointing an AK-47 at her from a few feet away. Shit, Sierra thought, instantly doing the math on how long it would take to bring her weapon up and the time it would take for the soldier to pull his trigger. The math was clearly not in her favor, but as she watched, a section of his head turned into small fragments scattered on the side of the cargo truck. She relaxed. Directing her sight to the woods where she had left Blankenship, she could almost hear him say, Now we are even. Though he was much too far away and most likely hadn't said anything. With the rat coming to a stop alongside the cargo trucks, Katie jumped out with a big smile on her blackened face, dirty from the machine gun she fired and the one firing above her. Without hesitation, she took off around the perimeter with her Ranger-proof rifle at the ready, and Steph close behind. With every corner they turned, all they found were dead enemy soldiers. Katie was thankful to have the area clear, but at the same time sad because it meant the excitement was over. Damn, we really burned it down quick, Katie stated to Sierra, finishing her trip around the perimeter. Seeing Blankenship moving in from the woods and with Katie having finished her search, Sierra began grabbing the dead soldiers' gear, mainly weapons and ammunition. Throwing the weapons in the truck, she began instructing the others to do the same. Grab weapons and ammunition first. We take what we can and move out in 5 minutes. That was a hell of a lot of noise, and there is no telling who will come to investigate. I knew I liked this girl, Blankenship thought, as he had already begun picking up rifles and loading them into the truck. After having Timmy help load the motorcycle he had wrecked, Blankenship climbed into the cab with Timmy. Sierra remained on her motorcycle in the lead, with Katie, Carter, and Steph bringing up the rear of the convoy. Sierra was happy she had followed her gut feeling on the situation, and that they had listened to Bottle. Sierra had already decided not to take the trucks all the way back to the tunnels until they could be sure nothing on them could be tracked. They were, however, going to park them just a few miles away, and make all the trips necessary to bring the supplies safely back to the new base of operations. The sun shone through the trees, and Sierra could feel it warming her face as she rode along, happy with what they had accomplished. With the rhythm of the motor, she began to think of when she was younger, back when Robert would take her for rides on his dirt bike. Even with it being less than 7 years ago, they felt like memories of a life borrowed from somebody else. Lost in thoughts of the past, she felt that life would never come close to being what it once was. With a sudden tremendous explosion that almost shook her from the motorcycle and sent vibrations throughout her skeleton, Sierra struggled to remain in control of the motorcycle. With the locking up of the brakes on all vehicles, they watched as a Chinese fighter roared by overhead. Everyone in the convoy had thought it was the end, and at any second they would be engulfed in fire. Panicked, Sierra waved her hand for the convoy to keep moving and follow her as she sped down the road. How the hell do we fight that? She asked herself, not having any knowledge of what to do when chased by a fighter jet. Coming to the conclusion there was only one thing to do. Sierra pulled off at the first valley she came to that would be able to hide the large cargo trucks. After spinning tires and smashing into a few trees, they managed to get all the vehicles deep into the woods, making them almost impossible to spot from the air. We need to keep moving, Blankenship shouted from the cab of his truck. Calm down, Blank. They can't see us, Sierra responded from her motorcycle, looking up and listening for the jet to return. Jumping down, Blankenship ran to the back of his truck and pointed at Timmy to come over and help him. Swinging up into the back of the tall truck, he pulled a pocket knife from his pocket and began cutting the ropes holding his motorcycle in place. With Timmy standing at the tailgate, the two began unloading it while Blankenship stressed his thoughts. "You don't get it. They aren't going to come after us on foot. They will level the entire area, and we don't want to be here when it happens. They almost killed me with artillery twice, and I'm not sticking around here to let them try for a third time." Almost on cue with the end of his sentence, thunder erupted far off in the distance. Recognizing the sound on a sunny day, Blankenship looked at Sierra as he started the motorcycle. "Make that 3 times. Chapter 34. Dream to Reality. Making his rounds to ensure everything was ready for the attack on St. Louis, Karnak admired how Becker tracked the gear he issued to each soldier. It wasn't so that each soldier could check it back into him after the mission, but rather to track the supplies they still possessed. Everyone understood that many supplies would never return, along with the soldier holding them. Even after the way many had been treated by their own government, they still had the American fighting patriot spirit. Watching as they were issued uniforms, unit patches, and weapons, Karnak wondered if there was anything that could break their spirit. With all his attention focused on the preparations for the mission, Karnak never noticed Sam walking his way until he said, "Damn, you sure know how to throw a party." Karnak quickly looked over. "Sam, good to see you. All your men ready to move out?" Since discovering that the former head of the Western Forces, General Harwood, was the one behind a great number of criminal and treasonous events, he had been replaced. Harwood was responsible for Karnak losing his men to a drone strike, his loss of rank as a master sergeant in the Rangers, preventing his promotions over the years, setting the 138th Bravo Company up as traitors, and sending an assassin to kill Karnak. Sam had become the new liaison between the UCM and the forces from Kansas City. "Everything is running a little ahead of schedule. How are things on your end?" Sam stated, happy to report. Karnak looked at his watch and was pleased with the time. "Good. It's amazing what a person can accomplish over the phone when there isn't a pile of paperwork, red tape, or procedures that have to be followed." He couldn't help but laugh a little at what it would have taken before in order to get a mission like this in motion. "What were you able to find out about the communication system in the tunnels connecting to the outside?" Karnak inquired. Pulling a notebook from his pocket, Sam studied it and began reading as he said to Karnak, "The system is not able to connect to any outside lines. It is truly a closed network, and that is one of the reasons it survived the EMP. However, there are many points between here and the next terminal in St. Louis where we can attach a radio to an external antenna for communications. That is, if we do not run into any resistance along the way." Thinking about the information he had just been given and how it fit into his plans, Karnak responded, "That is much better than I had hoped. Keep each point manned until the next can be established. I don't want to lose contact." "My thoughts as well," Sam said. Rather than giving Sam a salute, Karnak extended his right hand. As Sam did the same and the two shook hands before parting, Karnak smiled and said, "Damn glad Robert didn't kill you." Karnak spent a large part of the day moving from one place to the next, checking on the progress of the troop movement. It was an endless circle moving between those getting ready to move in the tunnels, preparing to load onto the barges gathered in the Missouri River, and troops who were going by land. The one person he was very happy to have on his side throughout the process was Colonel Marks, who solved many of the issues that occurred. It was a good thing that Marks was in control of the situation, because each time Karnak drove through the gates of the armory, his thoughts instantly drifted to Angelique. On more than one occasion, he convinced himself there was a reason he needed to go to the armory just to see her. Angelique had become his reason for wanting to win the war, not only for the existence of the United States, like it had been all his adult life, but also for the fact that he could finally enjoy life with her. For the very first time in his life, he even began to think about how nice it would be to have children, though not right away. Karnak knew that when he gave the order for the men to move out, he wanted her by his side. Looking at his watch, he could see there were only a few hours to go, and it was just enough time to make a final inspection. Angelique continued working with Todd, Ken, Kate, Mac, Cameron, Gabe, and his son Darian as they ran through their portion of the mission one last time, along with checking each other's gear. Karnak took one last look at Angelique before leaving in hopes of freezing her image in his mind until the next time he saw her. Jumping into the Jeep, he was off running, with his first stop being down to the waterfront where Robert had docked the swift boat. Pulling up, Karnak could see the smoke rising from the water behind the craft. "Is it going to make it?" Karnak shouted jokingly, having seen the time and expense put into rebuilding the boat. Robert was itching to get moving, and so were the men placing their gear on board. "Hell yes. If we had a few more of these things, there wouldn't be any need for the rest of them." Robert pointed out to the barges being loaded with troops. "Well, we are damn lucky to have this one, so don't sink it," Karnak suggested. Slapping the side of the cabin, Robert smiled. "Hell, it almost has enough horsepower to outrun a bullet. Don't worry about that." Seeing that most of their gear was already on board and many of them were conducting final checks, Karnak felt there was no need to ask if they would be ready to push off by 2000 hours. Rather, he looked to the man who had become a close friend and said, "There is no point in telling you to be safe, not where you men are heading. So take risks and fight hard." With that said and a final wave, Karnak returned to his final preparations. Pulling up to the tunnel entrance, Karnak smiled every time he spotted the sign the men had painted on the entrance. It was of a tank with the turret flying off to the rear, and poking out of the front hatch was a cartoon image of Bellamy with crazy eyes heading for a black hole, and just above it read, "Bellamy's Hole." Parking outside the tunnel, Karnak watched as thousands of men and women prepared by loading their gear onto the transport. He shook his head at the sight of their transportation, which was hundreds of trailers connected together behind 5-ton military trucks, a deuce and a half, and old semi-trucks. "That's not OSHA approved," Karnak thought, walking to the communications room. As he neared the table with the mission laid out, Karnak looked over to Smith, who was finishing up his packing. "Smith, have you heard from Camp Carlos about the progress of First Sergeant Thomas's forces to the south?" All communications between Fort Leonard Wood and Karnak were radioed from the camp. With the closed network system of the tunnels, it was easier to utilize the connection the camp maintained with the facility in Rocktown, which was then retransmitted to what remained of the fort. Karnak was still thankful for it, no matter how the process worked. "Specialist, make contact. I need to speak with the first sergeant." While he waited for the connections to be made, Karnak attempted to run through the mission one last time, only to be interrupted. "Commander, I demand to speak with you," Sandra Wheeler almost shouted while storming into the communications room. Smith began moving swiftly in her direction but was stopped. "Hold it, Sergeant," Karnak said, bringing Smith to a stop. "What is it I can do for you, Mrs. Wheeler?" Looking Smith up and down, almost daring him to touch her, she then looked to Karnak. "I want to go on the mission. As I have stated before, this has to be documented and—" Raising his hand, he held out a slip of paper that simply read, "Press Pass, by order of Commander Carl E. Karnak, UCM." After reading the slip of paper from Karnak, Sandra looked at him and said softly, "You know, Commander, I always expect this to be difficult, but you make it simple." Standing up straight, Karnak needed to address her importance. "I believe the fake news and government-controlled media leading up to this point should serve as a reminder of just how important real reporters are. Mrs. Wheeler, report the truth without any spin, just what you witness. Now I have things to get back to, so don't get yourself killed out there." Karnak nodded over to Smith, who received the cue to escort her from the room while he returned to the battle plan. "Commander, I have First Sergeant Thomas." The specialist operating the radio informed Karnak 5 minutes after initiating the setup. Dropping everything, Karnak rushed over and took the mic. "Blackbird, this is Ridge Runner. Over." Karnak waited for a reply. Ridge Runner, this is Blackbird. Blackbird, what's your status? Over. Ridge Runner, we have 2,764 packs, jumping off on your command at 2000 hours. Over. The transmission calmed Karnak's nerves, and he was impressed with the number of forces she was able to gather to attack from the south. Blackbird, this is Ridge Runner. Proceed with mission at your discretion. Roger? Affirmative, Ridge Runner. Good luck, Commander. See you in St. Louis. Over. Fight hard, Blackbird. Ridge Runner out. Karnak handed the mic over and turned to Smith. I want you in the beast with me, he said, referring to the Deuce and a half Marks had turned into a plow truck for cars. Roger, moving that way soon, Smith replied, glad to hear he would be close to Karnak during the fight. Gathering up everything he figured he could possibly need from the communications room and checking that his radio had a full charge, he made his way over to Sergeant Becker. Impressed with the way Becker had run the operations at Bellamy's Hole, Karnak was at ease when it came to leaving him in charge once again. It was an easy search to find the sergeant since his voice echoed from the walls. Sergeant Becker! Karnak's voice projected out, and as it did, the roar of conversations lowered to whispers. It didn't matter if Becker had heard him. The message traveled quickly from person to person until it had. A minute later, Becker was standing before him. Just making a few final adjustments, Becker reported as he neared Karnak. Great, Sergeant. Just wanted to touch base with you before pulling out. Becker looked at the facility around him, trying to think of anything he might need guidance on. Everything is good here. We have trucks being loaded with ammunition, food, weapons, and other supplies to begin making runs after the battle begins. Is there anything else you need, Commander? No, that'll be all, Sergeant. Carry on, Karnak replied, confident in Becker's abilities. As Becker left to return to his duties, a smile began to appear on Karnak's face for his next and final stop, the armory. Exiting the tunnels on his way to the jeep, the sight of soldiers stacking onto the trailers of the train was magnificent. Looking at his watch, 1914 hours, it was almost time to give the command that would put everything into motion. The drive from Bellamy's Hole had taken longer than he had anticipated as he looked at his watch, approaching the front gate of the armory at 1950 hours. Passing through the gates, Karnak looked all around in hopes of seeing Angelique, hoping to be able to stop and have her jump in on his way to the top of the hill. Shit, Karnak thought, after making 2 laps around the facility and looking at his watch for the 15th time, hoping that time would move a little slower since he was keeping such close track. At 1955 hours, he gave up his search and headed to the hilltop. Once at the top, he rushed from the jeep and began unfolding the radio antenna. The Ozark Hills made it difficult to transmit, and he wanted every advantage possible at this point, at 1958 hours. Clicking on the radio, he inputted his code and made his final checks. He looked to his watch, 1959 switching to 2000 hours as he blinked. Without wasting another second, Karnak pressed the button, activating the mic. Guardian, 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 this is Ridge Runner. Mission is a go. I repeat, mission is a go. Strike like lightning, soldiers. From a young age, Karnak enjoyed being around creeks and rivers. The soothing sounds they made always brought him comfort. Now, standing in his favorite spot at the armory, high above the Missouri River, he drew in a deep breath of the damp evening air. Listening to the water as it flowed, Karnak tried to clear his mind of the world around him, but the struggles of command weighed on him heavily. This was the largest mission he had planned in his life, and it prevented him from relaxing, especially since he had given the order to execute. Looking over to his left at a large rock with Captain Andrew C. Sawyer carved into it, Karnak asked, "How did you do it, sir?" "He had a hell of a sergeant with him, would be my guess." Karnak lost his breath for a second upon hearing Angelique's voice. As she walked over and stood beside him, he felt everything would be a success, and calm came over him as they looked out over the river, full of barges floating down with thousands of soldiers heading to battle in St. Louis. Karnak turned to Angelique and pulled her in close, sliding his hands along her narrow waist. The farther his hands traveled, the tighter her body pressed to his, until they both had to breathe softly. Staring deep into her eyes, with lips seeking to complete their joining together, Karnak said just before they met, "I love you, Angelique." Never before had she cared to hear those words spoken to her, but now they were the most beautiful song she had ever heard. Feeling the approach of another person, Angelique slightly opened her eyes as they kissed, eyes that flew open as she felt her nightmare coming true. Just 10 feet away, General Harwood stood with a pistol pointed at them, his finger on the trigger. "Well, Karnak, now I'm going to finish what was started years ago." Every soldier for miles heard the shot ring out as they looked to the hilltop cemetery.